Chapter 13:22. Move Bahram and the others to the northern part of the Uzun Plateau and have them temporarily settle down in the triangular gap. Uzun's northern border basically has no soldiers left. Even if they do come, the steel walls can hold them off. In addition, inform Gao Xianji of the Anxi Protectorate that if he discovers that Uzun has mobilized a large number of soldiers, he should immediately provide reinforcements. Wang Chong said. After this battle, the entire area to the west of the Tsong Mountains would no longer be safe for Bahram and the others, and as long as it was within the borders of the Tang dynasty, the forces of the imperial court could intervene at any time. Only the triangular gap on the Uzun Plateau would be fine for the time being. But what if the Confucian sect intervenes? Li Junxian has already mentioned several times that he wants to return the triangular gap to Uzun. The eagle worriedly said after a few moments of silence. Haha, that's not up to him. He's already taken 70,000 of the 100,000 taels of gold and returned it to the Arabs. Does he want to return the triangular gap to Uzun as well? At least he's not stupid and didn't give it all to the Arabs. Moreover, the triangular gap has already become an important area for the imperial court to graze horses. I'm sure that the palace won't easily agree. In addition, I've already had the Bureau of Military Personnel delay the matter. Wang Chong calmly said. The scope of the Confucian sect's interference was growing larger and farther. In order to maintain a peaceful relationship with Uzun and avoid all kinds of hidden dangers, they had set their sights on the steel walls at the triangular gap. But the triangular gap was not in the interior of the Tang dynasty, and even now, the Secretariat had not yet decided to incorporate the triangular gap into the Tang dynasty's territory. To put it simply, the triangular gap had become a zone that no one cared about. And this unique situation gave Wang Chong an opportunity to take advantage of. Li Junxian had already mentioned several times that he wanted to return the triangular gap to Uzun, but Wang Chong had used the Bureau of Military Personnel to delay the matter until it was shelved. Your subordinate understands, the eagle said respectfully. One more thing, the room was silent. In the darkness, Wang Chong suddenly spoke. An astonishing light flashed in his eyes. Take some men to Sindhu and escort the first batch of 200,000 Sindhi through the triangular gap, through Chishi and Longxi to the southwest. I've already made the arrangements. Su Hanshan, Great General Geshu, and Protector General Xianyu have all been cleared. Pass through them and take a boat from the southwest to take the first batch of Sindhi overseas. Ah! Hearing this, the eagle was shocked. Your Highness wants to send them to the Promised Land as the first batch. Although Wang Chong did not elaborate, the eagle instinctively thought of the words, Promised Land. The eagle had only found out about this by chance, but Wang Chong had never written it down or explained it in detail. In all of Wang Chong's faction, the only one who knew the specifics was probably Wang Chong's cousin, Wang Liang. Even the eagle only knew that the Promised Land referred to a mysterious continent in the depths of the boundless ocean. Isolated from the rest of the world, the land there was vast, the soil fertile, and the climate suitable. Moreover, it was no smaller than the land of the Tang dynasty. However, this piece of land had always been ownerless since ancient times until now. This was simply inconceivable. One had to realize that any piece of land around the Tang dynasty, no matter how trivial or small, was bound to be occupied by all sorts of tribes and races. For such a large continent to be devoid of humans was simply a fantasy. If it were anyone else, they would only treat it as a joke. But the eagle knew that not long ago, Wang Chong's cousin, Wang Liang, had followed Wang Chong's instructions and successfully found the Promised Land. Your subordinate will go. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the eagle quickly lowered his head and bowed. Flap flap. While the eagle was leaving the Wang family residence, elsewhere, in the Secretariat Advisor residence, a messenger pigeon flew down. A Confucian sect disciple quickly caught it, glanced at it, and then hurried to Li Junxian's room. Young master, the spy team has sent news. Upon entering Li Juanxian's room, the Confucian sect disciple bowed and respectfully offered the letter in his hand. Read it. Li Juanxian was seated cross-legged, his right hand rapidly dancing on a low table as he spoke without even raising his head. Yes. The Confucian sect disciple opened the letter and began to read. The spy team has sent news that the king of foreign lands people have found a hunter and bought a wolf from him. Moreover, this matter is being handled by one of Wang Chang's trusted subordinates, Su Shixian. Oh! Li Juanxian's brush paused and his brow furrowed. When did this happen? 3 days ago. That wolf is in a cage and has already been sent to the capital. Su Shixian and his men are guarding it. The Confucian sect disciple bowed. Li Juanxian put down his brush, a solemn look in his eyes. The conflict between militarists and Confucians was currently at its most intense, and Wang Chong was at the center of this storm. His every move was closely watched by the Confucian sect. The trusted subordinates at his side were also the focus of the Confucian sect's attention. Su Shixian, Su Kui, Xue Qianjun, the Confucian sect had detailed information on all of these people. Wang Chong would normally not mobilize them, but if he did, it would be no small matter. Zhu Jing of the spy team said that this matter is extremely suspicious. If it was just to buy a wolf or a tiger, there would be no need for Su Shixian to personally act. Thus, he specially reported this matter to young master for instructions. The Confucian sect disciple sternly said. Li Juanxian said nothing, only slightly raised his head, a pensive look in his eyes. So, is this the law of the jungle? Li Juanxian muttered to himself, a profound look in his eyes. Wang Chang's might makes right had spread like wildfire in the capital, causing a huge uproar. In order to deal with Wang Chong, Li Juanxian had sent people to buy a large number of copies of Might Makes Right, allowing him to understand the theories in Wang Chang's book like the back of his hand. The law of the jungle was one of the most famous theories. Tigers devour wolves and wolves devour sheep. This was the law of the animal world, a matter of course. Wang Chang's goal in buying a wolf at a time like this was obvious. Pass on my order. Immediately find me some of the most formidable beast tamers from the western regions. I want them to get me a few tigers, a few wolves, and a few sheep. Whether they're tigers or sheep, once they're locked up, they have to live in harmony. Remember, as long as the king of foreign lands releases that wolf, have those beast tamers lock those tigers and wolves in a cage and release them all. Tigers don't devour wolves, and wolves don't devour sheep. I want to see what else he has to say then. Li Juanxian sternly said. The western regions were different from the central plains, and to the west of the forest, there were some extremely skilled beast tamers in countries like Arabia and Karak-Spazinu who could tame beasts like tigers and wolves into submission. Even if you delivered sheep or dogs to their mouths, they would never eat them. Wang Chong had said in his book that the law of the jungle was a principle of nature. When the time came, he would have nothing to say. Yes. This subordinate will go. The Confucian sect disciples heeded the order and quickly left. In a few short moments, the entire Wang clan, including Wang Chang's subordinates like Su Shixian, had become the focus of the Confucian sect's attention. The conflict between militarists and Confucians was no trifling matter, and this was a crucial moment. The Confucian sect did not dare to be careless. Putting aside the activity of the Confucian sect, in just half a day, in one of the busiest and most bustling streets of the capital, bang! A pillar smashed down heavily, and dozens of craftsmen suddenly appeared at some point in time. They started to build a platform together. But before the platform could be completed, a massive banner was thrust into the ground next to it, upon which the words King of Foreign Lands were written. Immediately after that, with a boom, another flag was thrown down. However, it was different this time. The white flag danced in the wind with the words, Might Makes Right, written on it. It danced in the wind. Hua! The appearance of these words immediately caused an uproar, and countless people began to flock to the platform. "Excuse me. Let me see. Let me see." The crowd was in an uproar. Even though they had never heard of it before, there was no one in the capital, including the prefectures of the Tang dynasty, who did not know of the words might makes right. Li Juanxian's doctrine of benevolence and righteousness and the theory of animals and beasts had attracted the attention of countless people. Although no one said anything on the surface, even the great clans and nobles of the capital were nervously paying attention to this matter. Reporting. The king of foreign lands is moving. On the other side, just as the first stake was planted on Green Dragon Street, a Confucian disciple immediately mounted his horse and galloped off to deliver the news to the junior martial advisor's residence. "It's finally begun?" Li Junxian narrowed his eyes and stood up from the center of the hall. In this sensitive period, anything related to might makes right was no small matter. "He's already so brazen? Get ready. I'd like to see just what he's planning." With these words, Li Junxian raised his robe and stepped over the threshold, vanishing from the hall. Green Dragon Street was one of the busiest streets in the capital. It was lined with rows upon rows of restaurants, tea houses, and tea houses. All of them were richly ornamented and decorated, their walls resplendent and magnificent. The capital's illustrious vast crane pavilion was also located on this street. Bang! A noble boot stepped over the doorstep and landed on the doorstep of the vast crane pavilion. The moment this person appeared, an attendant rushed forward and said anxiously, "Sir, I'm really sorry, but this place is full." "Not even me," the man with the wide sleeves suddenly said. "I'm sorry, it's really." Chapter 13:23. Old Master. The waiter's eyes trembled, his face stricken with fear. He had truly run into the Taisui Lord this time. No one had expected his master to personally appear here. "Leave." Yao Guangyi waved his sleeve and indifferently said, "Yes, master. This lowly one will arrange a room for master." The waiter hurriedly left, a panicked expression on his face. Yao Guangyi waved his hand, not bothering to argue with him. Stepping over the threshold, he began to head up the stairs to the second floor. "I've finally returned." Yao Guangyi's expression was calm as he stared at the familiar scenery, but his mind was slightly disturbed. The conflict between the militarists and Confucians was a major event that surpassed any faction. Yao Guangyi had originally planned to stay in the capital to assist King Qi. After all, King Qi seemed to be extremely concerned about this matter. However, the old master of the Yao clan, who was in the Four Quarters Embassy, immediately sent Yao Guangyi out of the capital to the distant borders. Based on what the old master had said, the conflict between the militarists and Confucians was a place where blades and axes cut one's body. If one was not careful, one could easily invite trouble and become the common enemy. It would have been fine if the Yao clan was purely a scholarly clan, but all great clans were involved in both the civil and the military. Helping the Confucians break the militarists was tantamount to cutting off one's arm. This was no different from committing suicide. It was better to just leave. However, this conflict between the militarists and Confucians had reached its most critical moment, especially with the publication of Might Makes Right and Benevolence and Righteousness. These two books had pushed the matter to its peak, and there was also the incident at the penal court. King Qi's defeat by Wang Chong was viewed by King Qi as a great humiliation. For this reason, he had disregarded everything else and forcibly transferred Yao Guangyi back from the border so that he could concentrate his strength on suppressing Wang Chong. But even though he had returned to the capital, Yao Guangyi still abided by the old master's words. If possible, try not to say anything. For some insignificant matters, support King Qi with all his might. Thus, he had been able to remain uninvolved. Bang! The moment he set foot on the second floor, he heard a massive wave of noise. It was like he had stepped into another world. Yao Guangyi looked up and saw that the entire second floor was filled with the nobles and clans of the capital. With just a quick glance, Yao Guangyi could already see a few officials from the imperial court. Lord Yao! Lord Yao! Seeing Yao Guangyi come up, everyone on the second floor felt their hearts skip a beat as they turned around to greet him. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Yao clan was a 100-year-old tree. Although this generation could not be compared to the previous generation, it was not as prosperous as the Wang clan. However, as long as old Master Yao was around, the Yao family's influence was unparalleled. Yes. Yao Guangyi nodded slightly. Without putting on airs, he greeted everyone one by one. On the second floor, the manager of the vast crane pavilion had already stepped forward. Bending his back, he led Yao Guangyi to a room where he could overlook the pedestal. Yao Guangyi stepped in. Just as he reached the railing, he was immediately stunned. On the other side of the street, in another restaurant, a familiar figure immediately leaped into view. Grand Tutor! Yao Guangyi's heart thumped in shock at the sight of this familiar figure. Even though Grand Tutor Chen Yong had used a black curtain to hide his face, Yao Guangyi still recognized him. Grand Tutor Chen Yong was the emperor's tutor, and he usually spent his time in the depths of the palace, rarely appearing outside. The holy emperor had even built a residence for him in the palace. Other than the affairs of the princes and princesses, Chen Yong had no interest in anything else. Yao Guangyi had not expected that this conflict of ideals between the militarists and the Confucians would draw this grand tutor out of the palace. But before all this could begin, Yao Guangyi turned his gaze and saw another figure. His body was straight and motionless, as if he was a spear plunged into the ground. The Crown Prince's junior guardian, Wang Zhongxi. Yao Guangyi was getting more and more alarmed. There were not many people of Yao Guangyi's level who could surprise him. But the Grand Tutor and the Crown Prince's junior guardian, Wang Zhongxi, were definitely among them. The former had a lofty status, almost on par with the Grand Preceptor, and from a certain perspective, as the Emperor's teacher, he was even higher. As for the Crown Prince's junior guardian, Wang Zhongxi, this person was a true war hero of the Tang dynasty. If he had not retreated in the face of danger, his status would have been on par with the war god So Yung-sun of Taizong's era. In the Tang dynasty, he was a true and uncrowned king, and countless astonishing feats of his had been spread around the world. Not even the king of foreign lands, who had been personally conferred the title of King of Foreign Lands by the Son of Heaven, could compare to the Crown Prince's junior guardian, Wang Zhongxi, at his peak. Neither of these people would casually appear. Yao Guangyi had not expected that the conflict between the militarists and the Confucians represented by Wang Chong and Li Junxian would also attract them. He continued to look around, from near to far, the supervising censor, the Duke of Qi, the Duke of Zhao, the Duke of Wei, the head of the Secretariat, the Minister of Purple and Green, the Minister of Honor. As far as the eye could see, it was unknown how many important officials of the imperial court were hidden in the nearby restaurants, tea-houses, and taverns. Although none of them said anything, there was no doubt that they were all paying close attention to this matter. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Yao Guangyi still couldn't help but gasp. When he had first received the news, he had believed that he was the highest-ranking official here, but now Yao Guangyi realized that he was wrong. This conflict had long ago drawn in the entire court, even the entire Tang dynasty. This was no longer a struggle of ideals, but a struggle for the fate of the country. This dispute was likely to decide the fate of the Tang dynasty for the next several hundred years. Only this could explain why so many people had appeared here. Putting aside the activity in vast crane pavilion, on the other side, bang! On the other side, with a flash of light, on the opposite side of the workbench, a white robe, like frost or snow, crossed the threshold like a stream of water. Young master, everything has been taken care of. The moment Li Junxian appeared, A disciple of the Confucian sect appeared and led him to the top floor. The Confucian sect had operated for 1,000 years and had deep roots in the Central Plains. Although it usually did not show itself, a considerable portion of the capital's businesses belonged to the Confucian sect. Li Juanxian's expression was indifferent as he nodded and ascended the wooden stairs to the highest floor. Tea had already been prepared there, a pot of jasmine, a white porcelain cup, and nothing else. With a wave of his sleeve, Li Juanxian quickly sat down in front of the table, his every movement exuding an air of elegance. Has it begun? Young master, based on their progress, it should be about time in another incense stick or so. A gray-robed elder bowed and replied. Judging from the black insignia on his wrist, he was clearly another member of the Confucian sect. Li Juanxian nodded and said no more. On the street, the banging of the piles could be heard as the craftsmen busied themselves. In a little more than an hour, the entire platform was almost complete. Thanks to Zhang Shouji's reputation as a master of architecture and his reputation as a master of steel, Wang Chong had gathered a large group of top-class craftsmen. One could easily imagine the ability, skill, and efficiency of these people. Boom! When the last corner was completed, it was like a gust of wind had swept through Azure Dragon Street, causing it to fall deathly still. The vast crowd stared in a daze at the same place, making no sound. In the restaurants, Li Juanxian, Yao Wenyi, Grand Tutor Chen Yong, and the Crown Prince's junior guardian Wang Zhongxi all looked over. No one said anything, but everyone's expression became incomparably solemn in that instant. A whoosh! In the howling winds, a massive golden dragon banner flapped in the wind at the edge of the imperial palace. But no one noticed that a figure exuding a majestic aura had appeared on the high walls of the imperial palace. Haha, what a lively scene! Hu Dequan, what do you think the king of foreign lands wants to do by setting up a platform on Azure Dragon Street? The first prince, dressed in his imperial robe, was seated on the wall with his hands held behind his back. A breeze blew past, causing the hair at the first prince's temples and his robes to dance in the wind. Even though he stood on the same side as Li Juanxian and the Confucian sect behind him, the first prince had always been a bystander in this battle of ideals. Unlike the affairs of the imperial court, the conflict between Wang Chong and Li Juanxian had a profound effect on the empire, but it had no effect on the first prince's status in the imperial court. On the contrary, as the future heir apparent of the empire, the first prince was more than happy to see this sort of ideological struggle. This was proof that everyone was doing their best to pledge loyalty to the empire. Your Highness, this old servant is too kind. This old servant would never dare to speculate on the affairs of the imperial court. A voice rang out from beside the first prince. It came from a tall but frail old eunuch dressed in embroidered robes, who was bowing. The old eunuch's eyes were as bright as a sword, but his palms were always hidden in his sleeves. If one looked closely, they would discover that his hands were as black as ink, incomparably black. They looked extremely dangerous, and it was clear that he had cultivated an extremely special and powerful cultivation technique. Heh! The first prince only chuckled. The harem could not interfere in politics, so the eunuchs naturally could not interfere either. However, the first prince still had a great deal of trust in this old eunuch. This old eunuch had grown up with him, so the first prince had a great deal of trust in him. It's begun, the first prince suddenly said as he looked ahead. His words instantly attracted the attention of everyone around him, including the old eunuch Hu Dequan. Everyone turned to look at him. The imperial palace was still some distance from Azure Dragon Street, but the first prince could rely on the high walls of the imperial palace to look down on the majority of the capital, let alone Azure Dragon Street. Although he couldn't see too clearly and couldn't see the officials gathered in the restaurants and tea houses, he could clearly see the high platform the king of foreign lands had set up. Moreover, there were countless mounted scouts ready to report back at any time. I can't miss out on this excitement. The first prince inwardly smiled. Chapter 13:24. Bang! The center of Green Dragon Street had now become the undisputed center of the capital. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge cage, which was surrounded by thick green curtains, landed heavily in the center of the high platform under the control of two fully armored soldiers. At that moment, the earth quaked and the surroundings fell silent. Whether it was the civil and military officials in the restaurants and tea shops, the common people, or the magnates and merchants, all of them were staring at this massive cage. What's this? The people of the capital craned their necks, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. They all wanted to know what was inside. It's starting. At the top of the restaurant, Li Junxian held a fine porcelain teacup, exuding an otherworldly and refined elegance. After glancing at the cage on the platform, Li Junxian quickly withdrew his gaze. Get ready. As long as they take off the curtain, our people can enter the field within 3 days. Your subordinate understands. Following young master's orders, we have already found the beast tamer that young master wants. He should be able to reach the capital in 2 days and resolve this crisis. The Confucian sect disciple replied. Although the journey was long, the Confucian sect had a special method that could transport these people to the capital as quickly as possible. Li Junxian nodded and said no more. Outside the railing, there was a new movement on the platform. Tap tap tap. Under the gazes of countless people, an old-fashioned, unsmiling soldier walked up the stairs on the high platform to the side of the cage that was surrounded by a cloth curtain. In his hand there was a 3 to 4 foot long rod. At this time, the intention of holding such a thing in his hand was self-evident. In an instant, everyone held their breath and looked at the soldier. Whoosh! In front of everyone's eyes, the 3 to 4 feet long stick suddenly flicked, and with a whoosh, the curtain on the surface of the cage was lifted high up. When the blue cloth flew up, time seemed to stand still. All the restaurants, all the tea-houses, all the shops, all the people looked at the bottom of the cloth. Of all the people present, only the Confucian sect had known about this. However, at the next moment the curtain was lifted, something unexpected happened. Woof! Woof! Suddenly, a childish barking came from under the curtain. What's going on? Is that a dog in the cage? What is the king of foreign lands trying to do? Upon seeing what was in the cage, the eager crowd glanced at each other in shock. It was such a big scene, with a platform, cages, and even soldiers protecting them. In the end, no one had expected that it would be a furry and adorable dog of around 3 to 4 months old. The moment the curtain was lifted, the dog rushed to the side of the cage, stretched out its tongue, licked the iron bars of the cage, and barked enthusiastically at the crowd below the stands. The crowd instantly fell into an uproar. The king of foreign lands' actions this time had created quite a stir. Next to the stage were 2 banners, King of Foreign Lands and Might Makes Right. Everyone believed that the king of foreign lands was going to make a grand spectacle so that everyone would accept his point of view, but they had never imagined that the cage on the stage was holding a dog. Everyone couldn't help but be taken by surprise. What's going on? Shouldn't it be the alpha wolf? In the restaurant closest to the stage, the Confucian sect disciples accompanying Li Junxian were flabbergasted. Even Li Junxian couldn't help but slightly crease his brow. From the information they had gathered, Wang Chong had clearly bought a wolf and delivered it to the capital. But the one who had bought the wolf was a dog. This left the Confucian sect flabbergasted. At this moment it wasn't just the Confucian sect. All the civil and military officials on both sides of Azure Dragon Street who had heard the news frowned in confusion. No one knew just what the king of foreign lands was selling in his gourd. This fellow's way of doing things truly is unconstrained and unconstrained. It's impossible to fathom. In vast Crane Pavilion, Yao Guangyi stared at the barking dog, his mind filled with emotion. When he thought about the incident in vast Crane Pavilion, Yao Guangyi had believed it to be a coincidence. After all, there was no way a half-grown boy could be so shrewd as to ruin his plans. But now that he thought about it, everything had clearly been the result of meticulous planning. There was not even the slightest element of coincidence. One clue was enough to reveal the general trend. When he thought about how a teenager had already possessed the ability to scheme against him, Yao Guangyi, it wasn't strange at all to compare to his current accomplishments. In our Yao clan, not just Feng no one, not even me, can compare to this boy. At this moment, Yao Guangyi's eyes dimmed. The Yao clan and the Wang clan had fought for their entire lives, and when the two old masters were in power, they were basically equal. There were even times when the old master of the Yao clan had the upper hand in the imperial court. But in his generation, and even in Feng Er's generation, the Yao clan had fallen into a complete disadvantage. They didn't even have the right to compete with the Wang clan. How could Yao Guangyi not feel terrible? Putting aside the commotion on Yao Guangyi's side, the moment the curtains were lifted, a horse galloped towards the royal palace, kicking up a cloud of dust. What? A dog? Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. This matter is truly getting more and more interesting. On the towering golden walls of the imperial palace, the first prince was at first taken aback by the report from his guard, and then he couldn't help but heartily laugh. The embroidered robed eunuch Hu Dequan, who had pitch-black hands and appeared unfathomable, was also taken aback for a moment, and then he smiled along with the first prince. At any time, the only thing that could make the first prince happy was him, a servant. Wang Chong, let me see just what medicine you have up your sleeves. After a long while, the first prince's smile faded, and a ruminating smile appeared in his eyes. But the confusion in the hearts of the crowd didn't last for too long. A moment later, another two armored soldiers, one on the left and one on the right, carried a giant metal cage onto the platform. Boom, the metal cage fell to the ground, and there seemed to be something within it constantly striking against the metal bars, creating banging sounds. Shua, by the side of the metal cage, a Wang clan armored soldier grabbed a corner of the curtain and suddenly pulled it open. Amidst the gasps of countless people, they saw a giant gray wolf baring its teeth, its expression ferocious as it stared at the armored soldier outside the metal cage, its eyes filled with hostility. What? On the street, a child who was being carried by an adult suddenly cried out in fright. But before the crowd could regain their senses, an armored arm suddenly reached into the metal cage. Completely ignoring the gray wolf's baring of teeth, the arm grabbed its neck and lifted it out of the metal cage. Clang! At the same time, the other armored soldier immediately opened the metal cage holding the dog. Ping! In the blink of an eye, that extremely ferocious-looking gray wolf was immediately thrown into the metal cage that the puppy was in. In this entire process, the two armored soldiers were expressionless, their movements crisp and devoid of any emotion. But cries of alarm instantly rose from the audience. Everyone was frightened out of their wits by this sight. Some people even couldn't help but turn their heads, not daring to see what would happen next. Given the ferocity displayed by the wolf, one could easily imagine what would happen to the dog. To the common people of the capital, this scene was still far too bloody. Xiaobao, don't look. Some parents hurriedly reached out to cover their children's eyes and avert their gazes. But a moment later, the expected scene of the gray wolf devouring the dog did not occur. On the contrary, a dog began to bark in an abnormally cheerful manner. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that in the iron cage, the dog was barking nonstop around the wolf that was let in, looking extremely intimate. The gray wolf also instantly put away all its ferocity and became extremely docile. It even stuck out its tongue to lick the puppy's fur, looking very intimate. If one only looked at its behavior, one might even mistake it for a dog. Hua! The crowd fell into an uproar at this sight. What's going on here? That wolf didn't eat that dog. How could this be? Is it really a wolf? All the common people were dumbfounded by this sight. Wolves were vicious by nature, and if one encountered one in the mountains, there was an 80 to 90% chance that one would die to a wolf's kiss. This sight had completely surpassed their imaginations. Haha, king of foreign lands, didn't you say that the weak are prey to the strong? Now that wolves don't eat dogs, if wolves and dogs coexist, aren't you slapping your own face? Even beasts know how to be friendly. King of foreign lands, I'd like to see what else you have to say. At this moment, a voice came from the crowd. 20-some paces from the platform, a Confucian pointed at the cage, his expression agitated and his voice loud and clear, instantly attracting the attention of the crowd. When Wang Chong had set up his platform on Azure Dragon Street, he had not only attracted the attention of the common people, but also many eminent Confucians and Confucians. This time, the crowd had made up their minds, waiting for Wang Chong to make a move so that they could begin to attack him. But they had never expected that the plans of men would supersede the plans of the heavens. Although Wang Chong was the esteemed king of foreign lands, he had made such a huge blunder. Although wolves were vicious by nature, they did not eat dogs. Did this not precisely illustrate the Confucian theory of benevolence and righteousness? Everyone, even beasts, are like this, let alone humans. What might makes right? That's complete nonsense. Everyone, burn those crooked books. They're truly a hindrance to the younger generation. The other Confucian scholar immediately turned around and shouted loudly behind him. Buzz. Chapter 13:25. The Tensum Uzun, Goguryeo, the Turks, and Mengshi Zhao spies were mixed in the crowd, and upon seeing this sight, they all smiled and breathed sighs of relief. This time, the capital of the Great Tang had attracted countless spies from other countries. The king of foreign lands setting up a platform on Azure Dragon Street naturally attracted the attention of the who of these foreign countries. Countless spies had gathered to watch the proceedings. Hurry and send a letter back to Prime Minister. There's no need to worry about the king of foreign lands for now. Wolves eat meat, so they can't possibly be so obedient. There must be a problem with the people he's taming. They've fed the wolf too much. Once the wolf is full, it naturally won't swallow the dog. This is a mistake on the king of foreign lands' part, but we can use it to our advantage. Under the eaves of a medicine shop, an Uzun spy leader had his head slightly lowered, his face hidden under a bamboo hat. Bamboo hats were a common item of the Tang dynasty, but they were perfect for concealing the Uzun's appearance. Understood. Behind him, an Uzun spy whispered in a suppressed voice, and then he swiftly turned and left. At the same time, in other directions, many figures also turned and left at the same time. Following which, countless birds soared into the sky and scattered in all directions. Young master, the king of foreign lands has made a big mistake this time. In the restaurant across from the platform, a Confucian sect expert standing behind Li Junxian couldn't help but laugh at this sight, a look of schadenfreude on his face. Haha, what king of foreign lands! We probably overestimated him. This time, he clearly miscalculated. Another Confucian sect disciple heartily laughed. Even a fool could see that Wang Chong had miscalculated. This scene of a wolf and a dog coexisting in harmony was completely different from what he had envisioned in Might Makes Right. To put it more accurately, it was the exact opposite of what he had envisioned. No, something's not right. As the crowd was laughing, a voice rang out. Li Junxian, dressed in snow-white robes and holding a cup, appeared like a scholar from a painting. But at this moment, his handsome and sword-like brows deeply creased. Wang Chong is not a nameless person. He would never make such a mistake. There must be something wrong here. Although everything was extremely beneficial to the Confucian sect, Li Junxian had interacted with Wang Chong before. A person who was able to track him 3 days after arriving in the capital, lock onto his location, and then catch him in the Drunken Moon Pavilion would never make such a low-level mistake. But everything before him, not even Li Junxian could say why Wang Chong had made such a childish mistake. There can be no doubt that this is completely contrary to his published doctrine. At this moment, Not even Li Junxian could understand what Wang Chong was trying to do. Buzz! Just as he was thinking, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. Li Junxian immediately turned in the direction of that energy. With a single glance, Li Junxian's pupils constricted, and he paled as if he had been pricked by a needle. Wang Chong! The king of foreign lands! It was not Li Junxian's voice, but the two Confucian sect disciples behind him. They had noticed Li Junxian's gaze and followed it. Although it had only been a glance, that person had vanished from the restaurant. But the members of the Confucian sect had already recognized who that person was. It's him. An elderly voice resounded in Li Junxian's ear. Elder Song, his face wrinkled and dressed in an azure robe, had appeared at his side. As he looked in the direction of the restaurant, his eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. Given the irreconcilable relationship between the Confucian sect and Wang Chong, there was no need to keep him alive. Don't be impulsive. Everyone is watching. You can't touch him, Li Junxian indifferently said. The moment Elder Song spoke, Li Junxian knew what he wanted to do. Countless experts had gathered on Green Dragon Street, and even a figure like the Tang Dynasty war god Wang Zongxi was quietly making his way to a nearby restaurant. Touching the king of foreign lands at a time like this was not a wise move. Moreover, a person who could kill the Arab war god Qutayba was truly not that easy to deal with. Li Junxian's judgment had not been wrong. While everyone was focused on the high platform, Wang Chong, dressed in casual clothes, had already ascended to a nearby restaurant. He had been the one to choose the location for this operation, so he had naturally reserved a restaurant. Are you ready? On the top floor of the Howling Sky Pavilion, Wang Chong spread his sleeves and sat down on a large wooden armchair. Looking down from here, everything could be seen without a shadow of a doubt. Even the bustling crowd on the street, as well as the excited Confucian scholars who were cursing loudly, could see it clearly. Even though he was being condemned by these Confucians, Wang Chong did not care. Your Highness, everything has been prepared. That person can go on stage at any time, Su Shixian bowed. Let him go. Wang Chong waved his hand. Su Shixian quickly replied and left. Clang. A few moments later, gongs and drums began to sound. In the blink of an eye, all was silent. Under everyone's gazes, a hunter dressed in coarse hemp clothes with a piece of wolf on his waist, accompanied by the Wang family guards, ascended the high platform. Another figure followed closely behind him. It was Su Shixian. Buzz. The appearance of Su Shixian and the hunter immediately attracted the attention of the crowd, causing it to fall silent. Even those Confucians who had been passionately criticizing Wang Chong stopped and looked over. What does this fellow want to do? Don't be in such a rush. Let's wait and see. One by one, the Confucian scholars looked at the high platform, waiting for any changes. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Yao Guangyi, Li Junxian, the Grand Tutor, the Crown Prince's junior guardian, and the surrounding nobles of the capital also looked over. What's your name? Su Shixian didn't even glance at the audience. Once the crowd had quieted down, he turned to the hunter and asked. Chen Dazhong. The hunter held his head high and chest out, not the slightest bit nervous. How many years have you been in the mountains? Su Shixian asked. This sudden exchange of words attracted everyone's attention. Everyone felt strange in their hearts. Wasn't this hunter arranged by the Wang clan? Why did it sound like this wasn't the case at all? On the platform, the hunter chuckled and said, My clan has been hunters in the mountains for generations. Ever since my grandfather's 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 generation, I've been making a living in the mountains. When I was 7, I began hunting with my father, and it's been more than 40 years since then. Did you raise this dog? Su Shixian knocked on the cage next to him and continued to ask. Haha, yes. Don't be fooled by its small size, but its nose is quite sharp. If there's any activity in the mountains, it can smell it from a distance. The crowd grew more and more entranced as they listened. Some of them could already sense that this matter was a little different from what they had imagined. "Since you're a hunter, why did you come to the capital?" Su Sherchuan's words immediately drew everyone's attention, all of them focusing on the hunter. "Haha, because the king of foreign lands said that as long as I answered a few simple questions, I could get 100 taels of gold from him, and then return to the mountains. Even if I spent all my time hunting in the mountains, I wouldn't be able to earn that much in a year. I'm just answering a few questions. Why didn't I come?" The hunter countered. Bang! The crowd immediately fell into an uproar, and even Li Junxian frowned. From the looks of it, this hunter wasn't someone Wang Chong had bribed. Although it sounded inconceivable, he was confident that someone of Wang Chong's status as the king of foreign lands would not have told such a low-level lie in front of so many people. But this only made Li Junxian more and more confused. "Then I'll ask you again, how did you get this wolf?" Su Sherxian expressionlessly looked at the hunter in front of him and spoke once more. This hunter was the leader of the hunters in the mountains. He was more than 50 years old and possessed a calm and composed personality. Only someone with this sort of personality could speak so confidently and fearlessly in front of so many people. "Haha, last year, I killed a mother wolf in the mountains. I followed her den and found several wolf cubs. Once the mother wolf died in the middle of winter, without anyone to feed her, these wolf cubs were doomed. At the time, I couldn't bear to see them die, so I took these wolf cubs home to raise and use them as playmates for my son. The other wolf cubs didn't eat dog food and died of starvation. In the end, only this wolf was left. Guarding the door and the courtyard is a good helper," the hunter said. "Why didn't this wolf eat dogs?" Su Sherxian asked. "This wolf cub only survived on the mother dog's milk, and it grew up with this dog. They usually eat, sleep, and play together. How could it eat it?" "That's right, my lord. Are you done with your questions? If you are, I want to take the 100 taels of gold and stay in the capital for a few days before returning. This is a good season for hunting. I have one last question. Have you ever heard of benevolence and righteousness or might makes right? Who do you think is right?" Su Sherxian sternly said. Everyone was waiting for the hunter's reply. "Ha ha ha, on my way here, I heard people talking about these two books. The entire Tang dynasty is talking about these two books, and your people mention them to me on the way here. I'm just a trifling hunter, so how could I know such profound questions? But there is one thing I do know. Although your lord says that all animals are beasts, that tigers eat wolves and wolves eat dogs, that this is the law of the jungle, this matter is not absolute. At the very least, this wolf of mine will never eat a dog, at least not this one." The hunter heartily laughed. "Is that so? Are you sure?" Su Sherxian gave the hunter a deep glance, a profound look in his eyes. Chapter 1326. Lord Official must be joking. Other things are one thing, but no one understands the beasts of the mountains better than us hunters. I can guarantee that the wolf cubs I raise would never eat dogs," the hunter confidently said as he patted his chest. Buzz! The crowd began to whisper to each other. If one were to say that they were skeptical in the beginning, then now, everyone could gradually see that this hunter was most likely an ordinary hunter that the Wang clan had found in the deep mountains. The two sides had not colluded, or else the hunter would not have said such words. At the very least, his expression did not seem to be faking it. The crowd began to chatter, all of them confused. If this mountain hunter had not been invited by the Wang clan, then just what was the king of foreign lands up to? All the aristocratic families, nobles, dukes, and nobles who heard the conversation in the restaurants around them frowned one after another. Forgive me for my poor eyesight, but not even I know what the king of foreign lands is up to. I hear that the king of foreign lands has always been bold and imaginative, and his thoughts are truly unfathomable. In the Moon Lake restaurant across from the vast crane pavilion, Duke Zhao's graying brow was deeply furrowed. "Hi Duke, it's not just you, even I'm confused. Doesn't the king of foreign lands want to defeat the Confucians? By doing this, he's just beating himself up, another noble of the capital said. The crowd glanced at each other, none of them able to speak. Young master, what should we do now? A Confucian sect disciple in the restaurant across from the stands asked. His body bowed and his eyes filled with confusion. Withdraw. There's no need for this. Li Junxian frowned and waved his hand. The hunter had already thoroughly explained the group's standpoint. There was no longer any need to find another group of beast tamers. Someone. Li Junxian thought for a few moments, and then he suddenly waved his hand, summoning a Confucian sect disciple. Immediately send out your men. I want you to find out all the information on this hunter as quickly as possible, including how Wang Chong's men came into contact with him. The faster, the better. The more detailed, the better. Yes. The Confucian sect disciple quickly left. Young master, the king of foreign lands has given us a difficult problem. Elder Song took a few steps forward and suddenly said. And Li Junxian nodded. Wang Chong's ruckus had completely disrupted his previous plans and rendered them useless. Send a few people to keep a close eye on them. If there's any movement, inform me immediately. Keep an eye on the development, Li Junxian sternly said. Understood. Elder Song nodded. Meanwhile, on Green Dragon Street, the whole thing had finally reached its final moment. Very good, everyone heard what you just said. The dog is yours, and the wolf is also yours. Since you're so sure that wolves don't eat dogs, let's make a bet. If it's really like what you said, then our prince is willing to give you an additional 10,000 taels of gold. If you lose, sir, you don't have to pay anything. Just take your things and return to where you came from. That 10,000 taels of gold is naturally not fated with you, Su Shixian sternly said. Hearing this, the hunter's expression suddenly changed. 10,000 taels of gold was something he had never expected. Su Shixian and the others had never mentioned it to him before. Chen Dazhong, everyone here heard what you said and can testify for you, including the Court of Judicial Review. We've already informed them that if you can prove what you said, then the 10,000 taels of gold will belong to you. As Su Shixian spoke, he gestured behind him. Rumble! There was a metallic clatter as 4 muscular soldiers, 2 at the front and 2 at the back, carried a heavy metal chest and placed it on the platform. The moment the metal box was placed down, everyone felt the platform shake violently. Okay, let's go. After saying this, Su Shixian stood up and left after dismissing several soldiers from the stands. Let's go. At almost the same time, Wang Chong also stood up from the restaurant and left. This show had pretty much come to an end. Now, I hope that everyone can truly understand. Wang Chong mentally sighed as he left the restaurant. An empire could not be changed in a single day. Using 4 taels to move 1,000 caddies was the method he had come up with to resolve this problem while paying the smallest price. The Confucian sect was much more efficient than expected. On the same night, the detailed information on that hunter, Chen Dazhong, was sent via messenger pigeon to the Secretariat Advisor residence. Young master, based on our investigations, that Chen Dazhong really is just an ordinary hunter. The king of foreign lands really did randomly choose him. Moreover, based on the words of his neighbors and his wife, Chen Dazhong truly did not know what he was doing in the capital. He was only after that 100 taels of gold. In addition, we found an armored soldier in charge of escorting the caravan. Without alerting him, we learned that the king of foreign lands only ordered them to be in charge of escorting the caravan and forbade them from having too much contact with that hunter, wolf, and dog. Based on our investigations, the king of foreign lands probably didn't have any direct contact with that hunter. When they came to the capital, they stayed in a courier station, and that hunter even fed the wolf and dog in the courier station. From all the evidence, we do not believe that he was colluding with the king of foreign lands. Moreover, the king of foreign lands has always been proud, and doing something like this would be lowering his status. Thus, the true situation should be the same as what we found out. In the mansion, a man wearing a white robe embroidered with bamboo leaves bowed and said in a deep voice. Although he had done his utmost to restrain his aura, his eyes still shone with a sharp light, like countless stars. In terms of cultivation, he was probably on par with Elder Song. Bamboo Mirror, the leader of the Confucian sect's spy network, in charge of the Confucian sect's eyes and ears in the world. Li Junxian said nothing, but his brow deeply creased. The more he knew, the more he couldn't understand Wang Chong's intentions. There was no doubt that Wang Chong was so proud that he was unwilling to use the slightest trick in this matter. But if this was the case, then the Confucian sect could also use this matter to make a big fuss. Pay close attention to this matter and make sure that the king of foreign lands doesn't play any tricks. In addition, since he's already made his move, we should use this matter to expand our influence. Li Junxian said. Yes. Bamboo Mirror bowed and quickly retreated. Unlike the others, Bamboo Mirror would never interfere too much with Li Junxian's decisions. He only cared about one thing, intelligence. In the blink of an eye, the high platform in the center of Azure Dragon Street had attracted the attention of countless people. Awoof! Inside the iron cage, the huge black wolf let out a series of low growls, and at its feet, the puppy wagged its tail and ran around. The gray wolf retracted its ferocious appearance and had a gentle expression on its face. It stretched out its claws and constantly stroked the puppy, and from time to time, it would use its tongue to lick its fur. Woof, woof! The puppy suddenly barked twice, and with a leap, it pounced towards the black wolf. The moment the wolf fell, the puppy pushed it to the ground, and it began to whimper as if begging for mercy. Bang! The crowd burst into laughter when they saw this. They were completely amused by the scene. Mama, that wolf is so cute. I also want to raise one. Don't speak nonsense. How can you raise a wolf? The mother patted her child and admonished, but there was not much reproach in her eyes. Even a mother would be captivated by the sight of a dog playing with a wolf. Do you see that? Do you see that? Below the grandstand, a dozen or so Confucian scholars had gathered together. One of them waved his hands and seized the opportunity to shout at the crowd around him. The king of foreign lands said that humans are like beasts, and the weak are prey to the strong. Now that all of you have seen it, do you still believe his words? This is utter nonsense. That's right. The king of foreign lands' teachings have collapsed on their own. Everyone, do not be misled by the king of foreign lands. Only peace can bring happiness to all people. The other Confucians began to echo in agreement. Haha, big dog, here. On the high platform, the hunter, Chun Dazhong, laughed out loud. He tore off a piece of cured meat and threw it into the cage. The gray wolf, which was originally lying on the ground, rolled on the ground and leaped up. It flipped over and caught the meat, letting out a series of happy cries. The crowd below the platform couldn't help but laugh, all of them moved by this harmonious scene of man, dog, and wolf. Peace, not war. Below the high platform, someone shouted, and in an instant, everyone cheered loudly. Gallop! Seeing this, the scouts quickly mounted their horses and galloped away from the crowd. This situation is very bad for Wang Chong. In the King of Song's residence, a hint of worry appeared in the King of Song's eyes when he received the report from his scouts. From what he could see, the situation was extremely bad for Wang Chong. This was the complete opposite of what Wang Chong wanted to achieve. Your Highness the King of Song, should we ask the King of Foreign Lands? Grand Scholar Lu Tingji said. The current academic debate was far too dangerous, and with Lu Tingji's special status, he did not dare to get too involved. There's no need. The King of Song shook his head. No matter what, I believe that Wang Chong will not speak without thinking. Let's wait and see. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. It was still the same scene of man, dog, and wolf living in harmony. Every day, this place would attract many spectators. Wolves did not eat dogs. This completely shattered everyone's understanding, and as time passed, more and more details were dug up. The wolf's adoption, its life in the Chun clan, and its spirituality were reported more and more. When people heard that this wolf could guard the house and even look after the children, they all cried out in alarm. "We have to quickly report this to Milord." Chapter 13:27. Milord, the situation isn't good. In Wang Chang's study, Cheng Sunyuan's face was fraught with worry. The Confucians and Confucian sect are using this matter to create hype. At least 80% of the booksellers on the market have stopped selling our book. Milord's early efforts have all gone to waste. Cheng Sunyuan's anxiety was palpable. Might Makes Right had expressed the thoughts of all martial artists and generals. Whether or not the people accepted it, from the point of view of many generals, it could not be wrong. But if this continued, all his efforts would be for naught. How could Cheng Sunyuan not be worried? He had even thought about playing some tricks, but all of his plans had been rejected. Wang Chong had even given a strict order to forbid any of his subordinates from approaching the wolf and dog. Let him do as he pleases. In the room, Wang Chong was seated cross-legged on the floor, his eyes closed and his head raised as he silently meditated. It seemed like nothing could disturb his mental state. "I have everything planned out. In a few days, everything will become clear." Cheng Sunyuan froze for a moment, then he sighed and left. "Your subordinate will go." In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The people of the capital were getting more and more familiar with the dog and wolf, and some people were even giving them new names. Even the great clans of the capital were slowly shifting their attention. Without a doubt, the scene before them was a complete blunder. The crowd had believed that Wang Chong was preparing some sort of powerful move, but they were clearly disappointed. Other than a few great clans, no one else in the capital was paying attention to this matter. Boom! At noon on the third day, there was a peal of thunder. In a flash, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. In the blink of an eye, a torrential downpour began. Whoosh! Walala! Bean-sized raindrops fell onto the viewing platform, emitting a series of crisp sounds. In the blink of an eye, dust and wind filled the air, and the dense raindrops made everything between heaven and earth blurry and invisible. On the stage, the dog, the wolf, and the man, along with the audience, were all drenched by the rain, looking like drowned rats. Bang! At this moment, a foot stepped onto the steps of the platform. Su Shixian, who had disappeared for 3 days, was once more escorted by 4 armored soldiers. His expression was cold and emotionless. "You've won this round. Our prince is a man of his word. These 10,000 taels of gold are yours." Su Shixian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gesturing to the side. Someone at the side immediately opened the huge metal chest, revealing the densely packed and neatly stacked 10,000 taels of gold. Hiss! Upon seeing this sight, the hunter gasped in shock. When he first came to the capital, he only knew that he would be able to earn 100 gold taels. He didn't expect that he would be able to earn 10,000 gold taels so easily. To a hunter living in the mountains, this was a huge fortune. This is not a dream, right? Chern Dazhong walked over in a daze, mumbling to himself as if he was in a dream. Chern Dazhong, you're not dreaming. Based on your contract with the King of Foreign Lands and the fairness of the Court of Judicial Review, there's no doubt about it. A voice resounded in his ear, and then an official of the Court of Judicial Review in court robes stepped onto the platform. With a shake of his wrist, he displayed a contract in black and white. In the pouring rain, the official of the Court of Judicial Review only showed it for a moment before immediately putting away the contract and handing it to Chern Dazhong. "Congratulations! Great, this is great!" Hugging the chest of gold, Chern Dazhong was overjoyed. He had never imagined that he would be able to obtain so much gold on this trip to the capital. Boom! At this sight, the people of the capital couldn't help but erupt into thunderous cheers, all of them applauding. After 3 days of watching wolves and dogs play with each other, the people of the capital had unwittingly been drawn in by this sort of joy, and they had even developed some sort of contentment. When they saw this hunter obtain 10,000 taels of gold from Wang Chong, all of them were sincerely happy for him. Chen Dazhong, I'll ask you another question. If you don't feed your wolf, are you sure that your wolf will still be so docile? Su Shixian continued to ask as he stood in the pouring rain. I'm sure, Chen Dazhong said without hesitation. I raised this wolf since it was young. I know its personality best. It's different from other wolves. It has been domesticated and wild, so it's not much of a threat at all. At least, it's the same for everyone in the Chen family and this dog. Is that so? Su Shixian indifferently said. Starting from now, we will cut off its food. If your wolf doesn't eat the dog next to it in 7 days, you will receive an additional 1,000,000 taels of gold from His Highness. Buzz! This number caused an uproar in the crowd, everyone dumbfounded. Even Chen Dazhong couldn't help but gasp, his heart thumping in his chest. Su Shixian was extremely calm, no ripple of emotion on his face. Everyone has seen that His Highness will do as he says. As long as you can prove this point, the 1,000,000 taels will be yours. But let me tell you in advance, if you fail, your dog will probably be eaten by the wolf. Are you willing to continue this test? The crowd was silent, all of them staring at the stage in a daze, speechless. A bet of 1,000,000 taels of silver was something that had never happened in the capital before. Even some of the great clans would have a huge impact on them. If this hunter Chen Dazhong were to obtain this huge sum of money, he would immediately become a wealthy clan, perhaps even founding a new clan that would continue to exist in the region for 100 years. All of this could definitely change his fate. Unbelievable! 1,000,000 taels. Is the king of foreign lands serious? Didn't you see? After 3 days of doing nothing, he obtained 10,000 taels of gold. The king of foreign lands is a king of the Tang dynasty, and he's a man of his word. Although I find it inconceivable, I'm confident that he'll take it out. The crowd began to chatter, and after 3 days, the show on the stage finally reached the main point. At this moment, everyone could vaguely sense Wang Chang's goal. Whoosh! All was quiet, the only sound being the torrential rain. The torrential rain grew even more intense, and the droplets of water splashed against Chen Dazhong's face. Chen Dazhong's chest heaved as he finally lost his composure. 1,000,000 taels of gold. As a hunter living in the mountains, this was a temptation that he could not resist. Can I think about it? Chen Dazhong said, his face red. Ha, you have plenty of time. A rare smile finally appeared on Su Shixian's face. But let me remind you that you only have 1 day. Of course, you can also refuse and immediately take the 10,000 taels of gold back. No one will stop you. Let's do as you say. Chen Dazhong clenched his teeth and said without hesitation. No matter what you think, I have absolute confidence in my wolf and dog. Boom! Chen Dazhong's words sent the crowd into a frenzy, all of them loudly cheering. Well said. Let them experience it. Even wolves can understand humans, let alone humans. King of foreign lands, you've completely lost. Cheers resounded through the capital. Flap, flap. As the crowd cheered, the birds in the sky flapped their wings and one by one, messenger pigeons flew in all directions. This massive wager instantly attracted the attention of countless people in the capital. 1,000,000 taels. The king of foreign lands is truly bold. Is the king of foreign lands really so confident? If that wolf doesn't swallow that dog in 7 days, the king of foreign lands will lose more than 1,000,000 taels. He's staking everything on this one throw. With so many people watching, the king of foreign lands won't be able to do anything even if he wants to. Just based on the wager he just made, many people will be waiting there at night. He's just submitting himself to fate and taking a risk. Throughout the capital, the elders and clan heads of the great clans were muttering to themselves. At this point, Wang Chang's intentions were gradually becoming clear, but there were far too many variables involved. Send people to keep watch 24 hours a day. This war between the militarists and the Confucians is about to reach a critical moment. In the southern part of the city, a clan head issued an order, and countless other clan heads issued similar orders. Young master, what do we do? The new wager had just been announced when the news was sent to the Secretariat Advisor residence. A Confucian sect disciple kneeled on the ground, waiting for Li Juanxian's reply. The arrow is already knocked on the bowstring and must be released. He's already set up this platform, and nothing we do can stop him. Pass on my order. Send people to keep watch 24 hours a day. We can't let the king of foreign lands' men do anything to that wolf and dog. Li Junxian said. Your subordinate understands. With these words, the Confucian sect disciple quickly left. On the same night, the wolf and dog were cut off from food and drink. That night, both in the open and in the dark, countless eyes had been placed in the surroundings. Swoosh! In the middle of the night, a piece of meat was tossed toward the cage on the platform. However, while the meat was still in midair, a long arrow shot out from the side. At the same time, a muffled groan sounded from the corner, and then there was no more sound. How foolish! With so many people watching, you still want to do something? You're truly seeking death. In the distance, under the high eaves of a restaurant, the moonlight revealed the figure of a masked man, but he did not alarm anyone. The man quickly concealed himself. Chapter 13:28. Little Gray, come here. Chen Dazhong called out. The wolf immediately stood up and crawled over to the bars of the cage, where it began to lick Chen Dazhong's palm, a docile expression on its face. The sudden loss of food had clearly caused the wolf to become much more dispirited. But overall, there was still not much change. The puppy in the cage whimpered, shook its body, and crawled over. The wolf even lightly nudged it a few times. The sight of this harmonious interaction between the dog and wolf filled Chen Dazhong's heart with confidence. He had raised this wolf cub, and no one understood it better than he did. This wolf understood human nature. No matter how hungry it was, it would never eat the puppy it had grown up with. On this point alone, the king of foreign lands was certain to lose. From dawn to noon, the wolf and dog were clearly hungry. The puppy whimpered, but the wolf was much quieter. He walked to a corner alone and lay on the ground, silently enduring the pain. It did not even glance at the puppy during this process. Good! Many people cheered from all directions. Chen Dazhong's expression also relaxed. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. The wolf was not as hungry as the dog, and its body was clearly much thinner, its stomach shriveled, and its eyes listless. It was clearly extremely hungry, but it still showed no signs of eating the dog. The third day quickly arrived. Countless commoners gathered here to cheer for the dog and the wolf. Good! Even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. The king of foreign lands is doomed. The crowd rejoiced. As the news spread, the entire Confucian sect breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't matter what happened. It was apparent that the situation was progressing to their side's advantage. Little cub, good job. The hunter on the side stroked the wolf's fur, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. The fourth day. The wolf in the cage was now as thin as a skeleton. It could barely stand, and even its voice had become very low. The puppy next to it was not much better. Woof, woof. The puppy crawled over, and just like before, it crawled under the wolf's body. But the wolf, like before, only licked its fur twice, then pushed it away, and did not make any more movements. Good! Below the viewing platform, thunderous cheers resounded as the crowd cheered. Roar! Just as countless people were cheering, in the next moment, they heard a roar, and something unexpected happened. The gray wolf, on its last breath, walked to the side of the cage, turned around, and revealed a mouthful of sharp fangs, biting through the puppy's neck. Woof, woof. The puppy's body twitched twice, and fresh blood immediately flowed out from the wolf's fangs. Hunger forced out the gray wolf's ferocious nature, and after being stimulated by the fresh blood, the originally docile gray wolf suddenly became ferocious. It roared and crazily bit the puppy. The scene was extremely bloody. Ah! A series of screams could be heard. Everyone in the audience was stunned by this bloody scene. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were wide open. As for the commoners, they couldn't help but turn their heads, their eyes filled with fear. For the next few days, they had gotten used to the scene of the gray wolf and the puppy coexisting harmoniously and playing together. Everyone subconsciously believed that the wolf would never eat the puppy in the cage. Therefore, when this tragic scene happened, everyone was caught off guard and unprepared. No. In the stands, Chun Dazhong let out a scream and rushed to the side of the cage. His face was filled with despair and disbelief. "Let it go, you beast! What are you doing?" However, in the cage, the gray wolf didn't seem to hear anything. As it ate the puppy's body, it let out a series of terrifying sounds. Its eyes were dark green and emitted waves of dangerous light. All the hair on its body stood on end, and its claws revealed sharp claws and teeth. At this time, the gray wolf didn't have any of its usual docile appearance. Its entire body was filled with wildness and aggressiveness. It was completely no different from a wild wolf. Boom! Just as Chun Dazhong rushed over and shouted at the iron cage, the gray wolf suddenly turned its head and attacked Chun Dazhong with its mouth full of blood. Its 2 rows of sharp teeth fiercely bit at Chun Dazhong's palm that was grabbing the bars. Chun Dazhong's face paled and he fell to the ground in fright. "What are you doing? Are you crazy? You don't even recognize me." However, in the cage, the gray wolf didn't seem to hear anything. After failing to attack Chun Dazhong, it seemed to have gone crazy in the cage. It violently twisted its body and fiercely hit the surrounding cages. Its pair of red eyes stared fixedly at the crowd outside the high platform, as if it wanted to choose someone to devour. How could this be? The audience cried out in alarm. Seeing the unfamiliar and ferocious appearance of this wolf, countless people paled in fright and retreated one after another. Not good. Hurry and report this to young master. All of the Confucian sect disciples hidden in the surroundings paled at the sight of this, and they immediately flew toward the junior disciplinary advisor's estate as quickly as they could. Flap flap. Countless messenger pigeons flew out at the same time. Bang. While the crowd was in chaos, a foot stomped on the edge of the platform. Su Shixian, who had been missing for a long time, was dressed in black armor and escorted by 7 or 8 guards onto the platform. "You've lost." Su Shixian stopped at Chun Dazhong's side and only said one sentence. Chun Dazhong sat paralyzed on the ground in a daze, dazed and unable to speak. He had always been confident that the wolf he raised would never eat his dog, but reality had given him a heavy slap in the face. Su Shixian said no more, knowing that Chun Dazhong still hadn't recovered from this cruel reality. After saying this, Su Shixian stood to the side with his guards, his hands at his side as if waiting for something. Not far from the platform, there was a flash of light as a scholarly and handsome figure, his hands held behind his back, walked out of the restaurant. "It's the King of Foreign Lands!" The crowd cried out in alarm. The person who had suddenly appeared was none other than the supreme figure of the capital, the King of Foreign Lands who had stirred up a storm of public opinion. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Chong silently ascended the platform. At that moment, Wang Chong's body began to shine with dazzling light, becoming the most dazzling existence in the world. Countless people in the surrounding restaurants also focused their gazes on him. Whoosh! In the howling wind, 2 large banners on the side of the high platform began to flap in the wind. One banner read "King of Foreign Lands," while the other read "Might Makes Right." The same 2 words and the same 2 banners, paired with the towering figure of Wang Chong, the dog corpse in the cage, and the crazed and aggressive gray wolf, gave off a completely different feeling. Everyone has already seen the results. Wang Chong's robes flapped in the wind as he held his hands behind him, his resounding voice echoing through the world. At this moment, the crowd was solemn, and no one dared to speak. No one dared to speak in front of that still warm dog corpse. After a wolf is tamed, it can become very docile. It can guard your house, play with your children, and coexist harmoniously with your dog. It can even give you the illusion that it is a dog and not a wolf. But you must never forget this, that bloodthirsty savagery is deeply buried in its blood. When the time is right, it will explode and use the most lethal method to rip out your throat, just like that dog. This is the law of the jungle. Wang Chong's voice rang out clearly in everyone's ears. On the side, the slumped hunter on the high platform had a pale face, his body twitching. He had raised Little Gray for so long, but in the end it was still a vicious wolf. Right now, the Tang dynasty has signed a peace treaty with the Foreside. This is like a harmonious coexistence between a wolf and a dog. We can negotiate with them, and we can also coexist peacefully with them, but do not forget that a wolf is a wolf. At any time, as long as you are careless, it can tear out your throat with the quickest speed and most savage method. This is the law of the jungle, the nature of the tigers and wolves of the barbarians. And to deal with tigers and wolves, one must be even more vicious than tigers and wolves. Wang Chong gestured to an armored soldier on the side. The latter understood and immediately strode forward to the side of the iron cage. And in the iron cage, when the wolf noticed someone approaching, its eyes immediately turned bloodshot, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. It bared its teeth, lowered its body, and assumed an attacking posture. It seemed that as long as this armored soldier approached, it would immediately launch a fierce attack. But clang! There was only the sound of metal clanging. The burly armored soldier did not even look at it. A huge muscular arm, full of power, suddenly reached into the cage, grabbed the wolf by the neck, and lifted it out. The ferocious and terrifying gray wolf kept twisting in the armored soldier's hand, as if it was trying to break free from the control and attack. That ferocious look caused the crowd to cry out in shock. However, in the next moment, Kacha, there was a crisp sound of bones breaking. The gray wolf that had gone berserk only had time to let out a low howl before its neck was snapped by the armored soldier's tremendous strength. Its limbs and head immediately drooped down, swaying in the air, no longer showing any signs of life. Ah! The people covered their mouths and cried out in shock again. Did you see that? No matter how ferocious and bloodthirsty a wolf is, in front of a stronger armored soldier, it is no different from a puppy that has just been eaten. This is the nature of the relationship between countries. In the dark forest, what can protect us is not benevolence, but great courage in the face of difficulties, and even greater strength. This is power. Power. That. Truth. Reason. Chapter 13:29. With these words, Wang Chong scanned the crowd, and then with a wave of his sleeve, he left the platform. Behind him, the crowd was utterly silent. Silence. Deathly silence. Even after Wang Chong left, the surrounding stands, Azure Dragon Street, and the countless restaurants and tea houses on both sides of the street, all the clan heads who had heard the news and rushed over to see this sight stood there in a daze, as if they had been petrified, unable to move. All of them were still immersed in the shock of this sight. Although Wang Chong had left, the people of the capital were still far from concluding this matter. When Chen Dazhong had led the wolf and dog onto the platform, everyone had treated this as a game. Many people had even forgotten that one of the 2 banners that Wang Chong had erected on the side of the platform was Might Makes Right. Wang Chong had used this scene to verify his theory. But when the dog had been bitten and eaten and the wolf had been slaughtered, no one could laugh. No one could treat this as a game. Facts spoke louder than words, and Wang Chong had used the most naked and indisputable method to clearly display this law of survival to the people of the capital and to the people of the Tang dynasty. Bang! After a short period of silence, it was as if a sudden clap of thunder had fallen from the sky. A huge wave suddenly arose in the crowd. The king of foreign lands was right. We were all wrong. We all liked that wolf so much, but in the end it still ate that dog. A wolf is a wolf, and it can never be changed. The surrounding barbarians have always envied the wealth of the Tang dynasty, and have always wanted to attack the Tang dynasty. Alas, everyone has been deceived. Only the king of foreign lands, only he is clear-headed. This is why he wrote this book. The king of foreign lands was right. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Many people would never be able to forget what had happened on the platform for the rest of their lives. He would remember it for the rest of his life. Don't listen to his nonsense. This was a coincidence, just a coincidence. A single incident could not prove anything. Everyone must believe in the imperial court. In the crowd, several Confucian scholars loudly shouted, but no one paid them any attention. No one listened to their opinions. All of their voices were drowned out by the buzz of the crowd. A dog and a wolf brought people unprecedented deep thoughts. No, not only the people around them, but it also gave the entire empire a chance to think. It's over. This isn't good. The king of foreign lands had won. If this goes on, the peace between us and the Tang dynasty will soon be broken. All our efforts will be wasted immediately. I will report to His Majesty immediately. In the crowd, the scouts' faces were pale as they looked at the crowd and the wolf corpses on the platform. They quickly retreated and ran in all directions. In the capital, this matter rapidly spread, and its effects were unimaginable. In just half a day, the news had spread throughout the capital. Countless people hurried to the platform, and according to Wang Chang's orders, the hunters had already made arrangements for him to leave. But the wolf and dog corpses and even the bloodstains had not been washed away. The sight of this bloody scene had left every person in the capital dumbstruck and stunned. Because everyone had heard about the harmonious coexistence of the wolf and the dog in the past few days, they had fallen in love with the wolf and the dog. Even the children knew how to make up a poem to describe the friendship between the wolf and the dog. That was why the bloody scene on the viewing platform was so shocking to the audience. Many people rushed to the platform, and when they saw the traces of blood, their mouths were wide open. For a long time they were speechless. The cruelty of reality and the destruction of fairy tales were displayed before everyone in a blatant and even callous manner. The mood in the capital became much more oppressive. It was like a massive boulder was pressing down on everyone's heads, so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. As the day passed, countless people began to whisper to each other about this matter. They discussed the tame wolf, the innocent dog, the eruption of one's instincts, the final bloodshed, and the words the king of foreign lands had said before leaving. A tiger was a tiger, a wolf was a wolf. No matter what, it was impossible to change. These words were deeply embedded in the minds of the crowd, firmly rooted in their minds. Before this, might makes right was just a sentence, a thought, a new concept. But at this moment, it had become an irrefutable fact that penetrated deep into the bones. One could refute a theory, but one could not refute an objective fact. Wang Chong had used a special method to teach everyone a lesson. In some unseen dimension, the effects of this matter were still fermenting. In the first few days, the people of the capital had been discussing that pitiful dog and that berserk wolf, but on the third day, no one was discussing wolf and dog anymore. Instead, they were discussing something even higher. Father, peace is simply unsuitable. You've seen it for yourself. A tamed wolf still needs to drink blood and eat meat in the end. The king of foreign lands is correct. If this continues, something bad will happen. Bastard. You've only read a few books. Didn't you hear what the teachers said? How many people have died by the border? Do you want to die there as well? In addition, didn't you see those who visited the capital a while ago? These who are just ordinary people, men and women, young and old. They're no different from us. This so-called war is just something those generals do to claim credit for themselves. The weak are prey to the strong, survival of the fittest. This is the law of the jungle, the truth between countries. Wolves can also coexist peacefully with dogs, but do you really have to pay the price of dying in the belly of a wolf just for a few days of peace? That's simply foolish. A man cannot only think of himself, just like the king of foreign lands. He also has to think of all living beings in the world. This is how a man should act. Little bastard, is this how you speak to your father? I'll beat you to death, you bastard. In the capital of the Tang dynasty, in the southern part of the city, candles were ablaze. Father and son could be heard arguing through the window, but this argument quickly turned into a quarrel, and then into loud curses and beatings. Women could be heard trying to stop the quarrel and crying. Not far away, under a large locust tree, the sound of an intense argument could also be heard. Is this a matter between a wolf and a dog? How can the affairs of the state be equated with a wolf and a dog? This is utter nonsense. Zhang Taizhu, do you still not understand? Why is it that the barbarians of the four desolate lands didn't negotiate with each other before, but now? Aren't they just watching as our Tang dynasty preys on each other? Only courage and strength are the foundations of a country's peace. This is what the king of foreign lands said in his book, and it's clearly happening right before our eyes. With your eyes wide open, can you not see something so obvious? Can the two be lumped together? Peace is not easy to come by. Li Heli, do you still want war? Do you want to plunge the people into misery and suffering? You're truly rotten beyond repair. I used to drink with you in vain. A person like you is a vermin of the state. What are you saying, Zhang Taizhu? What are you saying? This old man isn't finished with you. Crash. Tables and chairs toppled to the ground, and even the legs of the chairs were broken. The ground was littered with broken plates and chopsticks, and the popped peanuts that went with the wine were scattered everywhere. These two neighbors who were as close as real brothers had not argued for several decades, and they had come to drink under the old scholar tree to enjoy the shade, chat, and relax. But when it came to war and peace, might makes right, and the theory of benevolence and righteousness, the decades of brothers could no longer be brothers. At the start they had been red in the face and neck, but in the end they had begun to fight and break off all ties. Even the dogs in the courtyard had begun to bark. When it came to this matter, everyone took it very seriously. Because everyone understood that this was not some rumor of unofficial history, nor was it some gossip they had heard, nor was it some ordinary conversation over tea. Rather, it involved the millions of people of the world, including you, me, him, everyone, and even their descendant. The slightest carelessness could lead to complete defeat, and the entire world might even become an Asura's hunting ground. No one could bear this price. It was precisely because they understood the consequences that no one backed down on this matter. Father and son, brothers, neighbors, good friends who had never argued with each other in their lives would no longer laugh and pretend like nothing had happened. And the disputes and conflicts were not limited to the ordinary mortal world. There were even conflicts in the schools, between teachers and students. Teacher, it's not that I don't agree with you. But before the state there are no teachers and students, no fellow countrymen, no classmates. There is only righteousness. You say that the law of the jungle is the theory of beasts and that all armies must be abandoned. Please forgive this student for being unable to agree. Bastard thing! Where did your benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith go? The king of foreign lands is a beast, but are you also a beast? What might makes right? This is simply a twisted theory. This is turning the entire world into a kingdom of beasts. Without benevolence and righteousness, if you only know how to scheme, what will become of the world? This old man has spent his entire life teaching and educating, and it is a disgrace to have taught a disciple like you. Chapter 1330. My deepest apologies. On the 1295th upload, there was a repetition of 1,500 words. Thus, when everyone reads it, you can start from the previous chapter, 1303. In addition, I will upload another chapter. Thank you for your support. You. Preposterous. Teacher, the teachings of the Confucian school are meant to benefit the people of the world. Right is right and wrong is wrong. What is meaningful to the people of the world is the most fundamental. The teachings of the king of foreign lands are also for the sake of the country. Teacher, peace is naturally not wrong, but just as the king of foreign lands said, peace can only be defended through hard work and strength, not through compromise and retreat. Teacher, have you ever thought that if Uzun, the Eastern and Western Turks, Goguryeo, Mengshi-Zhao, if these countries really are pretending to weaken the Tang dynasty, pretending to be at peace, pretending to disarm their armies, and then waiting for the right time to attack the Tang dynasty? If such a thing really happens, teacher, have you ever thought about what the consequences will be? Absurd. If everything goes according to what-ifs, what hope is there left in the world? If we want to obtain peace, we should use our teachings to reform and educate the foreigners. Let them understand that peace and prosperity can be obtained through their own hands, not through war. Aren't your current words encouraging the aggressiveness of the foreigners? If we really follow this theory, what peace can there be? To think that you are my student, and yet you hold such crooked ideas as a guiding principle. What a disgrace. I now announce that you are formally expelled from the school. You will never be a disciple of my Confucian school. These final words were deafening, and the entire school instantly fell silent. After a long while, a voice rang out. Many thanks, teacher. Afterward, he left the school, his back relaxed and carefree. Father and son, brother, neighbor, teacher and student. Such conflicts took place in the south, north, east, and west of the city. They took place in the capital, and they took place in every household of the 9 provinces. From might makes right to the wolf and dog test on Azure Dragon Street, until the hungry wolf swallowed the dog, Wang Chong stepped onto the platform. Wang Chong's methods finally came to an end at this moment. Might makes right, law of the jungle, the weak are prey to the strong. Seek peace through war, live in peace, seek peace through compromise, perish in peace, etc. Only at this moment did these ideas truly penetrate into the hearts of the people and were accepted by them, not just in writing. This was like a storm that swept through the entire empire at an astonishing speed. The originally loud cries of peace, not war, suddenly became much softer. There were no more marchers in the street. On the contrary, restaurants, tea-houses, inns, all the places where people gathered were discussing and debating the new idea of might makes right. Because of the conflict of ideologies, there were many people who insisted on their own views. The chaos was spreading, and so was the riot. Like a spring breeze, silently moisturizing everything, Wang Chong's book had awakened countless people of this empire from their slumber, triggering them to think deeply. And to the countries around the Tang dynasty that were paying attention to this storm, this was not good news. All the empires felt a sense of worry and anxiety from this great debate. I underestimated him. On the Uzun Plateau, outside the royal capital, Dalen Trinling's eyes were half closed, his head raised, his eyes motionless. The howling wind caused his robe to flap in the wind. At this moment, countless thoughts were flitting through Dalen Trinling's mind. The Confucians had originally held the upper hand in this struggle, relying on the momentum of the world and the weariness and longing for peace of the people to firmly suppress the great Tang. If this trend continued, the Tang dynasty's decline from prosperity would probably come today. The momentum had already taken shape, and not even Dalen Trinling would be able to change it. This was a battle between a single person and the entire world, a battle between a single heart and the millions of people in the world. From the very start, there had been no chance of victory, but in this battle, Wang Chong had won. At the very least, he had displayed the ability to change all this. Starting with his book, using the wolf and dog as a metaphor for the situation around him, Wang Chong had only needed to pay the lives of one dog and one wolf to forcefully reverse the tides of peace. Even Dalen Trinling couldn't help but sigh in praise of this feat. It's not without reason that this boy has become a thorn in our Uzin's side. Dalen Trinling quietly said to himself. Just by relying on these methods, this king of foreign lands of the Tang dynasty was enough to rank among the world's best strategists. Imperial Minister, what should we do now? Based on the current situation, it's probably impossible for us to change the fate of the Tang dynasty. Once the militarists of the Tang dynasty regain power, our Uzin will be the first to bear the brunt of it. Most importantly, we can no longer afford to lose. The Yarlung royal lineage's great General Namri Songtian suddenly spoke, a deep concern in his eyes. After several major battles, the Uzin Empire had suffered heavy casualties and did not have many soldiers left to use. Of the 4 royal lineages, only the soldiers of the Yarlung royal lineage and the royal capital still had the strength to fight. This was one of the important reasons Uzin had come to terms with the Confucian sect. Relax. This war is far from reaching this stage. Based on the words of the Tang dynasty, only a coffin can be sealed. Although the Confucian sect has suffered a defeat in this wave, this faction that has been able to survive for 1,000 years in the Central Plains has its own outstanding points. I'm confident that the Confucian sect still has other tricks up its sleeve. In addition, as Dalen Trinling spoke, he suddenly opened his eyes, his left hand reaching into his right sleeve to take out a letter that he had prepared long ago. It's about time for that old friend I met in the Central Plains to act. Send this letter. Once he receives it, I'm confident that he will know what to do. Namri Songtian couldn't help but feel a little moved by this letter. Just like the other prime ministers, all of the Uzin prime ministers, whether they were from the 4 royal lineages or Dalen Trinling, had journeyed through the Central Plains before becoming prime minister. It was just that they had not been particularly famous at the time, so few people had paid them any attention. Yes, your subordinate will go. Namri Songtian's eyes flickered as he quickly took the letter and left. Pass on my order. Have the 3 armies stand ready. In the distant Mount Sanmi, the Western Turks reacted much more simply than the Uzin Empire. Upon learning of the upheaval and turmoil of the Tang dynasty, Wunu Shibi almost instinctively felt threatened and immediately ordered the army to defend. Have our spies in the capital sent any new information? On Mount Sanmi, Wunu Shibi stood like a spear, his hands resting on his sword. In front of him was a Western Turkic spy kneeling on one knee. "Milord, almost all our spies have returned to the capital. Everyone is paying close attention to this development. If there is any new information, they will immediately report it to Milord." The leader of the spy kneeled on the ground and respectfully replied. After saying that, he quickly left after a short while. In the Western Turkic Khaganate, the Goguryeo Empire, and Mengshi Zhao, countless birds flew in the direction of the Tang dynasty's capital, their numbers and frequency several times greater than before. While the armies of the other countries were on high alert, the mood in the Anshi Protectorate was completely different. Good. Gao Xianji slowly put down the letter. His eyes, shining like a heavy stone, had been lifted from his shoulders. Wang Chong, well done. I can finally heave a sigh of relief. Chongqing, have the spies we sent to the other countries sent back any news? With these last words, Gao Xianji turned to Feng Chongqing. Haha, the various countries are basically being led around by the nose by the king of foreign lands. They're probably thinking about this matter even in their sleep. Based on the reports from our spies, the events in the capital have left them unable to eat or sleep in peace. Feng Chongqing said with a smile. At this moment, Feng Chongqing felt sincere admiration for Wang Chong. He and Gao Xianji were known as the twin walls of the empire. One was skilled in literature while the other was skilled in martial arts, and they perfectly made up for each other's flaws. But not even the twin walls of the empire could produce such intelligence and strategy as Wang Chong. This was no longer a matter of strategy or logistics. He had read the book, Might Makes Right, sent from the capital time and time again, carefully savoring every word in it. Feng Chongqing felt that he was also a person of astonishing talent, or else he would not have recommended himself to meet with Gao Xianji. But when it came to writing books, not even Feng Chongqing could compare to Wang Chong. Pass on my order. Keep a close watch on the surrounding countries. If there's any movement, immediately move. Yes. A commander of the Anxi Protectorate Army had already left to carry out the order. One book, one plot, had affected the entire situation around the Tang dynasty, changing the course of the world. Probably only Wang Chong could do this. Putting aside the situation on the periphery, the entire capital was in a state of apprehension, all news gathering in the Secretariat Advisor residence. At the same time, all the pressure converged on him. Young master, what do we do? The entire world was abuzz with discussion of the King of Foreign Lands book. Even in the Confucian school, there was a phenomenon of students arguing with their teachers. The King of Foreign Lands' actions are already shaking the foundation of our Confucian school. Not since the era of Emperor Wu of Han, when he dismissed the 100 schools of thought and revered Confucianism alone, has such a thing happened. If we do not restrain it and allow it to develop smoothly, the reputation of the Confucian sect built up over 1,000 years will be ruined. In the Secretariat Advisor residence, Elder Song, Bamboo Mirror, the Sword Ghost, the White-Clothed Girl, many members of the Confucian sect had gathered, and the atmosphere was tense. The Confucian sect had been paying close attention to this matter this entire time, and it had to admit that Wang Chong had made a fool out of all the Confucian sect members in the wolf and dog incident. Wang Chong had used this matter to prove his point to the masses, while also making it impossible for the Confucian sect to retaliate. At the very start, everyone had even believed that they had won. This was because Wang Chong's wolf and dog coexisting harmoniously in the cage was proof that the Confucian school's benevolence and righteousness was correct. Moreover, after this ruckus, the Confucian school didn't even need to send people to spread its teachings. Li Junxian had even sent away the beast tamers he had hired. But the final result, all the members of the Confucian sect deeply experienced the power of the Tang dynasty's King of Foreign Lands. Chapter 1331. Today, 21 chapters have been updated. Thank you for everyone's support. In addition, Emperor's Era has more than 20 alliance leaders. The list will be at the end. Thank you everyone, thank you everyone. Emperor's Era already has 92 alliance leaders. Today we will continue to break through to the alliance leader level. Brothers and sisters of the royal family, thank you everyone. Thank you Rainbow Royal Family 2 Rabbits, for becoming the alliance leader of this book. Thank you a Royal Family Slyness, for becoming the alliance leader of this book. Thank you Royal Family Arya, for becoming the alliance leader of this book. Thank you a Royal Family Will Drink Wine, for becoming the alliance leader of this book. Thank you Royal Family Feather Fan Luanjin, for becoming the alliance leader of this book. Thank you Royal Family Drunk Watching the Sword, for becoming the alliance leader of this book. Thank you Royal Family Yen Fei, for becoming the alliance leader of this book. Thank you Royal Family How Red Sunset, for becoming the alliance leader of this book. Thank you Royal Family Yu Gu, for becoming the alliance leader of this book. Thank you Royal Family Zijin, for becoming the alliance leader of this book. Thank you Silver Carp Bros Little Brother, for becoming the alliance leader of this book. Thank you Royal Family Kaju, for becoming the alliance leader of this book. Thank you Royal Family Xiaohong, for becoming the alliance leader of this book. Thank you Royal Family Jianjian, for becoming the alliance leader of this book. Thank you Royal Family Cousin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, for becoming the alliance leader of this book. Haha, thank you. Thank you Guide 2 Chi Chiao 6655329990, for becoming the alliance leader of this book. Chapter 1332. Leave this matter to me. Li Juanxian's white robe fell to the ground as he suddenly spoke. His face was much paler than it had been a few days ago, and his face seemed a little haggard. It was clear that he had not been sleeping well in the last few days. He had never encountered Wang Chang's style of attack before. No one in the Tang dynasty would do what he did. But this was precisely the king of foreign lands of the Tang dynasty. Might makes right was spreading among the people day by day, and Li Junxian was well aware of what this trend would lead to. But after several days of thinking, he had been unable to come up with a good solution. Wang Chang's method had been too ingenious. Not only had he promoted his own ideals, he had also sealed their mouth. Not only that, Dalan Trinling of Uzun, Wunu Shibi of the Western Turks, Ashinatuazan of the Eastern Turks, Yun Gaisaman of the Goguryeo Empire, and Arabia have all sent letters urging us to stop this matter. Based on the reports of our spies in the various countries, there are already voices of resistance in the various countries, calling for the cancellation of all their agreements with us. Some are even discussing calling back all their armies. At this time, a voice sounded. Bamboo Mirror, who was in charge of intelligence, stepped forward and also spoke. Buzz! Li Junxian and all the other Confucian sect experts in the room tensed and raised their heads at these words. When did this happen? Has the imperial court already received the news? Li Junxian asked. This was a private message from a few days ago. I was worried that you would be under too much pressure, so I didn't tell you. Zhu Jing said. Everyone in the room breathed a long sigh of relief. Since it was a private message, it meant that there was still room for negotiation. The other countries clearly did not want to go to war with the Tang dynasty. But it was also clear that all the countries on the border felt an enormous threat from Wang Chang's actions and the storm in the capital, and they hoped that the Confucian sect could prevent the situation from worsening. In truth, it's not just the countries. The Prime Minister, the Grand Preceptor, and King Qi have also sent letters asking what we should do. At the side, Elder Song sighed and spoke as well. The pressure the Confucian sect faced wasn't just limited to the borders and the surrounding countries, but also included the imperial court. King Qi, the Grand Preceptor, and the Prime Minister were all important allies of the Confucian sect. Everyone could see that Wang Chang's might makes right was spreading through the capital and the rest of the 9 provinces. It was clear that the first prince, King Qi, and the Prime Minister were also hoping that the Confucian sect could change the situation. At the side, the white-clothed young lady's lips moved, but in the end, she refrained from saying anything. The young master had racked his brains and was already facing enough pressure. There was no need to add more trouble to him. In an instant, the hall was dead silent. Everyone was looking in the same direction, and each gaze was like an invisible pressure. Li Junxian was the leader of the Confucian sect, and if there was anyone in the world who could contend against Wang Chong, it was probably him. Got it. After a long while, Li Junxian finally spoke. At that moment, countless thoughts flitted through his eyes, and finally, Li Juanxian's eyes gradually became determined. In the grand undertaking of the harmonious world, everyone is insignificant. The 1,000-year foundation of the Confucian sect cannot be destroyed by our own hands in the face of this unprecedented opportunity, much less by the hands of the king of foreign lands. Help me prepare to bathe and change my clothes. I want to go to the Holy Temple. Buzz. The words Holy Temple startled everyone in the hall, and they all revealed expressions of respect, even more so than when they were with Li Junxian. Young master, you want to? Elder Song stepped forward, bowed, and cautiously said. Li Junxian firmly nodded. This is a struggle of ideals that no longer concerns our Confucian sect. At a time like this, we should go and see him. Li Junxian sighed. 4 hours after the conclusion of the meeting in the hall, a simple and inconspicuous carriage blended into the surging stream of people, passing through many streets and alleys until it reached the northwest corner of the capital, a plum forest adjacent to the imperial palace. This plum blossom forest was completely different from any other place he had been to before. At the entrance of the plum blossom forest, 2 golden dragon banners were erected, fluttering in the wind. On both sides of the banners were the imperial guards and golden guards, who would only appear in the royal palace. This place was clearly not a place that ordinary people could enter. Li Junxian showed a token at his waist. Without being questioned, he quickly entered the depths of the plum forest. Quiet and secluded. It was difficult to imagine that there was such a secluded place in the capital. Following a winding path, Li Junxian's carriage stopped in front of a dazzling palace. "Young master, we've arrived." A Confucian sect disciple quickly got off the carriage and opened the door. Li Junxian walked out, and the moment his feet touched the ground, he smelled the fragrance unique to the plum forest. "It's been a long time since I've been here." Li Junxian took in a deep breath, his mind filled with emotion as he gazed at this familiar sight. Turning his head, Li Junxian immediately saw a massive palace. There was no plaque on the palace, only a stone stele 10 some paces from the main gate. Several large words had been written in cinnabar on the stele. "Head of all Confucians." Beneath it was a seal, upon which was written the words "by the will of the heavens." From the mottled inscriptions on the stele, it was clear that it had been here for a very long time. The imperial seal of a high master. This thought flitted through Li Junxian's mind as he gazed at the stele. Throughout the ages, apart from the great sage and the second sage Mencius, the emperors of the past rarely bestowed the title of head of all Confucians upon the Confucian sect. Not just anyone could bear the title of head of all Confucians. The presence of the golden guards and the imperial seal of a high master, just these 2 points meant that the person living in this golden palace had an extraordinary status that no ordinary person could compare to. Li Junxian's sleeves fluttered in the wind as he gazed at the palace before him, many thoughts flitting through his mind. Outside the imperial city, in the northwest corner of the imperial city, there was a plum forest and a palace hidden deep within it. Not many people knew of this place, but in the Confucian school, all the Grand Confucians, erudite Confucians, and Confucian scholars had supreme statuses. This was a true holy temple of the Confucian school, because the person living inside, or perhaps worshipped, was the true spiritual leader of the Confucian school of the world. The ruler is benevolent, never be unbenevolent. The ruler is righteous, never be unrighteous. The ruler is upright, never be unjust. Those who delight in the people's happiness, the people also delight in their happiness. Those who worry about the people's worries, the people also worry about their worries. The people are most important, the state is second, and the ruler is light. Thus, those who obtain the people become the Son of Heaven, those who obtain the Son of Heaven become the vassals, and those who obtain the vassals become the great officials. When Li Junxian appeared in front of the holy temple, he could hear the sounds of reading coming from within. Unlike ordinary schools, the voices coming from within were not the voices of children. Each one of these voices was extremely old. If they were not extremely old, they were renowned Confucians in their 50s or 60s. "Young master, Master Zhu already knows that you have come. Please come in." A few moments later, an old Confucian dressed in a gray-white Confucian robe stepped over the threshold and walked out. If anyone else were here, they would assuredly be shocked to see this old Confucian, because this old Confucian was an extremely famous Confucian throughout the Huxiang region. 20-some years ago, a book called The Study of Confucianism had spread throughout the world and was regarded as a standard by all Confucians. It was rumored that he had died long ago, but who could have known that he had entered this holy temple and followed that person for 10-some years? "Many thanks." Li Junxian respectfully bowed, and then with a flick of his robe, he strode into the palace hall. The palace hall was quiet, with not a single golden guard or imperial guard in sight. There were only incense burners placed on the sides of the hall, exuding a fragrant and musky scent. In front of the incense burners that were shaped like dragons, tigers and cranes, great Confucians over the age of 50 were sitting cross-legged on the ground. They were either writing, drawing, transcribing scriptures, or meditating with their eyes closed. It was as if they were studying knowledge. These people were so focused on their own matters that they didn't even glance at Li Junxian when he entered. Li Junxian did not care, brushing past these people as he walked deeper into the palace. The sounds of reading got closer and closer, and after passing through a gate, Li Junxian saw a square made of stone and a simple but clean thatched hall in the back of the palace. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that there was such a simple and crude hut standing behind this magnificent palace hall. Although it was simple and crude, the thatched hall gave off an otherworldly feeling, fresh and elegant, and also had a pure and holy aura. Not only did it not make the magnificent palace hall seem inferior, anyone who saw it would feel that the magnificent palace hall had become insignificant in front of the thatched hall and the surrounding plum trees and bamboo forests. Although it was rather strange, Li Junxian had long ago become indifferent to it. The great and noble Confucians, their sleeves fluttering in the wind, were passing through the plaza, passing through the thatched huts, or leaving. Li Junxian quickly followed them. At the entrance of the thatched hall, the eminent Confucians and eminent Confucians were kneeling on the ground, carrying out the etiquette of a disciple as they intently studied with a single person. Their demeanor was respectful, as if they were young people who knew nothing and were learning from a knowledgeable teacher. These eminent Confucians, and old Confucians would all be revered in the 9 provinces. At this level of learning, there was no need for them to learn from others, nor was there anyone who could teach them. However, when they arrived at the grass hall, they all knelt down like children to seek knowledge. Not only did they not feel ashamed at all, but they also felt honored. It was as if staying here to study was a great honor. Chapter 1333. Li Junxian stood at the door and scanned the room. He noticed that there were quite a few important officials among these students, but none of them had the airs of important officials of the court. All of them were engrossed in reading the sutras before them. This is the Grand Preceptor. At the very front of the crowd was a plain-robed elder kneeling on the ground. Li Junxian's eyes widened in shock as he recognized him. This elder kneeling in the middle of the thatched cottage seemed no different from the other old and revered Confucians. It was none other than the Grand Preceptor of the Tang dynasty, Zhan Zhongmi. This Grand Preceptor of the Tang dynasty, someone who even the Holy Emperor revered, was kneeling on the ground like a student, studying scriptures and learning. If news of this got out, the world would be shaken. Moreover, the Grand Preceptor was nearly 80 years old. There were few people who had the right to be his teacher and make him treat him like a disciple. But Li Junxian knew that the person in the thatched cottage was precisely the person who had the right to teach the Grand Preceptor, because he was the spiritual leader of the Confucian school. Since the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods and the Eastern Han Dynasty, he was the only person who could call himself a Master Zhu, a teacher revered by all the Confucians of the world, a leader of the Confucians who had been worshipped by Emperor Gaozong, who had done everything possible to invite him into the palace but had been refused. Left with no other choice, he had built a palace for him so that he could stay here, in the capital, by his side. A great scholar who had lived for more than 120 years, who had annotated the 4 books and 5 classics, including the Analects of Confucius, and whose works had been passed down through the world. Today, all Confucians of the world were able to proofread and study these works as the Golden Rule. The 4 books and 5 classics, especially the Analects, were the sacred scriptures of the Confucian school. These were the books written by the sages of the Spring and Autumn period. This sort of scripture was not something that anyone could annotate just because they wanted to. If one's knowledge was lacking and carelessly annotated it, they would be condemned by all. When that time came, no matter how vast the world was, there would be no place for them. One could easily imagine how profound and virtuous this person was to be able to annotate the Analects. He was born in the era of Emperor Gaozu of the Tang dynasty. At the age of 8, he was summoned to the palace by Emperor Gaozu. Later on, he confronted Emperor Taizong and was invited by Taizu with the position of prime minister. However, he was politely declined and was worshipped as a living saint of the Tang dynasty. Although he had never entered the imperial court, many of his disciples had served as prime minister, grand preceptor, and grand tutor. It could be said that almost all of the civil officials, important officials, and famous scholars in the world were under his name. This was Master Zhu. This was also the important person Li Junxian wanted to meet this time. Li Junxian looked up and saw a thin, white-haired elder in a wide-sleeved robe and a tall hat. He was currently lecturing on the scriptures, and his face was stern and inflexible. He held a black ruler in his hand and exuded a dignified aura. This elder was far older than the elderly, and although the old Confucians in the audience were old and had white hair and deep wrinkles, they seemed like youths in front of this elder. Moreover, even though he didn't know any martial arts, the old man's aura was like that of a high mountain. The profound aura of knowledge was endless, enough to make any scholar or great scholar in the world revere him. Fish is what I desire, bear paw is also what I desire. If I cannot have both, I will give up the fish and take the bear paw. Life is what I desire, righteousness is what I desire. If I cannot have both, I will give up life to obtain righteousness. Confucius said to seek benevolence, Mencius said to obtain righteousness. To sacrifice one's body for righteousness, to give up one's life for righteousness. Benevolence and righteousness are the foundation of the thoughts of the most holy sage and the second holy Mencius, and also the source of our Confucian school. To study the essence of these two words is to comprehend the essence of the thousands of scriptures of the Confucian school. As his scholarly voice drifted down, the elder's voice was calm and gentle, possessing a soothing power. Each word seemed to speak to the depths of the mind, making one feel enlightened. All the Confucians in the audience, including the Grand Preceptor, respectfully listened and carefully analyzed, not daring to slack off in the slightest. The thatched cottage was a land of learning and also a holy land. Li Junxian stood at the door, not daring to act rashly, and silently waited. After an unknown period of time, an ancient and melodious bell chime rang out, followed by rustling sounds and robes fluttering in the wind. The class was over, and the great Confucians, old Confucians, and great Confucians finally stood up and left in an orderly manner. At the same time, a voice rang out at his ear. Master Zhu is very old. Do not delay for too long. As he was leaving, the Grand Preceptor paused and gave Li Junxian a profound glance. Li Junxian was taken aback, but then he nodded. Understood. The Grand Preceptor said no more, brushing past Li Junxian and quickly leaving. He did not attract anyone's attention. It was at this moment that Li Junxian heard a familiar voice. Junxian, come in. This voice was mellow and deep, imbued with the power to see through one's mind. It made one feel like one's secrets had been completely seen through before one even spoke. Li Junxian took in a deep breath and composed himself. Straightening his robe, he did not dare to tarry and respectfully walked in. When he was still a few paces from Master Zhu, Li Junxian stopped and bowed respectfully. Junxian pays respect to senior brother. Li Junxian finally spoke, but the information he revealed was enough to move anyone. Master Zhu, who was already 120 years old and had been bestowed the title of teacher of all Confucians by Emperor Gaozong, was actually Li Junxian's senior brother. Sit. Master Zhu sat high above, his eyes drooping. He extended a thin finger and pointed at the seat next to him, his face as calm as an ancient well. It's been around 10 years since we last met, right? Yes. Li Junxian immediately grew much quieter, a hint of sorrow appearing on his handsome face. 10 years ago, he had only been 17, but Master Zhu was already Master Zhu. He had once often entered this plum forest, and this thatched cottage to find this senior brother who was 100 years older than him. But after that incident, he had not come here for a very long time. The two of them had also not conversed for a very long time. "I've heard all about your affairs outside," Master Zhu indifferently said. His hands were hidden in his sleeves, his Confucian robe draped over the ground, and his expression was indifferent and lofty. After living for so long and experiencing so many things, it was very difficult for anything to shake his mental state. Li Junxian was quiet for a long time. Junxian is slow-witted and has insulted senior brother's eyes and ears. Your talent is unparalleled in the world, and you are the child of Providence personally chosen by Master. But the Confucian school has an inner and outer sect. I am the outer sect and you are the inner sect. You should know that I do not interfere in the matters of the Confucian school. Master Zhu shook his head. The people of the world only knew of the Confucian school or the Confucian sect, but very few people knew that the Confucian school was divided into the inner and outer sections. The outer sect only cultivated knowledge and was the spiritual leader of the world. It appeared in public, educated the hearts of the people, and pursued the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. The inner sect, on the other hand, was the Confucian school. It cultivated both the civil and martial arts, and focused primarily on the martial path. There wasn't a single person who didn't know martial arts and was an expert in the Confucian sect. Pure knowledge was not enough to govern the world and educate the hearts of the people. Thus, even though Confucius had lobbied the world for decades and met with the sovereigns of the various countries, he had never been placed in an important position. The Confucian school had never been able to promote its teachings and was often pushed aside by the militarists. This could be said to be the origin of the Confucian school's cultivation of martial arts. Sage Confucius had 72 disciples at his side, and there were also martial artists like Zilu who escorted him along the way to ensure his safety. In truth, the Confucian school also had martial arts passed down by Zilu. But later on, the Confucian school had gradually separated itself from the Confucian school in order to conceal itself. Even so, the two were still inextricably linked. Li Junxian had relied on Master Zhu's influence to order around the Grand Preceptor and all the civil officials of the court, including sending some civil officials into the court. Junxian understands, but this matter has nothing to do with the harmonious world or the cause of the Confucian school, but with the ideals of the Confucian school that have existed for thousands of years. Li Junxian sternly said, "The king of foreign lands?" Master Zhu's expression flickered as he finally opened his eyes. "Senior brother already knows?" Li Junxian was taken aback. "That child, Zhongmi, has already told me," Master Zhu calmly said from his seat. Li Junxian was stunned, finally understanding why the Grand Preceptor had appeared here. "Senior brother, the matters of the imperial court are secondary, but the situation among the people is extremely serious. Might makes right, the law of the jungle, the strong preying on the weak. Before this, no one has ever systematically proposed such an idea, and no one has ever written a book to spread this idea to the world. At the start, I believed that he would not succeed, but now, fathers and brothers are fighting among the people, and even children know about the law of the jungle. If this idea is not stopped and is allowed to spread, the foundation of the Confucian school that has existed for thousands of years will be completely shaken. If this idea is spread throughout the world, people will eat each other, and all familial ties between father and son will be obliterated. We will return to the spring and autumn and warring states periods, when rites and music are ruined and birds and beasts eat each other. At that time, all the efforts of the sages and our predecessors will have been wasted," Li Junxian sternly said to Master Zhu. Chapter 1334. However, Master Zhu had retired to the thatched cottage many years ago, no longer caring about worldly affairs. Even when the imperial clan came to visit, he refused to meet them. Although Li Junxian was the leader of the Confucian sect, If Master Zhu was unwilling, not even he could do anything. The thatched cottage was quiet. Li Junxian gazed at Master Zhu and silently waited. Understood. I will handle this matter. After some time, Master Zhu suddenly said, Whoosh. Li Junxian inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Many thanks, senior brother. Li Junxian deeply bowed and stood up. 2 days later, a matter shook the world. In Gaozong's era, the one and only remaining master of the world, Master Zhu, had finally appeared. This matter caused a stir throughout the world, especially in the Confucian sect. Countless famous Confucians, eminent Confucians, and noble Confucians could no longer restrain themselves and began to rush to the capital in agitation. Lord Father, you are already very old, and the capital is very far from here. Given the state of your body, I fear that you won't be able to endure the fatigue of the journey. At a certain place in the 9 provinces, a son pulled on the carriage of his 80-year-old father and did his utmost to stop him. Bastard thing, do you know who Master Zhu is? Let alone the fatigue of the journey, even if I die on the road today, this old man will have no regrets. On the contrary, if you stop me, I will live in regret for the rest of my life. Your father will never forgive you. In the carriage, the white-haired old man spoke with a stern expression. He disregarded the objections of the entire family and insisted on moving forward. Similar scenes were taking place throughout the 9 provinces. Master Zhu's news had cast a massive stone over the 9 provinces, and even the disputes between the militarists and Confucians were greatly reduced. At the appointed time, the capital was filled with excitement. Countless Confucians, famous Confucians, and old Confucians, had gathered in front of the Temple of Learning and were silently waiting. Such a grand occasion attracted the attention of countless people. Many of these people were not even 30 or 40 and had no idea of Master Zhu's existence, but when they heard of Master Zhu's background, all of them felt deep veneration. Living immortal, this is a real living immortal. All of the commoners were filled with deep veneration, and some of them even began to worship Master Zhu's living memorial tablet in their homes. Even the imperial family sent out golden guards to guard the area around the school temple to maintain order. From daybreak in the east until the sun was high in the sky, to the middle of the day, there was still no sign of Master Zhu. Tens of thousands of scholars gathered in front of the ancient and solemn temple, but none of them showed the slightest bit of impatience. After an unknown period of time, look! All of a sudden, someone shouted. In an instant, the crowd burst into an uproar. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the academic temple. Under the gazes of countless people, the originally empty front of the academic temple was a slim figure, dressed in robes as white as snow, untainted by a speck of dust. That person had his hands clasped behind his back. Just by standing there and fighting, there was an aura of a lofty mountain spreading out endlessly. Master Zhu! Master Zhu! Seeing that figure, the crowd in front of the school temple was filled with excitement. All the scholars dropped to their knees and kowtowed to the figure. Some of the old men in their 70s and 80s even began to weep in agitation. In the eyes of many people, they were old and respected figures of virtue and prestige. But only they knew that in front of Master Zhu, they really weren't much. Compared to Master Zhu, they were truly just youths. When they were still children, Master Zhu was already 50 or 60 years old. His name had long since spread throughout the world, and he was revered as the leader of the Confucian school. By the time they had become famous, Master Zhu had long since retired. For many of these old Confucians, being able to see Master Zhu in their lives was already a great honor. They could truly die with no regret. Looking at those old masters wailing in agony, all of the golden guards of insignia were incomparably shocked. When they had come, they had only known that they were here to protect an important leader of the Confucian school, but they had no idea that this person was someone as important as Master Zhu. Some of the golden guards also put down their weapons and knelt to Master Zhu. Master Zhu said nothing, only calmly looking at the scene before him. Then, he turned around. To the side, someone had already stepped forward and unfurled a blank banner. Master Zhu extended his hand. Someone had already prepared the ink and respectfully handed over a brush covered in ink. Everyone, look! Master Zhu has written a word. Someone suddenly shouted, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Countless gazes gathered on Master Zhu in front of the education temple. Swish! Swish! Under everyone's gazes, Master Zhu's writing was vigorous and forceful. He wrote down 2 large words in front of everyone's eyes. Benevolence. Righteousness. Boom. The crowd once more boiled over at the sight of these 2 characters. Benevolence. Does Master Zhu mean that the foundation of learning is benevolence and righteousness? To be able to see Master Zhu with my own eyes is already an incredible honor. To be able to see Master Zhu write a word and personally lecture on the Confucian Tao, this old man can truly die with no regrets. Ha ha! Benevolence and righteousness are the essence of Confucian culture. For Master Zhu to write these 2 characters, he must have a deeper meaning. The crowd was in an uproar, seemingly intoxicated. Even more people were muttering the words benevolence and righteousness, as if trying to fathom the deeper meaning behind Master Zhu's actions. In front of the temple, Master Zhu did not give any explanation for these 2 words. He tossed the brush in his hand onto a golden plate in the hands of an attendant, then with a wave of his sleeve, he left. In front of the temple there was a sea of people, but the crowd refused to leave. Although only a few moments had passed since he had appeared and left, the effects of this matter were far from over. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Master Zhu's appearance and the 2 words he had inscribed were like a boulder that stirred up endless waves in the land of the 9 provinces. Master Zhu. These 2 words, as if they had wings, quickly spread to every corner of the 9 regions. Even 3-year-old children knew how to say these 2 words and put away their previous naughty appearance. Master Zhu? Just who is this person? At the same time, in the Wang clan residence, Wang Chong looked at the person across from him, his eyes filled with shock. This matter had been too sudden. It's normal that you don't know. It's not just you. Even people of my generation and your fathers don't know much. On the other side, King Song put down the teacup in his hand and gave a detailed account of all the information he had gathered on Master Zhu. In truth, it's not just you. Even I am shocked. During the reign of the previous emperor, I occasionally heard about Master Zhu, but I only caught a glimpse of him. Rumor has it that he passed away in meditation long ago. Who could have expected that he would still be alive? The King of Song sighed at the end. Wang Chong sat there in a daze, his mind in turmoil. This was yet another important figure that had surfaced because of him. There was no doubt that if he had not interfered, Master Zhu would have lived out his remaining years in peace and passed away. At the very least, he had not heard anything about him in his previous life. This matter isn't good. Wang Chong frowned slightly, feeling rather uneasy. If the King of Song had not told him, he would have found it very difficult to believe that a living legend like Master Zhu existed in this world. But of all times, Master Zhu had appeared. One was the spiritual leader of the Confucian school, while the other was the Confucian school. Both had the word Confucian in them, and this was the moment of the most intense conflict between might makes right and benevolence and righteousness. Wang Chong did not believe that this was a coincidence. Wang Chong, Master Zhu's influence and status in the Tang dynasty has already surpassed that of the imperial family and any secular authority. Your publication of Might Makes Right naturally clashes with the benevolence and righteousness of the Confucian school. Master Zhu's appearance at this time is likely to be disadvantageous to you. You must be extremely careful. This is also why I have come to warn you, the King of Song said gravely. The King of Song's conjecture and Wang Chong's premonition were quickly confirmed a few days later. In just 2 days, news arrived that Master Zhu, as the spiritual leader of the Confucian school, had personally refuted Wang Chang's might makes right. Benevolence and righteousness cannot be abandoned. These were Master Zhu's original words. This news spread like a hurricane through the capital, and then from the capital to the rest of the 9 prefectures. Unlike Li Juanxian's benevolence and righteousness and the theory of birds and beasts, Master Zhu's status in the Confucian school was unrivaled. In other words, anyone in the world who could read was Master Zhu's student. One could easily imagine Master Zhu's status. When Master Zhu had appeared in the Confucian temple, he had already attracted the attention of all the Confucians of the world in the capital, and Master Zhu's words had swiftly passed through these esteemed Confucians and reached all the schools of the world. A storm had begun. The Confucian school had been spreading through the Central Plains for more than 1,000 years, and its influence had imperceptibly seeped into every aspect of the common people's lives. Even the illiterate would know a little of the Confucian school's ideas and be deeply influenced. And when Master Zhu used his status as the head of the Confucian school to issue a summons and denounce Wang Chang's might makes right as a heretical theory, the millennia-old influence of the Confucian school gradually began to manifest its enormous influence. In just one day, countless esteemed Confucians responded to Master Zhu's summons and wrote books criticizing Wang Chang's might makes right. The scale and number of such books were unparalleled, and this influence was swiftly spread to every school and every student. In just one day, several hundred students were expelled from their schools and forbidden from entering any other school. Respecting one's teacher and respecting the Tao was the foundation of the Confucian school. For someone of Master Zhu's status to dare to promote a heretical theory in their school and defy Master Zhu was a great disgrace. Chapter 1335. Not only that, within the capital, relying on the influence of the Confucian school that had existed for more than 1,000 years, might makes right was wiped clean from the market in a single day. Not a single copy of this book could be seen in the capital. At the same time, the denigration of Wang Chang's reputation began to pour in. A letter of censure, signed by more than 10,000 old Confucians, Grand Confucians, and eminent Confucians of the Great Tang, reached the heavens and the Secretariat, demanding that Wang Chong be stripped of all his posts and that the printing and distribution of might makes right be forbidden. In just a few days, the voices of the people supporting Wang Chong and might makes right immediately dwindled, and the Confucian school's benevolence and righteousness immediately rose to the top, gaining the absolute upper hand. The situation had changed so quickly that no one had expected it. Clap! A thick book was thrown through the window onto the street. "Father, give me back my book!" A cry of alarm came from the room, the voice of an extremely young man. "Bastard thing, I forbid you from reading such heretical theories in the future. Did you not hear the words of the village elder and Master Zhu? This is nothing more than a bunch of twisted theories that can't be trusted. Don't you know what sort of person Master Zhu is? Could that king of foreign lands be even more formidable than Master Zhu?" His father's furious curses came from the room. The young man's voice instantly grew softer at the mention of Master Zhu's name. "It's decided. If you don't want your future children, your children's children, and even your children's children to be rejected by all the schools and teachers, then don't let me touch this kind of thing again. Master Zhu has already spoken, so do you still think this is a minor matter?" The father was seething with rage. Similar events were taking place throughout the 9 provinces. No one had expected the situation to change so quickly. "Your Highness, it's bad." Hurried footsteps could be heard in the Wang family residence as Su Shixian rushed into the residence, his face pale and hurried. "Your Highness, I've just received news that the common people have begun to throw away the copies of Might Makes Right they bought and are starting to burn them." But just as Su Shixian finished speaking, he raised his head and froze. Other than him, Qing Sanyuan, Xue Qianjun, Suki, and the others were all present in the room. The atmosphere was heavy, and everyone had unsightly expressions on their faces. Su Shixian stared blankly, speechless. It was clear that Su Shixian was not the first to receive the bad news. All the information gathered together showed that the situation was extremely unfavorable to Wang Chong. No one had expected the Confucian sect to bring out Master Zhu. In truth, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it very difficult to believe that a 10-20-year-old legend of the Confucian sect was still alive. Su Shixian and the others didn't even know of Master Zhu's existence. However, before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Whoosh! A messenger pigeon flew through the window and suddenly flew in. "It's a letter from the King of Song." With a single glance, everyone recognized that the golden rings on the pigeon's leg were the symbol of the King of Song. As they were both in the capital, the King of Song would never have sent a message at a time like this unless something extremely serious had occurred. In an instant, the faces of everyone in the room turned even paler. Whoosh! With a calm expression, Wang Chong waved his hand, and the letter on the pigeon's leg flew into Wang Chong's hand. After opening it and glancing at it, Wang Chong's heart sank. The Confucian sect had finally moved. When it rains, it pours. In a single day, news spread throughout the world that the imperial court had begun an impeachment and investigation against King of Foreign Lands, Wang Chong. His crimes included privately raising an army and conspiring against the law, disobeying the orders of the Holy Emperor by opening the Qixi armory that belonged to the imperial household, and without the permission of His Divine Majesty, he removed 50,000 Tang dynasty ballistae and nearly 1 million Tang dynasty ballistae. There were also charges of cultivating henchmen and appointing officials through favoritism. But the first two crimes alone were enough to put Wang Chong to death. The Tang dynasty had a strict limit on the number of private armies raised by the great clans and nobles. Normally, there would only be a few squads of soldiers, no more than 1,000 at most. However, Wang Chong had recruited more than 10,000 cavalry, and Wang Chong had equipped them with the same kind of heavenly armor and the incomparably sharp Wuzi steel swords. This was a force that was enough to carry out a large-scale battle and change the outcome of the war. And this was far beyond the scope of a private army. In the Tang dynasty, just this quantity and quality of an army was enough to be accused of plotting a rebellion. More importantly, this army was not even part of the Tang dynasty's military establishment. The second crime seemed like a heavy blow, but it was actually far more serious than the first. Deceiving the sovereign was always a grave crime, and once it was exposed, there was almost no room for redemption. Zhang Shogui was one of the leading figures of the Great Tang. He had rendered countless contributions and was highly regarded by the Holy Emperor. But in the Yuzhou incident, if not for Wang Chong's intervention, Zhang Shogui would have already been stripped of his position and exiled to the Lingnan, where he would die of depression. Even if the sovereign wanted to pardon him, his ministers would vehemently oppose such a crime. No matter how great one's contributions were or how illustrious one's status was, once one committed this crime, one's career would come to an end. Anyone who committed one of these two crimes would be beyond redemption, but Wang Chong committed both. Worst of all, based on the results of the preliminary investigation, the evidence for both crimes was conclusive. Not a single one of them had wronged Wang Chong. The news shook the world. "Gentlemen, do any of you have anything else to say on this matter?" The Hall of Supreme Harmony was dignified, vast and divine. The first Prince Liang sat high above, his cold gaze slowly sweeping over the people below. The discussion and impeachment of Wang Chong had reached its peak. No matter what, a verdict had to be made today. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to explain himself to the world, he would also weaken his dignity as regent. "Your Highness, the evidence for the King of Foreign Lands raising a private army and defying imperial decree by opening the armory is conclusive. This lowly subject believes that he should be severely punished. This cannot be tolerated." Minister of Rights Zhang Lianzhong bowed and loudly declared, his hand on his ceremonial tablet. "Your Highness, this cannot be done. It is true that the king of foreign lands privately recruited the Wushang cavalry and defied imperial decree by opening the armory, but everything he did was for the sake of the Tang dynasty. If not for this, Talas would have already been defeated, and Longxi and Qixi would have fallen into enemy hands. If he is punished for such a thing, the hearts of the soldiers of the world will turn cold." Immediately afterward, a general stepped out and loudly retorted. The Battle of Talas had been over for so long, so why was it brought up now, instead of earlier, to impeach Wang Chong? Everyone knew why. The Confucian sect was using justice to take revenge, using this matter to deal with Wang Chong so that it could emerge victorious in this battle of ideals between militarists and Confucians. Regarding this, all the generals felt that it was unfair. For the sake of the empire, you can raise a private army. For the sake of the empire, you can disregard the holy emperor and deceive the sovereign? If this theory of yours is followed, will the laws of the Tang dynasty still exist? Suddenly, with a cold snort, Prince Qi walked out from his ranks. This was an extremely rare opportunity. More importantly, Wang Chong's crimes had not been fabricated. This was an opportunity that had been delivered to him. There are so many generals on the border, and which one of them hasn't made any contributions? Do you think that they can do whatever they want in the Tang dynasty just because they have this banner? If the son of foreign lands breaks the law, he will be punished like a commoner, and the king of foreign lands is just a king. Could he be even more important than the son of foreign lands? When the last sentence was spoken, the entire hall immediately fell into a deathly silence. These were not words that could be casually answered or answered. King Qi's words were aimed at the heart. "Your Highness!" King Qi swept his gaze over the officials and gave a smug smile. He immediately turned to First Prince Li Ying and said with a stern and righteous expression, "The law is merciless. Since the king of foreign lands has made a mistake, he must take responsibility for his mistake. This lowly subject proposes that Wang Chong be immediately imprisoned and executed at a later date. He shall also be stripped of all his titles. This will serve as a warning to others." "Your Highness, no." The king of Song couldn't help but step forward. Everyone in the world can see the king of foreign lands' abilities, and even the surrounding barbarians fear him. If the king of foreign lands is killed because of this matter, the Tang dynasty will be crippling its own hands and feet. If the barbarians rise again, which one of you will be able to bear the consequences? The king of Song felt as if his insides were aflame. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to Wang Chong, and the situation was completely tilting in an unpredictable direction. "Imperial uncle, I already have a clear understanding of this matter." The first prince finally spoke after a long period of silence. There was a hint of hesitation and awkwardness between his brows. At any other time, the first prince would not have minded kicking Wang Chong while he was down, but this was a different matter. All the details were being made public to the world, and countless eyes were watching him. Even if the first prince had selfish motives, he had to carry out the plan impartially. Moreover, Wang Chong had been personally conferred the title by the Holy Emperor and was the Son of Heaven's disciple. If he really did kill him, not only would the people of the world refuse to accept him, the prestige of his reign in the future would also be extremely detrimental. "Wang Chong, do you have anything else to say?" With these final words, the first prince turned his head to Wang Chong at the end of the hall. In a flash, everyone's eyes focused on Wang Chong. "This subject only has one thing to say. I have done everything with a clear conscience," Wang Chong calmly said as he gazed at the first prince. Chapter 1336. "I understand." The first prince took in a deep breath and said after a few moments of thought, "Wang Chong, this prince knows that everything you do is for the sake of the country, but a country has its laws and a clan has its rules. Since the imperial court has issued a decree, everyone must abide by it. If the Son of Heaven breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the common people. The intense court dispute came to an end. Respectful farewells, Your Highness. Everyone bowed and watched the first prince depart. During this entire process, Wang Chang's expression was abnormally calm, perhaps excessively calm. Junior Administrator. Just when everyone was about to leave the hall, Wang Chong coldly chuckled and finally spoke. These words were so sudden that the entire hall fell silent. King Qi, the Grand Preceptor, and even Li Linfu all turned to look at him. Does the King of Foreign Lands have anything else to say? Li Junxian was taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Raising his robe, he walked through the crowd of officials. Whoosh! All the officials retreated, creating a large space for Wang Chong and Li Junxian. Everyone knew what was going on in this court dispute. In truth, this was a dispute between Wang Chong and Li Junxian. Wang Chong had been very quiet during the entire court debate, but now that the court session was over, Wang Chong had suddenly called out to Li Junxian. Everyone could sense the intense malice in this. "Ha, come here." Wang Chong waved a hand at the golden guard at the side of the hall. The guard froze for a moment before subconsciously walking over. Clap! Wang Chong lightly took off the silver fish seal at his waist and handed it over. At the same time, he lightly pulled on his chin and took off the violet gold crown on his head. In a flash, Wang Chong's pitch-black hair cascaded down over his shoulders, and a few strands of hair fell down from his temples. Li Junxian, I overestimated you. Wang Chong's first words caused Li Junxian's face to turn red. On the surface, the Confucian sect had won, but both Wang Chong and Li Junxian were well aware that from the moment they had invited Master Zhu, the Confucian sect had lost the upper hand. But even if I relinquish my post as advisor in council, and take off the robes of the King of Foreign Lands, do you really think that you've won? Wang Chong coldly sneered, a hint of derision on his face. King of Foreign Lands, what do you mean? Li Junxian's pupils constricted as he stared at Wang Chong said. However, Wang Chong didn't say anything. With a wave of his sleeve, he walked out of the palace hall and headed out of the palace. Chonger, wait a minute. Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, hurriedly chased after him. Li Junxian stared speechlessly at Wang Chong and Wang Zhen's backs for a long time. Putting aside Wang Chong's actions, when Wang Chong took off his fish talisman and walked out of the Taiha Palace, walala! With the flapping of wings, countless birds took to the skies of the Great Tang, instantly bringing the news of the capital and Wang Chong's impeachment to the rest of the world. Good. In the distant tent of the Eastern Turks, a bearded man heartily laughed as he read the letter in his hand. This Confucian sect is truly formidable. I didn't think that with just a few words, they would be able to cast the King of Foreign Lands into the abyss. Uzmish Kagan chuckled as he read the news from the Tang dynasty. Although the King of Foreign Lands' territory did not border Uzan, the teeth were interdependent, and the fighting power he had displayed was a massive threat to any empire. Moreover, once the Tang dynasty dealt with its opponents on other fronts, it would be able to immediately start conscripting soldiers in Yuzhou. At that time, the Eastern Turkic Khaganate would definitely suffer, forbidding him from participating in the affairs of the imperial court and the military. Haha, just based on these two rules, he's a tiger without its claws and teeth. He's no longer much of a threat to us. A false alarm. No matter what, we've won this round. The upper echelons of the Goguryeo Empire, the Western Khitans, the Mengshi Zhao Empire, and the Western Turkic Khaganate all rejoiced when they heard the news. This reversal had come far too quickly, completely catching everyone off guard. A moment ago, everyone had been worried that the Great Tang would become more aggressive than ever, but a moment later, all the threats had been eliminated. Master Zhu. I didn't think that he would still be alive. With just this move, the Confucian sect has won. In the distant Uzan, Dalen Trinling also received a report. But unlike the others, Dalen Trinling's focus was on the matter of Master Zhu's birth. Dalen Trinling had traveled the Central Plains many years ago and had long ago heard of Master Zhu's reputation. At the time, he was still not the Prime Minister of the Empire, but he deeply admired this great scholar of the Central Plains, the last remaining master. But at the time, he had learned that Master Zhu had already passed away. But it now appeared that this was not the case. Li Junxian is far from enough in this conflict between militarists and Confucians. Only the appearance of this Confucian chief can change everything. With Master Zhu's status, there is probably no one in the Central Plains who can contend against him. Dalen Trinling indifferently said. Imperial Minister, the impeachment of the King of Foreign Lands is indeed worthy of celebration, but forgive this subordinate for saying too much. For the Confucian sect to be able to order around Master Zhu is truly not simple. In the future, this Confucian sect will become a great calamity for us. At this moment, Great General Namri Songtian of the Yarlung royal lineage spoke from behind him. Even so, that's a matter for the future. With a wave of his sleeve, Dalen Trinling gave a faint and unconcerned smile. Guards, it's rare for Master Zhu to appear in this world. Prepare a gift for me and deliver it to Master Zhu in the name of Imperial Minister Uzun. In any case, all the princes of Uzun and I have traveled to the Central Plains and studied the teachings of Confucianism, so we can be considered Master Zhu's students. Just take it as a disciple's greeting. This subordinate obeys. A voice came from behind. Before his voice faded away, a leader of Uzun's guards quickly received the order and left. Also, once the guard had left, Dalen Trinling suddenly spoke. Songtian, it's rare for Li Junxian to give us a gift, so we should return the favor. As for the King of Foreign Lands, let us send him on his way. When he heard this, Namri Songtian stood unmoving like a boulder behind him, but there was a hint of a smile on his lips. This subordinate will do it right away. Leaving aside the commotion in the Eight Desolates, Wang Chong returned to his mansion after returning from the imperial court. Even though the outside world was in a storm, Wang Chong's mind was calm. Chonger, you don't need to worry too much about this matter. I will definitely think of a way to send a memorial to the Holy Emperor. You raised soldiers in Qixi and opened the armory for the sake of the Tang dynasty in the first place. If not for those weapons, Qixi and Longxi would still be in peril. I presume that His Majesty and the rest of the world will understand this. In the Wang family residence, Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, sat across from him, his face fraught with worry. Wang Chong appeared far too calm, but the calmer he appeared, the more worried Wang Zhen was. From the War of the Southwest to the Battle of Talas, to his coronation as a marquis, Wang Chong had been in almost perfect condition. But now, he had suddenly fallen to rock bottom, and his title as King of Foreign Lands might even be stripped. Wang Zhen was truly worried that his nephew would not be able to endure it. After all, great joy and great sorrow came too quickly, and no one could endure it. Not to mention, Wang Chong was only 18. He was simply too young. Haha, big uncle, I know what you're thinking. There's no need to worry about me. I can still deal with it, Wang Chong indifferently said. The door to the hall was tightly shut, and it was quiet inside. Other than Wang Zhen and Wang Chong, there was no one else. Wang Zhen could only mentally sigh at Wang Chong's words. Chonger, in truth, there's no need for you to put so much pressure on yourself. Our Wang clan is a clan of ministers and generals, and with the wealth you've saved up, even if you don't eat or drink for the rest of your life, it's still enough. From a different perspective, it's not necessarily a bad thing for you to retire from being advisor-in-waiting and from the imperial court and the army. At the very least, you can relax a little, and you won't have to face so many dangers. As for the world, you've already done all you can. Just like you said, it's enough that the people of our Wang clan have a clear conscience. Wang Chong stared in a daze at his big uncle's worried face, and a surge of warmth flowed through his heart. No matter the time, family was family and kin was kin. Big Uncle had always done his best for the affairs of the imperial court, and in Wang Chong's impression, he had always encouraged the people of the Wang clan to work hard for the Tang dynasty, for the imperial court and for the world. When little Uncle Wang Mi had stayed at Tianzhu Mountain to serve as an imperial army instructor, even though Wang Chong had always been on good terms with his big uncle, he had still reprimanded him and nearly fell out with him. This was also the reason why Wang Chong had idled around the capital, hanging out with Ma Zhou and the others, becoming an out-and-out profligate scion and suffering the cold shoulder of his big uncle. But now, for Wang Chong's sake, his big uncle had actually said that retiring from the imperial court and the army isn't necessarily a bad thing, and you've already done your best. Wang Chong was well aware of just how difficult this had been. Big uncle, thank you, Wang Chong said sincerely. After sending off his big uncle, Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. Inadvertently, Wang Chong realized that his big uncle had aged a great deal, and Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh. If Wang Chong withdrew from the imperial court, he would probably have to rely on his big uncle and the king of Song in the future. But then, Wang Chong blinked and quickly came to his senses. Someone, Wang Chong suddenly said. Two figures immediately appeared behind Wang Chong. They were the Eagle and Jean Quebec. What did the clans say about my impeachment? Wang Chong said with his back to the two. Hearing Wang Chong's words, the Eagle and Zhang Ke's eyes dimmed. After learning that Milord was impeached, many clans left us, severing their ties with us. We sent people over, but they refused to meet us. Chapter 1337. Let them do as they please. Wang Chong lightly waved his sleeve and faintly smiled, completely unconcerned. As a person who had lived two lives, he was used to the fickleness of human nature. Wang Chong no longer cared much about such things, and this was within his expectations. How many people are left? Wang Chong calmly asked. 738 clans. The Eagle said. These are all great clans that have worked with us for a very long time. Wang Chong was rather surprised at this number. It was much more than he had imagined. Why haven't they left? I also asked them, and they replied that everyone in the world can see the King of Foreign Lands' abilities. Even a momentary setback is nothing. Everyone believes that there will come a day when His Highness will rise again and ascend to an even higher position. The Eagle bowed. It's probably all for the sake of profit. Wang Chong chuckled. Although he said this, he felt a warmth in his heart. Those who were at his side at a time like this were all true allies. Pass down my orders. Tell them that each family will send a representative who is at the level of an elder or above to come to my mansion after midnight. We have something new to cooperate on. Wang Chong said. Yes, Your Highness. The Eagle hurriedly said. Zhang Ke, get ready. We've been preparing for the hybrid rice for so long, and we can finally put it into practice. But this matter requires the help of the great clans. Inform Sukui and the others to prepare a contract and have each clan head sign a confidentiality agreement. This matter cannot be leaked. In addition, tell all the clans working with us to prepare several large warehouses to store grain. Once we introduce the hybrid rice to the world, we should immediately buy large quantities and store them. It's not just the Tang dynasty. We also need to buy cattle, sheep, and all kinds of food from the surrounding countries. In the future, these things will be able to save all of our lives. Buzz. The Eagle and Zhang Ke felt their hearts tremble, almost instinctively sensing a hidden danger. Wang Chong said that these things could save all of our fates in the future. No one knew what he meant, but both of them could feel that Wang Chong was preparing something. Moreover, it was an extremely important matter. Otherwise, it wouldn't require the cooperation of so many aristocratic families. He also needed to build secret warehouses deep in the mountains. But even though they didn't understand, neither of them asked. No matter when or how excessive Wang Chong's orders were, they would never doubt them. Also, are Su Hanshan and Li Sai at the Triangular Gap? Wang Chong asked. Yes. General Su and General Li have already replied. They are preparing to return to the Qixi Protectorate soon. The eagle said. Change of plans. Tell them that there's no need to return to Qixi. Have them take all the Wushang cavalry and remain at the Triangular Gap to train with Bahram. Tell Bahram to recruit soldiers from Khorasan to fill in the Triangular Gap. We'll take care of the training. Tell Great General Gao Xianji and the King Gonka to think of a way to select elites from the Anxi Protectorate Army and the tribes of the western regions to train the new Mo Saber unit at the Triangular Gap. Wang Chong sternly said. A gust of wind blew past, and Wang Chong's robes fluttered in the wind. As he gazed at the gloomy sky, his eyes became extremely profound. Yes, the eagle and Zhang Ke replied in unison. The Tang dynasty could no longer tolerate him. From the moment the first prince had rejected the proposal to send troops to Khorasan, Wang Chong had known that the Holy Emperor had retired and that his ambitions could no longer be realized through the imperial court. When Li Junxian had impeached him in court and removed the fish talisman, it had been a victory for Li Junxian, but it had also been a release for Wang Chong. In order to save the entire divine prefecture and the world, the imperial court had never been the only option. Thus, even without the support of the imperial court, Wang Chong had still dared to lead several thousand soldiers to the southwest. With 10 million taels of gold and no other support from the imperial court, he had dared to recruit 100,000 soldiers from the western regions and rush to Talas. There had never been only one path to save the Tang dynasty and the divine prefecture. Since the imperial court could not work, he could only think of another method, a roundabout way to save the country. The Triangular Gap was overseas, not within the borders of the divine prefecture. No matter how many soldiers appeared there, they were not under the jurisdiction of the imperial court, and not even Li Junxian could interfere. Since the imperial court wanted to reduce the army and Wang Chong could not stop it, the only thing he could do was train soldiers overseas and build a final line of defense for the Tang dynasty. Pass on my order. If the soldiers that have been reduced don't want to go home, have them gather at the Triangular Gap with light carriages. In addition, I've already discussed this matter with the rulers of Greater and Lesser Balor. We will establish a military base in their capitals. We will be happy to help them resist the Uzun and also train soldiers to avoid the imperial court's spies. If too many soldiers are gathered at the Triangular Gap and they stay there all year round, they will attract too much attention. The eagle and Zhang Ke were stunned. Wang Chong had silently negotiated a large military base with Greater and Lesser Balor. Not even they had known about this matter. Wang Chong had his back to the pair and did not explain. Money could make even the devil turn the millstone, and the rulers of Greater and Lesser Balor had their own concerns. Their greatest concern was the nearby Uzun Empire. In the history of the two countries, they had been attacked and ruled by Uzun countless times. Relying on the promise of protection, their good cooperation, and the passage of gold, the two countries had carved out a large region on their border to serve as Wang Chong's military base. Moreover, the two countries had promised that, under certain circumstances, Wang Chong could mobilize the soldiers of the two countries at will. In addition, inform all the shipbuilding clans of the south that I will provide them with 200 million taels of gold. I need them to build at least 1,300 large keelbone fortress ships. I have already provided them with the blueprints, and all of this must be completed as quickly as possible. The clans that finish first will receive an additional 10 million taels of gold. Wang Chong calmly said. Old Eagle and Zhang Ke glanced at each other, both master and disciple seeing the same shock in each other's eyes. 200 million taels of gold was an enormous sum that would make all the shipbuilding clans of the southeast go crazy. An enormous clan would only be able to earn 100,000 years' worth of gold in a year, and no clan would be able to resist the enormous wealth that Wang Chong was offering. But, Your Highness, wouldn't 200 million taels of gold be too much? Zhang Ke hesitated for a moment. In the Battle of Khorasan, Wang Chong had obtained a large amount of gold from Arab Emperor Mutasim III, and a portion of it had been kept by Wang Chong. But even so, 200 million taels of gold was no small sum to Wang Chong's faction. There's no need to worry about that. Money is only useful if it is spent. In the future, we will need a large number of fortress ships. These ships are worth more than 200 million taels of gold, Wang Chong said. These ships and his other plans were the last hope that Wang Chong had prepared for this world. Moreover, he needed a large number of fortress ships to transport the Sindhi. Yes. The Eagle and Zhang Ke replied in unison. Wang Chong issued one order after another. Only after half an incense stick of time had passed did Old Eagle and Zhang Ke finally leave Wang Chong's room. Flap flap, flap flap. Soon after, countless messenger pigeons took off from the Wang family residence. One by one, they flapped their wings and flew off in every direction. Time slowly passed, and everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. And among the people, with Wang Chong's impeachment, the conflict between the two ideals had not only not been resolved, but had only intensified. In particular, when the news that Wang Chong had privately recruited soldiers and that he had opened the armory without the Holy Emperor's orders got out, all sorts of slander began to spread. Did you see the imperial court's proclamation? Did you? According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, the great clans cannot recruit more than 1,000 soldiers, but the king of foreign lands has already recruited more than 10,000 soldiers. Who knows how many soldiers he has in private that have yet to be discovered? The Tang dynasty is in a period of peace and prosperity, so why would he recruit so many soldiers? Do you now understand why he wrote, "Might makes right"? Ruler, subject, father, father, son. This is the law of the world. Without the Holy Emperor's orders, the king of foreign lands actually dared to open the armory of the Tang dynasty and empty out the armory that the Holy Emperor spent 30 years building. Does the king of foreign lands still care about the Holy Emperor? If he doesn't even care about the Holy Emperor, does he care about the people of the world? Privately recruiting soldiers, disobeying military orders, and opening the armory, what sort of hero is this? He's an ambitious demon king of slaughter plotting a rebellion. The king of foreign lands wants war, wants to bring the entire world into the flames of war. He doesn't want us to live in peace. In the western part of the capital, a crowd had gathered near a restaurant, all sorts of slander directed at Wang Chong. Don't speak nonsense. The king of foreign lands isn't that sort of person. If not for the king of foreign lands, the southwest would have already been occupied by Mengshi Zhao and Uzun, and countless people would have died in the fires of war. A voice of reason would occasionally appear in the crowd, but it was quickly drowned out. Several figures pushed and shoved, quickly pushing these people out of the crowd. Chapter 1338. The King Chi Residence. 3 words were clearly written on the gate of the residence in flamboyant calligraphy. Has everything been taken care of? A stalwart figure stood in the dimly lit hall, his body exuding a dangerous aura. King Chi, dressed in his imperial robe, had apparently been waiting for some time. Your Highness, everything has been taken care of. In the capital, Wang Chong is a murderous demon, a bloodthirsty demon, and his voice is everywhere. There's no longer anyone who supports Wang Chong. The 2 scouts of the King Chi residence respectfully reported. You haven't been discovered, have you? King Chi asked. No. We were extremely careful. However, we also noticed people from Uzun and Goguryeo in the crowd. It seems like they've hired quite a few people to take advantage of the chaos and sway public opinion. In addition, there are at least 5 or 6 other factions involved. The 2 scouts said. Oh! King Chi was rather taken aback by this news. But he quickly regained his composure and smiled. Haha, good. There's no need to worry about them. This is called, everyone pushes a wall when it's down, 10,000 hammers a broken drum. This brat has offended so many people in the past. Even if we don't do anything, he's dead for sure. King Qi was smug at these words, a sinister smile on his lips. With Wang Chong's impeachment and Master Zhu's appearance, Wang Chong's fate had been decided. This was an extremely rare opportunity to suppress the King of Song and deal with the Wang clan. This was the best chance to remove this great threat. At a time like this, how could King Qi give up on this chance to kick him while he was down? Humph, Wang Chong, let's see what you do now. King Qi turned around, his eyes shining with a vicious light in the darkness. Days passed. In the Wang family residence, Wang Chong was forbidden from leaving the residence after being stripped of his military authority. For at least 2 months, he had to reflect on his mistake. Even so, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Orders were passed down through Su Ke, Su Shixian, Zhang Ke, and the others. My lord, the first 5,000 soldiers of Xinlu have successfully set sail for the Promised Land. The others will also board the ship one after another and set out to sea. We've already reported back to the acting High Priest of Xinlu. They are extremely satisfied with this matter, and the High Priest has sent word that they trust my lord. Moreover, no matter what, it is better for these people to go overseas than to remain in Xinlu. In the study, Xue Qianjun stood ramrod straight. He held a few pieces of paper in his hand as he seriously reported to Wang Chong. At his side were Zhang Ke, Su Shixian, Su Ke, and the others. Alright, got it? What about the aristocratic families? Wang Chong nodded and turned to look at Su Ke. According to our previous agreement, all the aristocratic families have strictly implemented the confidentiality agreement. Right now, all the states and prefectures in the south are quietly planting hybrid rice. Other than the lack of rainfall in the north, which makes it unsuitable for cultivation due to the terrain, all the other places are planting hybrid rice as quickly as possible. The entire matter was carried out through the influence of the aristocratic families. Without going through the authorities, many people don't even know that they are planting hybrid rice. In addition, we've gathered a large number of craftsmen. The initial 100 large warehouses have all been constructed. The follow-up warehouses are also in the process of being completed. I believe that in 2 or 3 months, we should be able to complete more than half of them. The main problem is that the craftsmen still don't understand the temperature and humidity that my lord mentioned. Otherwise, we could have sped up the process. Su Ke sternly said. Wang Chong nodded. In his previous life, due to the lack of rations, he was forced to the brink of death, resulting in his defeat. However, if he had sufficient rations, everything would have been different. This was the most important measure that Wang Chong had prepared to resist the calamity. Once everyone was done reporting, Wang Chong turned to Su Shixian. How are things with the Confucians? The atmosphere in the room had been normal, but when they heard Wang Chong's words, everyone's expressions became extremely unnatural. Your Highness, the Confucians aren't doing too well. Master Zhu's words have had a great impact on us, but my lord's matter of the wolf and the dog has had a great impact on the hearts of the people. Although not everyone understands us, there is still a considerable number of people who support us. They are wary of the Tang dynasty's disarmament and the peace with the surrounding barbarians. In addition, according to my lord's orders, we've already established our own booksellers and printing offices. All our books are being printed as usual, and the Confucians won't have much of an impact on us. Su Shixian said. Wang Chong nodded. These changes were all within his expectations. As the spiritual leader of the Confucians, Master Zhu's influence was unfathomable. In a single night, all their previous efforts had been knocked to the ground. Even all the booksellers had stopped selling. But Wang Chong had never given up hope. The wisdom of the people needed time to develop. Even in the face of a lofty existence like Master Zhu, Wang Chong did not back down. All of you are dismissed. Wang Chong retracted his gaze and returned his attention to the Xian paper before him. His brush danced as he continued to write. This was the third book that Wang Chong had prepared after Might Makes Right and the Debate of War. It was called War and Peace. For the next 2 months, Wang Chong would remain in seclusion and reflect on his mistakes, forbidden from going out. This was what he was doing. War and Peace was aimed at the current conflict between the militarists and the Confucians, as well as the two issues of war or peace being discussed among the people. War and peace had always been humanity's unchanging theme. Without a clear understanding of this matter, there would always be dispute. The disputes between the militarists and the Confucians, the disputes between ideals, would never cease. War and peace had never been opposed, because the ultimate goal of war was for peace. In the Central Plains, all the wars of the dynasties had been like this. Only by letting the people forever understand that war was in the service of peace, that peace could only be obtained through hard work. Only then would true peace be achieved. Only in this way could the common people be prevented from falling into confusion and confusion. Only a powerful Tang dynasty could bring true peace and eternal happiness and well-being to the people. But this book was not yet finished. According to Wang Chong's plans, it would take at least a few more days to complete. Bang! Just as Qing Sanyuan, Su Shixian, and Su Qi were about to leave, a massive explosion came from outside the Wang family residence, accompanied by a hubbub of voices. This sudden noise immediately attracted Wang Chong's attention. "What's going on?" Wang Chong's brow creased as he raised his head. Qing Sanyuan, Su Shixian, and the others, who had already reached the door, were shocked. "My lord, it won't be long before the Double Fifth Festival. Many of the scions of the capital have agreed to go sightseeing and sightseeing. They should be preparing right now." Su Shixian hurriedly said. "That's not right. The Double Fifth Festival is at least 15 days away. Even if all the scholars of the capital agreed on it, it would only be 5 days in advance, not that long," Wang Chong said without hesitation. Upon hearing these words, Su Shixian's expression suddenly changed. Everyone suddenly remembered. Wang Chong had once been a hedonistic scion of the capital, and there was no one he didn't know about. He knew the activities of the scholars like the back of his hand. How could he be fooled by the Double Fifth Festival? "My lord, it might just be a passerby. I'll go take a look. It should be over soon," Su Qi immediately said. As he spoke, he took a step forward and walked out without a second thought. No matter who it was outside, he would be able to drive them away in a few moments. But Su Qi had still underestimated how quickly this matter would develop. He had only taken 2 steps out of the study when he heard a voice. Outside the walls of the Wang family residence, an even louder voice could be heard. "King of foreign lands, hurry and come out! King of foreign lands, you murderous demon king!" Waves of incomparably intense sounds were clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. "Something's wrong. Su Shixian, Su Qi, Qing Sanyuan, you're hiding something from me." A thunderous voice came from behind him as Wang Chong put down his brush and stood up. Su Shixian, Su Qi, and the others trembled at this thunderous voice, their faces turning ghastly pale as if they had been struck by lightning. Their plans could not keep up with the changes. They had been doing their best to conceal this matter, but they had not expected it to be exposed so quickly. "My lord, the matter is not as you imagine. Leave this matter to us. We will immediately take care of it," Qing Sanyuan bowed and hurriedly said. He was still trying to salvage the situation, but in a flash of light, a figure brushed past him. Wang Chong had already walked out of the room and was making his way toward the source of the voice. "What are you looking at? Hurry and follow." Su Shixian, Su Qi, and the others all grimaced at this sight. As the voices got closer, the voices became louder and louder. "King of foreign lands, you war demon. Deceiving the sovereign is an unforgivable crime. King of foreign lands, come out for us." Waves of hysterical roars continuously came from outside the walls of the Wang family's residence. Judging from the ruckus, there were probably close to 1,000 people gathered outside the Wang family's residence. "Su Shixian, Su Qi, Qing Sanyuan, get over here!" Wang Chong coldly said. Su Shixian, Su Qi, and Cheng Sanyuan hurriedly stepped forward, all of them fearful and uneasy. What's going on with the Confucians? Wang Chong coldly said. My lord, Master Zhu truly has a great influence on us, but there are still many people supporting us. Su Shixian paled. At this stage, you still want to hide it from me? Wang Chong harshly said. Chapter 1339. My lord, Su Qi hesitated, wondering what else he could say. Speak the truth. Wang Chong's brow furrowed in rage. My lord, the situation truly is bad. Master Zhu's influence on us is far greater than we imagined. Many places are protesting and criticizing us, and there are also people deliberately adding fuel to the fire. The current situation is extremely bad, Su Shixian said, his voice extremely gloomy. Continue, Wang Chong gloomily said. Because of the imperial court's orders, he had been grounded in his residence for 2 months. He could only rely on Su Shixian and Su Qi for information. But Wang Chong had never imagined that they would dare to hide such an important matter from him. The sight of Wang Chong's rage caused everyone to fall silent. They had followed Wang Chong for so long, but they had never seen Wang Chong get angry at his subordinates. It was clear that this matter had truly enraged him. My lord, the booksellers in the capital have completely banned us. No one dares to lightly offend the Confucians. Although we've established a new bookstore and are printing our own books, not a single one of our books has been sold. Continue, Wang Chong continued, his face ashen. The voices in the capital are extremely unfavorable to my lord. In this period of time, at least 10 some groups of people have been marching near our residence, but we've noticed and dispersed them. I don't know if the city guards have been negligent or if they've made some sort of mistake, but these people have managed to break through to our residence and disturb my lord. Su Shixian hesitated for a moment, then stealthily glanced at Wang Chong and continued. In addition, we've just received news that the Uzun Empire and the Western Turkic Khaganate, in order to cooperate with the Confucian sect, have announced that they will reduce their armies by 50,000 and will further shrink their defensive lines to show their sincerity in coexisting with the Tang dynasty. This matter has already caused a ruckus in the capital, and the imperial court has even received a private letter from His Majesty Uzun and Dalen Trinling, stating that the Uzun Empire has no intention of making an enemy of the Tang dynasty, and that my lord is deliberately obstructing the 2 countries and plunging them into war. Su Shixian said. In addition, there's news that my lord is bent on starting a war and is currently colluding with the Bureau of Military Personnel to use the Arab incident to once more recruit soldiers. Moreover, they are preparing to fight against Uzun, the Eastern and Western Turks, Goguryeo and Mengshi Zhao. Su Qi added. What? Hearing those words, Wang Chong widened his eyes in shock. During this period of time, he had been reflecting on his wrongdoings in seclusion and hadn't had any contact with Zhangzhou Jianqiong. Never in his wildest dreams did Wang Chong expect such a rumor to spread. Sir, you have already tried your best in this matter. We just want to, enough? Before Su Shixian and the others could finish speaking, Wang Chong sternly interrupted them. Wang Chong's eyes were tightly shut as he stood there for a long time. In this short period of time, Wang Chong had never imagined that the situation in the capital would have worsened to this extent. Open the door! Wang Chong quickly opened his eyes and ordered. My lord! My lord, you can't. Everyone grew anxious at Wang Chong's words and wanted to stop him. They had stopped at least 10 some groups of people who had come to the residence to demonstrate, and they were all keenly aware of how intense the crowd was. Wang Chong could not go out at a time like this. Open the door, Wang Chong repeated. His expression was cold, and there was no room for negotiation. Outside the residence, the sounds of guards being pushed and shoved could be heard. These guards alone were not enough to stop the furious crowd. Moreover, Wang Chong wanted to see for himself just how bad the situation had gotten. He had already been avoiding 4 10 some days, and he could not continue to avoid it. Bang! With a loud noise, the gate of the Wang clan's residence was completely opened from the inside out. Dressed in casual clothes, Wang Chong stepped over the threshold and walked out. Although he had heard the waves of noise from his study, only when he opened the gate and walked out did he realize what sort of state the Wang family residence was in. It was like he had gone from one world to another, as endless waves of noise came from all around him. Wang Chong looked around and saw that the crowd outside was so dense that he could not see the end of it. Down with the king of foreign lands! Oppose the war! Shouts rose and fell, resounding over the horizon. The people gathered outside the Wang family residence were men and women, young and old. All of them were shouting until their faces were red to the ears, and they seemed extremely agitated. At the gate, 20-some fully armored guards of the Wang family residence were doing their best to hold back the crowd, but in the face of these angry ordinary people who did not know martial arts, these guards did not dare to be rough. Even though each of them was powerful, they were all in a passive position. Stones rained down on these Wang clan guards from all directions, and there were also many protesters who surrounded them, kicking and beating them with all their might. These guards, despite their martial prowess, were beaten black and blue, and they could only use their hands to protect their vitals, neither saying a word nor retreating. Stop! Wang Chong finally couldn't help but call out. It's the king of foreign lands! This furious roar finally roused the enraged crowd from their stupor, and countless gazes quickly focused on Wang Chong. In an instant all the sounds disappeared. The area in front of Wang Chong's residence was completely silent, no one saying a word. All of you withdraw, Wang Chong said to the Wang family residence guards who had taken the beating in his place. This incident had nothing to do with them, and these guards were only taking the beating in his place. If not for him, they would never have been surrounded and beaten. But, my lord, the leading guard wanted to say something, but Wang Chong only waved his hand and interrupted him. Go. Leave this place to me, Wang Chong sternly said. The 10-some Wang family residence guards hesitated for a few moments before finally dragging their injured bodies over the threshold and vanishing from the Wang family residence. King of foreign lands, you're finally willing to come out. You ambitious bastard, we trusted you so much in vain. You haven't shown yourself for so long. Is it because you have a guilty conscience? Everyone was wrong about you. Another furious voice came from the crowd, and 2 pairs of eyes hatefully stared at Wang Chong. If looks could kill, Wang Chong would have died countless times over. Wang Chong felt a stabbing pain in his heart as he stared at these hateful gazes. As a person who had lived 2 lives, Wang Chong had been constantly on the run to save the Central Plains, to save the Central Plains, to save these ordinary men, women, and children. He could care less about high positions and generous salaries, could care less about the imperial court stripping him of his authority, could care less about the rebuke and criticism of the entire Confucian school, but he could not care less about these ordinary men, women, and children. Everyone, please listen to me. Wang Chong's voice was loud and resounded over the residence like a peal of thunder. Upon hearing Wang Chong speak, the crowd once more fell silent and turned to him. King of foreign lands, you secretly colluded with the Bureau of Military Personnel to start a war with the other countries. Is that true or not? You privately gathered soldiers and defied imperial decree in order to start a war to satisfy your selfish desires. Is that true or not? What do you mean by might makes right? The other countries are already reducing their armies. Did you not see that? We trusted you in vain, but it turns out that you only wanted to satisfy your selfish desires and ask for rewards. King of foreign lands, what else do you have to say? Many people in the crowd shouted sternly. Everyone, listen to me. I never discussed with the Bureau of Military Personnel about gathering soldiers or starting a war with the other countries. These are just rumors. It's true that I privately gathered soldiers and defied imperial decree to open the armory, but all of this was to protect Anxi, Qixi, Longxi, and the capital. The general is on the battlefield, and orders cannot be obeyed. The situation on the battlefield can change at any moment. If I waited for the imperial court to decide, it would take a very long time. Not only would the Anshi Protectorate army be buried on the other side, even Anshi, Chishi, and the Chishi Imperial Armory would fall into enemy hands. I only did what I had to do. Rather than let those armaments fall into enemy hands and be used by the Arabs, it was better to open the armory ahead of time and use it to defend the central plains. Wang Chang's eyes were red, his hair fiercely dancing in the wind. The matter of the Chishi armory was a military affair, and Wang Chong had never explained much to anyone. Not even Xue Qianjun and the others had explained the matter of Chishi. But this time, Wang Chong was explaining to these ordinary people who knew nothing about the art of war. Wang Chong swears to the heavens that everything I do, is without any selfish motives. If I break this oath, may the heavens punish me, Wang Chong sternly said as he gazed at the unfamiliar faces before him. The moment Wang Chong finished speaking, the dense crowd in front of the Wang family residence instantly fell silent. Wang Chong, you've always said that the other countries are hiding their ambitions, but Uzun first reduced its army by 150,000, and then the Western Turkic Khaganate reduced its army by 200,000 and then another by 50,000. How do you explain this? Now, all of society is saying that you generals wrote, "Might makes right" to beguile the hearts of the people so that you can fight wars and gain merit. Isn't that right? A man in the crowd angrily bellowed, his face red and brimming with rage at being deceived. These words made Wang Chong feel like a sword had been stabbed in his heart. His months of painstaking effort had been exchanged for these words. In the end, the hearts of the people had once more been deceived. As he gazed at the earnest faces of the people of the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong felt like his heart was being stabbed. Chapter 1340. At every autumn harvest, the Uzun, the Eastern and Western Turks, and the surrounding countries will invade the central plains, never once stopping. The Uzun army is only a delaying tactic. Once the time is ripe, they will rise again and wreak havoc on the central plains. Everyone, don't be so gullible, Wang Chong sternly said. Buzz! Everyone fell so quiet at Wang Chong's words that one could hear a pin drop. There was no other sound but the rushing of air. You murderous demon king! Everyone, don't listen to him. Wang Chong, you were made king of foreign lands, and you've already killed 1 million people. Isn't that enough? Do you want to make the Central Plains a land of corpses and rivers of blood, turning it into a land of azuras? You generals are truly unscrupulous, resorting to every conceivable means. And to think that I trusted you so much, treating your might makes right like a supreme treasure, reading it over and over again, even going so far as to fall out with the master. It turns out that everything was just your selfishness playing tricks on you. You privately raised troops and disobeyed the sovereign's decree, plotting rebellion. I truly trusted you wrongly. Wang Chong, you ambitious man. A few moments later, the crowd exploded with a tsunami of voices, countless attacks and curses directed at Wang Chong. Their faces were seething with rage, none of them listening to Wang Chong's words. As he listened to those curses, Wang Chong felt his heart clench and convulse. Now that he had returned from the western regions, Wang Chong's blood had calmed down. But upon hearing the barrage of curses and attacks, Wang Chong felt his blood churning once more. Everyone, listen to me. Wang Chong still wanted to say something, but the furious crowd couldn't hear his voice at all. Bang! A stone came out of nowhere and smashed into Wang Chong's forehead. But Wang Chong stood there motionlessly. My lord! Seeing this, Fang Sanyuan, Su Shixian, and Su Ke paled. They hastily rushed forward to protect Wang Chong. Sir, let's go. Now is not the time to argue. Their misunderstanding of milord is too deep. One day they will understand. Everyone said anxiously. Bam, bam, bam. Seeing that the crowd had come out to protect them, in an instant, Countless stones swarmed over, and the surrounding protesters attacked even more fiercely. "Stop! I have something to ask you." At this moment, an old voice suddenly came from the crowd. In the next moment, the crowd parted like a wave. Right at the front of the crowd, an old man who looked at least 80 years old, wearing coarse linen clothes and holding a walking stick, slowly walked up from the back with his back bowed. The old man stared at Wang Chong with anger hidden between his brows. Upon seeing the old man, the crowd instantly quietened down. Countless gazes turned to the gray-haired old man and Wang Chong standing in front of the gate. Some of the figures retreated one after another to give the two of them enough space. 70 was a rare occurrence, but 80 was of very old age. In the Tang dynasty, those who could live past 80 were people of virtue and prestige, respected by all. Even the most stubborn and unruly person would not dare to attack an 80-year-old old man in front of so many people. "Wang Chong, you come from a clan of ministers and generals, a prince of the Tang dynasty. This old man is just an old man from the countryside. I cannot compare to you. If you have the ability, then beat this old man to death." The old man leaned on his walking stick and sneered at Wang Chong. These words were so sudden that even Wang Chong was left dumbfounded. This old man is 83 years old this year. Unlike others, this old man is from Jinchu, not from the capital. It's often said that a man strives for a breath of pride and a Buddha for a stick of incense, but this old man is different. This old man has lived for more than 80 years, and I've never gotten angry at anyone. Whenever I encounter a problem, this old man advises himself to endure and yield. But this time, this old man traveled a great distance to the capital just to see you. Do you know why? The old man's face was ashen as he thrust his walking stick at Wang Chong said. "Elder, stop! What are you doing?" Su Shixian, Suki, and the others were both shocked and infuriated, but none of them dared to step forward. Let alone step forward, they didn't even dare to touch the old man. 80-year-old elders were the most respected people in the world. Anyone who dared to touch them would immediately be condemned by the masses, and there would be no place in the empire for them. For fear of harming the innocent, none of them dared to touch the old man. They could only step forward and use their bodies to protect Wang Chong from the old man's beating. "Su Shixian, Suki, get out of the way." At this moment, a voice came from behind him. Wang Chong stared in a daze at the gray-haired old man who clearly knew no martial arts. He had imagined all sorts of situations, imagined all sorts of opponents, but he had never imagined that he would be facing an ordinary and angry elder of the Great Tang, and that this was the group of people he had done everything in his power to protect. At this moment, Wang Chong felt like his blood was in chaos, but there seemed to be something stuck there that he couldn't vent. Have him come. No matter what happened, Wang Chong didn't care. Only Wang Chong wanted to hear what this old man had to say, to know what he was thinking and why he was so angry at him. Su Shixian and Suki went stiff at Wang Chong's words. Although they were unwilling, they didn't dare to disobey Wang Chong's orders. Their faces alternated between green and white as they retreated to the side. Brat, this old man has lived for many years and has seen many things. In this day and age, as long as you live long enough, you can see all sorts of strange and wondrous things, but this is the first time this old man has seen someone like you. This old man is different from others. The people here today either want to beat you because you're weak or because you want to rebel, but this old man is not one of them. The old man sneered. As he spoke, he took out a book from his bosom and threw it in front of Wang Chong. Su Shixian and the others paled at the words on the book's cover, and Wang Chong paled like he had been struck by lightning. There were only a few words written on the cover: "Wang Chong's might makes right." In a flash, Wang Chong seemed to understand something, but he said nothing, only stared at the elder with a pale face. Might makes right? This old man has lived for many years, but he has never seen someone so grandiose as to print such words on a book cover and proclaim them to the world. Didn't you say in your book that tigers eat wolves, wolves eat dogs, and dogs eat rabbits? Didn't you preach something about the strong eating the weak and the survival of the fittest? Do you know what the Central Plains would become if this doctrine of yours were to be spread throughout the world? Come, come, come. This old man knows that you come from a clan of ministers and generals, that your martial arts are very high and formidable, so come and beat this old man to death. This old man has lived for several decades and doesn't have much ability. Since you think you're right, that you think might makes right, then come and beat this old man to death. As the elder spoke, he stomped his cane, waved his sleeve, and took a step toward Wang Chong, his emotions surging. Wang Chong wouldn't dare. Wang Chong grimaced and almost subconsciously retreated. But then, a heavy slap struck Wang Chong's face. Let alone Su Shixian and the others, even the crowd surrounding the Wang clan residence was dumbfounded. No one had expected the old man to give Wang Chong a vicious slap in front of everyone. "Milord!" The crowd was stunned, only now coming to their senses and standing between Wang Chong and the old man. "All of you brats, get out of my way!" The old man's gaze had been locked onto Wang Chong this entire time. When he saw Su Shixian and the others standing in his way, he began to beat them in the face, cursing as he did so. "Foul brat, Wang Chong, this old man is beating you today. You are so young and arrogant, lacking any true ability, yet you dare to write books like Master Zhu and spread them throughout the world. If your crooked doctrines were allowed to be spread throughout the world, wouldn't this magnificent China become a land of beasts? You don't cultivate etiquette, you don't speak of benevolence, your fist is the truth, you don't have affection, you don't get close to your parents. Is this what Wang Gengji and your mother taught you? If your father won't teach you a lesson, this old man will teach you a lesson in their place. I'll beat you to death, foul brat." As the old man cursed, he raised his cane, circled around Su Shixian and Su Qi, and continued to beat Wang Chong. His face was ashen. Although he didn't have much strength, each blow was filled with all his strength, as if he was teaching a heinous criminal a lesson. Buzz! Wang Chong's eyes were wide open in a daze as he stared at the enraged old man. His ears were ringing and his body was unsteady, as if someone was clutching his heart. In that instant, he seemed to have been possessed. Wang Chong could sense that this old man had no one supporting him. Every word he spoke came from the bottom of his heart, his true thoughts. Wang Chong's mind was blank and he could hear nothing. He could only see the old man's mouth open and close, his entire body seeming to lose its soul. "Su Shixian, take His Highness inside. We can't stay here any longer. I'll stop that old man." As he watched the crowd grow more and more excited, Su Qi turned to Su Shixian, growing more and more anxious. "Everyone, look! The Demon King of Slaughter's subordinates are about to kill someone." The crowd began to shout when they saw Su Qi and the others step forward. The originally quiet crowd seemed to have been stimulated and became excited once again. All of them rushed forward excitedly. "Beat them to death. So what if it's the king of foreign lands? Do they really dare to kill someone?" Chapter 1341. Gallop. At this moment, the sound of galloping hooves could be heard in the distance. In the distance, one could see large banners fluttering in the air, and beneath these banners were countless soldiers of the city guard. "The laws of the imperial court forbid gathering here. The city guard is here. Everyone disperse." A thunderous voice echoed through the air. "Someone, pass on my order. If anyone else dares to gather here in 15 minutes and disturb the order of the capital, they are to be captured and handed over to the capital governor to be dealt with." Boom! The banners of the city guard and that voice caused the surroundings to fall silent for a few moments, and then everyone began to scatter. The city guard was the force that governed the capital and had the right to maintain order in the capital. The crowd was quickly dispersed by the soldiers of the city guard. "Chonger, I'm late." Warhorse hooves clattered against the ground. A city guard division officer quickly charged over, stopping in front of the Wang family manor's gates, dismounting. The general took off his helmet, revealing an uneasy and concerned face. It was none other than Wang Chang's uncle, Li Lin. Li Lin had an apologetic look on his face as he looked at Wang Chong. There was an accident. Someone from the imperial court specifically transferred away the soldiers of the city guard. I also received an order at the last minute and went back to report. I didn't think that this would happen so soon after I left. Li Lin was in charge of the soldiers of the city guard stationed at the gate of the Wang family residence, and there had never been an accident. For so many people to appear at once, it was clear that someone was trying to guide them from behind the scenes. But Li Lin was in no mood to investigate this. He was more worried about Wang Chang's current condition. His face was pale and he seemed to be in a daze. There was something very wrong with him. Hurry and help him in. With no time to think, Li Lin led Su Qi, Su Shixian, Xue Qianjun, and Zhang Ke over the threshold and into the Wang family residence with Wang Chong. Bang! Not long after crossing the threshold, a figure suddenly dropped to the ground like a wooden pillar. "My lord!" Chong-er! Seeing this scene, everyone turned pale with fright. On the ground, Wang Chong's face was pale. His teeth were clenched and his fists were clenched. He lay motionless on the ground. He had already stopped breathing. "Quick! Call the doctor!" Li Lin roared, his face full of fear. He picked up Wang Chong from the ground and quickly rushed into the room. "Ha ha ha! Wang Chong, how does it feel to be the enemy of the world?" A burst of laughter rang out in the darkness. On a majestic mountain peak, surrounded by countless corpses and tens of thousands of streams of blood, a bolt of lightning pierced through the sky. In the lightning, Wang Chong clearly saw a slightly fat figure holding a dark red spear, wearing a black and red battle armor, standing on the mountain peak and baring his teeth at him. "You want to save the world and be a hero? Would the world be willing to let you save them? Even if you go all out, won't the 9 continents still fall into my hands? Wang Chong, you lost." And Yaluoshan's sinister laughter resounded through the world. Wang Chong's blood surged to his head and his eyes went red. Without the slightest hesitation, he clenched his fists and charged at that plump figure on the mountain. "I still haven't lost. And Yaluoshan, hand over your life." But before Wang Chong could charge over, rumble, the sky darkened, and that majestic mountain and the sea of corpses and blood around it vanished, leaving behind only darkness and nothingness. Kail! All of a sudden, a series of battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. The clip-clop of the horses' hooves was as loud as thunder. The sound was almost undetectable at first, but in a few short moments, the earth quaked and the sky shook. Countless warriors clad in golden armor roared and howled as they raised their sabers and swords, tens of thousands of them brushing past Wang Chong and charging forward. "Follow my lord for eternity! For the Tang dynasty!" Kail! The sounds of fighting thundered like thunder, causing one's blood to boil. Countless soldiers covered the mountains and plains. In a daze, Wang Chong had returned to the time when he was leading an army through the 9 provinces against the otherworldly invaders. Kail! Wang Chong felt his blood boil. Clang! He unsheathed his sword, but before Wang Chong could step forward, a blood-stained hand reached out of the ground and grabbed Wang Chong's right foot. "My lord, no one understands us. Everyone has given up. Is there really any meaning in our persistence?" Wang Chong lowered his head and realized that the ground was covered in corpses, all of them soldiers who had fought with him. Beneath his feet was a general who had followed him to battle. He was covered in blood and his armor was in tatters. He was looking up at him, his face pale and his tired eyes filled with deep despair. "My lord, is there any meaning in our persistence? No one understands us. No one understands us." In that instant, countless voices echoed in all directions. Wang Chong looked at the despairing faces at his feet, stunned and motionless. In that instant the world spun. Wang Chong stood there in a daze, his body drenched in cold sweat. Are you the source of chaos in the world? A voice rang in his ears, and then it became thousands of voices. Rumble! All of a sudden, the ground collapsed, and endless waves surged. In that instant, Wang Chong felt as if he had become a piece of wood, falling into the boundless sea. The seawater pressed against him from all directions. It was cold, heavy, and suffocating. In the darkness, a wave suddenly came, followed by a second, a third. Heavy waves rose and fell, throwing Wang Chong into the depths of the sea again and again. Darkness, coldness, despair. All kinds of feelings came one after another. In that instant, Wang Chong felt an unprecedented loneliness. Doctor, what's wrong with our milord? In the darkness, Wang Chong could faintly hear a worried voice, and then he heard another sigh. His Highness's internal fire is burning, and his mind is stifled and depressed. And if I'm not wrong, His Highness has experienced similar situations before. His blood energy is in disorder. Not good. Boom! In the blink of an eye, there was another boom, and everything before him vanished. The scene before Wang Chong's eyes was constantly changing. One moment, he was surrounded by an overwhelming fire, the next moment, he was surrounded by an incomparably cruel ice. Wang Chong's mind was immersed in this boundless fire and water, constantly sinking. King Qi, the king of Song, the first prince, the fifth prince, Li Junxian, countless figures appeared before his eyes. Finally, Wang Chong fell unconscious. At this moment, the Wang family residence was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. In Wang Chong's room, the king of Song, Zhangqiu Jianxiong, Wang Chong's big uncle Wang Zhen, Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, and the others were all present. Next to the bed, Wang Chong's mother was silently wiping away her tears. Around the room, the maids silently wept as they gazed at the motionless figure of Wang Chong on the bed. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were filled with sorrow. They had all hurried over upon receiving the news, and when they saw Wang Chong on the bed with his teeth tightly clenched, they all felt ashamed. The Tang dynasty was everyone's Tang dynasty, not Wang Chong's alone. But on this matter, Wang Chong was unquestionably alone. He had strived and struggled, trying time and time again to reverse this inevitable defeat and change the hearts of the people of the world. And on this matter, he was a lonely fighter. Whether it was the king of Song, Zhangqiu Jianxiong, or anyone else, none of them had been able to provide him with much help. In this matter, each of them had an unshakable responsibility. This child has been unconscious for several days. It seems that this matter has dealt a very heavy blow to him. This can't continue. We should do something. We can't place everything on this child's shoulders. Don't forget, he's only 18. But there's nothing we can do right now. Master Zhu is the leader of all Confucians and wields the greatest authority in the world. Even Emperor Xian treats him with great respect, and the majority of the people now support the Confucians. The mood was gloomy, and everyone stared at each other, unable to speak. In the current situation, it was difficult to turn back from the accumulated bad habit. Even if they did their best, they would not be able to change the hearts of the people of Xian. But what worried them the most was still Wang Chong's condition. Everyone looked at the young face on the bed, and there was a thick cloud of worry between their brows. Doctor, it's already been 3 days. Is there really no way to cure Chong'er's injuries? Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, suddenly asked as he looked at the imperial physician who was tidying up his medicine chest. There's nothing that can be done. I don't know what technique His Highness cultivates, but there are at least several dozen kinds of energy in his body. Coupled with the depression in his heart, he fell into a coma. If His Highness wants to recover, he can only rely on himself. The imperial physician the King of Song had invited from the palace shook his head and sighed. Hearing this, the room fell silent, and the atmosphere suddenly became much heavier. Tap! At this moment, a white figure in the corner suddenly moved. Under everyone's gazes, Su Yichin, tears still in her eyes, slowly walked to Wang Chang's bed. Lady Su. Upon seeing Su Yichin, everyone's eyes were filled with sorrow. The relationship between Su Yichin and Wang Chong was no longer a secret. Everyone knew that this young lady of the Su clan had developed feelings for Wang Chong. In this period of time, they had only come once, but Su Yichin had come 3 times a day. Lady Su, you must take care of your body. If Chong'er saw you like this, he would be very worried. By the side, Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, consoled her. Ever since Wang Chong fell into a coma, this child had clearly become much thinner, and his entire body seemed to be lacking in energy. But at this moment, Su Yichin seemed to hear nothing. Her face was pale, and tears were streaming down her cheeks. This was already the 2nd time she had seen Wang Chong fall into a coma. For the sake of the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong had used all his strength. He was like a lonely warrior, constantly roaring at the heavens and fighting. At times, he made others think that he was a fool, but this was precisely what attracted her to him. Wang Chong. Su Yichin suddenly bent down and lightly kissed Wang Chong's forehead. I believe that you won't lose. No matter what, you must never admit defeat. Seeing the unconscious Wang Chong, Su Yichin revealed a forlorn smile. Buzz! Under everyone's gazes, Wang Chong's chaotic breathing seemed to hear Su Yichin's words, and his breathing suddenly steadied. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sight. Chapter 1342. At this moment, Wang Chong could see and hear nothing in the depths of his mind, only endless ice and fire, and a dark and icy ocean. You won't lose. No matter what, never admit defeat. As Wang Chong was sinking into the ice and fire, a gentle voice resounded in his mind again and again. It was like he had discovered land in the middle of a dark ocean, and Wang Chong's mind suddenly calmed down. Chi-chin. Wang Chong spat out these 2 words, and then he knew nothing else. After what seemed like only one battle, but also like countless eons, Wang Chong finally awoke from the darkness with a light cough. Chong'er, you're finally awake. As Wang Chong slowly opened his eyes, Wang Chong's mother hugged Wang Chong, tears finally streaming down her face. Mother! Big uncle! As Wang Chong looked at the 2 familiar voices, a surge of warmth flowed through his heart. Chong'er, you're finally awake. Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, also spoke. He walked to the bed and helped Wang Chong up, his eyes brimming with concern. Wang Chong sat up and scanned the room. He saw several familiar figures. Su Shixian, Su Qi, Zhang Ke, and the others were all in the room. They were all looking at Wang Chong with joy, concern, and even more unease and guilt. My lord, you're finally awake. Wang Chong's complexion was still very poor, and his body seemed rather weak, but he had finally awoken from his coma. This was undoubtedly the best news they had heard in a while, and everyone rejoiced. You've all come. Wang Chong nodded at the crowd. Your Highness, my apologies. When they saw how weak Wang Chong looked, they felt guilty. If it weren't for us, this wouldn't have happened. What does it have to do with you? It's just me from the beginning. Wang Chong shook his head, but his expression was unexpectedly calm. But when they saw Wang Chong's calm expression, whether it was Wang Chong's mother, big uncle Wang Zhen, Su Qi, Su Shixian, Xue Qianjun, or the others, they only grew more and more worried. Wang Chong's performance was too calm. This was not what everyone had imagined him to be. However, Wang Chong did not give them a chance to ask. Mother, during the time I was unconscious, did anyone come by? The King of Song, Lord Zhangqiu, Elder Yi, and Elder Zhao are all here. Wang Chong's mother said, a faint smile on her lips. Wang Chong was taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked at his mother and smiled. Mother, I know what you're worried about. Relax, I'm fine. Boom. As they were speaking, another wave of raucous voices came from outside the Wang family residence. Everyone in the room tensed at these voices, but Wang Chong only blinked, his expression unchanged. Cough cough, Chonger, you've only just woken up and your body is still very weak. You should rest for now. Sister-in-law, let's go out and let Chonger have some time to calm down. Wang Zhen lightly coughed as he spoke to Wang Chang's mother. As he spoke, he shot a meaningful glance at Su Kui and Su Shixian. Wang Chong had been in a coma and had been depressed. If Wang Chong were to hear the protests of the crowd outside, who knew what would happen? Your Highness, then we'll take our leave. Su Shixian, Su Kui, and the others were alarmed and uneasy as they hurried out. Wang Chong only gave a slight nod, saying nothing. In the blink of an eye, the people in the room had all left. Very quickly, in just a moment, the bustling voices outside quickly quieted down. In the room, Wang Chong sat in a daze on his bed. After some time, Wang Chong moved to the edge of the bed and finally stood up. Outside the window, dark clouds had gathered and the sky was dark. Wang Chong stared at the sky in a daze, not moving for a long time. But not even Wang Chong noticed that in the distance, a pair of eyes was peering through the window of the Wang family residence, silently watching him from the roof of a roof. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, that voice shrank down from the roof and vanished in a few blinks. After passing through many streets and winding back and forth until he confirmed that he was not being followed, the black-clothed figure arrived in front of a magnificent and luxurious estate. With a flash, he leapt over the wall and entered through an unremarkable back door. Walking along a dark passageway, he entered the main hall. It was completely dark, and there was already a figure standing sideways, waiting silently. The hall was so dark that it was impossible to make out the figure's appearance, but one could faintly make out his clothes. This figure was dressed in casual clothes and wore a hood. Just by standing there, he exuded the aura of boundless authority. It was clear that he possessed an extraordinary status. "My lord, I just investigated. That boy from the Wang clan finally woke up a moment ago." The black-clothed figure kneeled on the ground and respectfully reported. Buzz. The black-clothed figure's voice had barely faded when the atmosphere in the hall suddenly changed, becoming tense and brimming with danger. "That boy still hasn't died?" In the darkness, the figure with the hood narrowed his eyes, his voice suffused with thick killing intent. "But I noticed that although he has woken up, he seems to be recovering from a serious illness, and his complexion isn't very good. In addition, we tested the imperial physician who treated him, and that physician said that the stellar energy in his body is in chaos, and that there are more than 100 different kinds of stellar energy, which could explode at any moment." The kneeling black-clothed man said. "Oh!" Hearing the black-clothed man's words, the man's expression changed slightly. He seemed to feel much better. "More than 100 kinds? Good. Help me inform those people that it's time for them to move." The man's voice was as cold as ice, and his aura was as sharp as a sword. "Boy, you truly have a tough life. At such a young age, you've already become the king of foreign lands and thrown the entire world into chaos. Even Master Zhu has been forced out by you. Given enough time, you'll be doomed. Since you don't know what's good for you, I can only send you on your way." The voice was so sinister that even the kneeling black-clothed man couldn't help but shiver. However, it only took a moment for the figure with the condor's head to disappear from the hall. The black-robed man also disappeared without a trace. The gate of the Wang clan was tightly shut. Ever since Wang Chong had been stripped of his position and denounced by Master Zhu, all the civil and military officials of the imperial court had taken a detour, staying far away from the Wang clan. Outside the Wang clan residence, crowds of people were marching. Even though Su Shixian and the others had tried to use the city guard to prevent Wang Chong from knowing, they were still unable to completely stop them. Within the residence, Wang Chong seemed to have forgotten everything, living a peaceful life. The matters of the imperial court, the border, and the Confucian sect had all been put aside by him. In the residence, Wang Chong ate, drank tea, and slept in an extremely regular manner. He even talked and laughed with his servants. Everything seemed normal. Moreover, Wang Chong never discussed any matters related to the imperial court. But when everyone saw this, they only grew more and more worried. "Doctor, just how is my son?" In another room of the Wang clan residence, Wang Chong's mother, big uncle, Su Shixian, Su Qi, and the others were all present, a hint of worry in their eyes. "Ha." His Highness looked normal, and his pulse seemed to be stable, but if this matter was not resolved, he would never be able to recover. Given the state of stellar energy in His Highness's body, he will probably be in even more danger. The gray-bearded imperial physician sighed. Experts were as common as clouds in the imperial palace, and imperial physicians not only had to treat ordinary palace maids, concubines and imperial concubines, but also princes, guardians, imperial guards, and imperial princes of the Tang dynasty. In terms of understanding of the martial path, these imperial physicians had extraordinary attainments. Everyone in the room deeply furrowed their brows at the imperial physician's words, a deep worry on their faces. The conflict between militarists and Confucians had far-reaching implications, and none of them had a good solution. For a moment, everyone fell silent. While everyone in the room was filled with worry, in the distant study, Wang Chong was dressed in casual clothes, a belt casually tied on the back of his head, giving him a casual and natural appearance. A piece of rice paper was spread out in front of him, and Wang Chong was holding a brush, casually writing on the paper. His expression was calm and at ease, seemingly unaffected by the outside world. Like spring, calm and tranquil, the sky above and below, a vast expanse of jade. Seagulls soar, golden scales swim. This was a Wing Chun poem, and Wang Chong had forgotten where he had seen it from. All he knew was that he would write whatever came to mind. Perhaps it was because he had experienced so many things, but Wang Chong's heart had slowly settled. His writing was no longer as clumsy and childish as when he had first consort Tai Jin's incident. Instead, it had an air of weathered hardships, grand, steady, and dignified. Each stroke was as sharp as an axe. While imprisoned in the estate, Wang Chong used this kind of calligraphy every day to pass the time and ease his mind. On the shore, Ting Lan, Yu Qing Qing. But when the long smoke cleared the sky, the bright moon stretched 1,000 miles, the floating light leaped over gold, the quiet shadow sank into jade. As Wang Chong continued writing, he seemed to be completely immersed in his calligraphy. Worry about advancing, worry about retreating. But when should I be happy? As the saying goes, worry about the worries of the world first, and rejoice in the joys of the world later. Chapter 1343. Blood splattered onto the paper. Drop by drop, blood splattered onto the paper. When Wang Chong lowered his head to take a look, he realized that because he had used too much force, the brush had stabbed into his palm, causing blood to gush out. However, Wang Chong didn't feel the slightest pain, as if the brush had stabbed into someone else's palm instead of his. Blood dripped onto the paper. Looking at the words first worry about the world, then delight in the world, Wang Chong felt a stabbing pain in his heart. It wasn't from his palm, but from his heart. Wang Chong had always thought that he had forgotten about it, that he had learned to be indifferent to it. However, when he saw the 2 lines of words and felt the throbbing pain in his heart, Wang Chong realized that the pain hadn't disappeared. Instead, it had been hidden even deeper. Slowly retracting his palm, he wiped away the bloodstains, applied medicine, and bandaged his wound. Then, he switched to another brush and continued writing. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, there was only half a month left until Wang Chong's imprisonment. Wang Chong's second brother, Wang Bei, and little sister, Wang Xiaoyao, had also returned from the borders. This made the Wang clan more or less joyous, and the gloomy clouds that had shrouded the residence also disappeared. Come, let's eat. Night fell and lanterns were hung high in the Wang clan's residence. The atmosphere was joyous and everyone was gathered together. In the main hall there was a long dining table, and it was covered with all kinds of delicacies. Under the bright red lanterns, everyone's faces were full of smiles. Only when the Wang clan ate was they at their most joyous, a time when they completely forgot about everything else. Come, let's get started. Wang Chang's mother sat at the head of the table, a smile on her face. Further down, on the left was Wang Chong, on the right was his second brother, Wang Bei, and at the end of the table was Wang Chang's little sister, Wang Xiaoyao. The others sat in order. I want to eat this, and this, and this. Wang Xiaoyao sat at the very bottom. The two specially made long chopsticks in her hands extended and kept moving on the table. He put all the most delicious dishes into his bowl. The dishes in her bowl were piled higher than the rice, and her mouth was stuffed to the brim. All right, I won't forget about you. Madame Wang did not know whether to laugh or cry. The crowd burst into laughter. Compared to the others, Wang Chang's little sister, Wang Xiaoyao, always lived the most relaxed, the happiest, and the most carefree. She didn't have so many worries and was the easiest to satisfy. Ever since she was young, her hobby had never changed. That was eating. Seeing that everyone was putting food into her bowl, Wang Xiaoyao opened her stomach and ate with big mouthfuls. Even his little head was blocked by the bowl, so he couldn't see clearly. With Wang Xiaoyao around, dinner would never be boring. Everyone sat together in a circle, enjoying themselves. Aya, what's going on? Why isn't my favorite drumstick salted? Suddenly, Wang Xiaoyao picked up a drumstick and pouted. She frowned and looked very unhappy. Little sister, don't be mischievous. There's salt. A voice came from Wang Chong, who was sitting at the head of the table, looking at his little sister and chuckling. As he spoke, he picked up a chicken bone and put it into the bowl used to collect the leftovers. His little sister's mischievous personality hadn't changed at all. He had already eaten one and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Moreover, the chefs of the residence were all renowned chefs of the capital, so there was no way they wouldn't add salt. His little sister was just messing around. No salt, there's no salt. Wang Xiaoyao shouted angrily. As she spoke, she angrily threw the chopsticks in her hand onto the table. Xiaoyao, don't mess around. At the table, Wang Chang's mother immediately hardened her face at this sight. On the side, Wang Chang's second brother, Wang Bei, also unhappily frowned. Unlike Wang Chong and his mother, Wang Bei's cold eyes were far more lethal. If you're not going to eat, then leave. You don't believe me? I'm not messing around, there's just no salt. If you don't believe me, you can try it for yourselves. Wang Xiaoyao furrowed her brow and angrily glared at the crowd, showing no intention of backing down. Is that so? Young miss, let me try. Seeing that their young miss was angry, Su Shixian, Su Qi, and the others also took out their chopsticks and picked up a piece of chicken leg in order to alleviate the tension. This chicken leg had always been Wang Xiaoyao's favorite, and everyone had always let her have it, not touching it at all. At a time like this, she naturally had to try it. But this one bite caused Su Shixian, Su Qi, and the others to frown. What's wrong? Can none of you taste the salt? Wang Chong shook his head and chuckled. When his little sister was messing around, Su Shixian and Su Qi would sometimes accompany her to do so in order to curry favor with the little prince. Who told her to be the youngest? It seems like there's no salt. Su Shixian and Su Qi looked hesitantly at Wang Chong. Nonsense. Wang Chong shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. 1, 2, 3. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, more and more people reached out their chopsticks to pick up the chicken leg. At this moment, footsteps came from outside. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the chef in charge of the Wang clan's food and drink hurriedly walked in with a spatula in hand. Madam, second young master, third young master, I truly apologize. Just now, when I was copying the dishes, something went wrong. That bowl of young Mrs.'s favorite dongting chicken leg was brought out by the servants without any salt added. I'll go back to the pot. Madam, I truly apologize. As the old chef spoke, He took the bowl of chicken leg from the table and hurriedly left. Buzz. For a moment the entire hall was deathly still, everyone staring at Wang Chong, the mood frozen. All of them had tasted that bowl of chicken leg. It truly was tasteless, and because it hadn't been in the pot long enough, it still tasted a bit raw. However, Wang Chong didn't seem to be able to taste it at all. At that moment, everyone's expressions were complicated and their eyes were filled with deep worry. It had been some time since the incident. Everyone thought that Wang Chong had recovered and had forgotten about what had happened in court. Usually, he and Xiao Yao seemed to be chatting and laughing, as if he was fine. But at this moment, everyone suddenly realized that everything was different from what they had imagined. Wang Chong had never forgotten about it. The air was deathly silent. Looking at everyone's worried gazes, Wang Chong suddenly understood something, and the smile on his face slowly faded. He had been trying his best to hide it, but he hadn't expected to be exposed in this manner. "Mother, I'm going out for a walk." Wang Chong stood up, put down his chopsticks, and didn't explain anything. Then, he avoided everyone's gazes and calmly walked out. Behind him, Wang Xiaoyao shouted, "I said there was no salt, but you didn't believe me! And none of you believed me!" As he walked out of the room, a gust of wind blew in his face, and Wang Chong suddenly felt cold. There were some things that he thought he had forgotten. He could deceive others, but he couldn't deceive himself. The mask he wore on his face would one day be inadvertently removed, and then the weakest corner would be revealed. Wang Chong didn't want everyone to worry, and he didn't want them to worry about him. It was just that there were some things that he couldn't let go of. He couldn't understand, and he was lost. In the darkness of the night, he didn't know where he should go. "Madam, we found this in young master's room." Not long after Wang Chong left, a servant girl suddenly came forward and opened her palm. In her palm, apart from a blood-stained bandage, there was also a vermilion brush that had been broken in two. Seeing the bandage and brush, Wang Chong's mother's face suddenly paled. "Mother, I'll go find him." Wang Chong's second brother, Wang Bei, suddenly stood up and said, "There's no need. Let him be alone for a while." Wang Chong's mother shook her head, her eyes dim. Wang Chong had already fainted twice, and no one could resolve the knot in his heart. In this period of time, they could only try their best not to provoke him. In the residence, they wouldn't talk about anything related to the court. Just like the imperial physician had said, this child's heart could only be resolved by himself. In the quiet night, Wang Chong walked alone in the residence. He intentionally circled around the place where his mother and the others were, and walked through the most remote plum blossom forest, the long corridors, and the fake mountains. He circled around again and again, but the pain in his heart didn't ease in the slightest. Instead, it became more and more stifling. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of the night watchman came from outside the walls. Wang Chong stopped, and he could faintly hear footsteps coming toward the Wang family residence. In the capital, there would be people announcing the time in every place late at night. Every time there was a night watch, there would usually be two people walking together. "The Wang family residence is up ahead." The voices of two night watchmen attracted Wang Chong's attention. "Isn't that the king of foreign lands?" "Haa. You're new here, so don't say too much." One of the night watchmen had barely said 2 words when he was interrupted by the other. The two of them continued to make the night watchman, gradually vanishing into the darkness. Wang Chong stood there in a daze. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was standing in front of a tall courtyard wall. This wall was like a mountain, standing in front of him and pressing down on his heart. At that moment, Wang Chong suddenly felt an intense urge to go out and take a walk. Whoosh! With a light push, Wang Chong floated down to the wall like a leaf. Standing on the high wall, he could see the endless darkness, only the flickering of countless lanterns. At that moment, that familiar feeling once more surged into his heart. He was like a lone boat drifting in the boundless ocean, lost in the dark night, and had absolutely no idea where he should go. Wang Chong turned his head and saw that the two night watchmen were already getting farther and farther away. With a long sigh, Wang Chong jumped off the wall and headed in the opposite direction of the other two. Chapter 1344. Wang Chong aimlessly strolled through the streets, not knowing what he wanted or where he wanted to go. He only knew that this was the only way he could feel much better. Woof, woof. The barking of dogs could be heard in the darkness, accompanied by the voices of their owners and the crying of a child. Wang Chong silently walked forward, not attracting anyone's attention. "Father, I'm sorry." Nearby in the darkness, a house stood on the side of the street. A light was on in this house, and the sound of a father and son could be heard talking through the window. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have argued with you. I thought that the king of foreign lands was a great hero, that he was right. I didn't think that he was just an ambitious bastard with ulterior motives." Buzz! Wang Chong's heart tightened at these words, and his hands clenched into fists as he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. "Ha! It's all over. There's no overnight grudge between father and son. It's good that you understand. Not even I could have imagined that he would be like this, much less you." Wang Chong's eyes darkened as he heard his father's voice from the room. He passed by the father and son's window and continued forward. The night was cold and bleak, and Wang Chong could feel the chill as he walked down the street. At this time, there weren't many people on the street. Wang Chong walked for a very long time, but he didn't see a single person. How formidable! The Confucian school has more than 2,000 schools in Arabia. The Caliph of Arabia is a man of his word. We wronged him before. There are probably hundreds of thousands of people in Arabia learning the language of our Tang dynasty. In the future, all the Hu in the region will be speaking the Tang language. Exactly. The son of my neighbor went to Khorasan to do business, and I heard that he's making a fortune. In this great world, who wants to fight when there's money to be made? It's all that king of foreign land's fault. That's right, that's right. Voices could be heard from the base of the wall. Two figures, carrying buckets of paste and brushes, were in the middle of pasting something onto the wall. As they spoke, they walked into the distance. Buzz! At that moment, no one noticed that Wang Chong was standing in the darkness, looking at the backs of the two, his face incomparably pale. When the two of them were gone, Wang Chong walked up and saw some Confucian announcements pasted on the wall. They were all news about the barbarians. The Eastern Turkic Khaganate has added 24 new schools with 1,300 students. The Western Turkic Khaganate has added 35 new schools and 2,800 students. A new market has been opened in the northwest, and the monthly transaction volume has reached 1 million taels. On the border of the Biting Protectorate, the Imperial Court and the Western Turks have agreed to pull back their defense lines another 100 li. The entire wall was covered with these Confucian announcements, and right next to these announcements, Wang Chong saw something else. These announcements were different from the Confucian announcements, and the content of these announcements was much simpler. Defeat the king of foreign lands. The king of foreign lands is a demon king of slaughter. Might makes right. What a crooked theory. The corners of these announcements were still wet. It was clear that they had been pasted on while those people were speaking. Wang Chong's face was pale as he stared at the words on the wall, his fingernails digging so deeply into his flesh that he didn't even realize it. Each of the words on the wall was like an iron chisel stabbing deep into Wang Chong's body. No one could see him in the middle of the night, but it was precisely for this reason that each word came from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Wang Chong felt an excruciating pain in his heart. Wang Chong once more felt like he had been plunged into a dark and icy sea. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape, only sinking deeper and deeper. Tap tap. Wang Chong's footsteps grew faster and faster as he madly sprinted alone. Everything around him flowed in reverse like flowing water. In this period of time, He had done his best not to mention or think about the matters of the imperial court. Wang Chong believed that he could forget, that he could let go, but only now did Wang Chong realize that these wounds were far more painful than he had imagined. After running for a very long time, when he felt rather exhausted, Wang Chong finally stopped. An unfamiliar forest stood before him, and a faint light peeked out from the sky. Only now did Wang Chong realize that he had gone from the western part of the city to the southern part. "Who is it?" Wang Chong suddenly turned his head, his eyes as sharp as swords as he looked into the forest behind him. The surroundings were quiet and there was no sound at all. "You've been following me for so long. Do you want to force me to invite you out?" Wang Chong's eyes were sharp and he opened his palm. Energy immediately gathered in his palm, transforming into a faint glow that was as sharp as a sword. "Wait." Just when Wang Chong was about to strike, a voice came from the forest 20 paces behind him. Whoosh! In a flash of light, a figure jumped down from the lush treetops and landed on the ground. Unlike what he had imagined, this person was not masked and dressed in black. Instead, he was wearing a green embroidered robe with the character Ultimate embroidered on his chest. "You're from the Duke of E residence?" Wang Chong was stunned. He had never imagined that the person who had been following him for most of the night would be someone from the Duke of E residence. Although this person had not stated his identity, his robe was very similar to that of the Ultimate Martial Army, and he also had the token of the Duke of E residence on his waist. "King of Foreign Lands, please forgive me." The person clasped his hands and bowed, his expression extremely respectful. "This one has no ill intentions. I was only ordered to deliver an invitation." "An invitation?" Wang Chong's brow creased in surprise, but he managed to restrain his hostility. In the Battle of Talas, the Duke of E residence had dispatched 2,000 soldiers of the Ultimate Martial Army to assist Wang Chong and the Tang dynasty. If not for the help of the Ultimate Martial Army, victory might not have been so easily achieved. And the Wang clan had never had any dealings with the Duke of E residence. For the Duke of E residence to lend several thousand soldiers to Wang Chong based on a single letter, Wang Chong had to admire his breadth of mind and character. "This one also does not understand. Your Highness will understand once you see it." The guard of the Duke of E residence took out an invitation with an azure cover. Holding it with both hands, he walked forward and respectfully handed it over. "I understand. Thank the Duke of E residence for me," Wang Chong indifferently said. As he spoke, he took the invitation card from her. Although he was grateful for the Duke of E residence's kindness and assistance, he was in no mood to pay a visit. "Milord, then this one will take his leave. No matter what, Lord Qin must take a look at this invitation." The guard of the Duke of E residence breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Wang Chong accept the invitation. As he spoke, he retreated, taking a deep glance at the invitation in Wang Chong's hand. Swoosh! In the end, the man leaped onto a treetop and disappeared in a few flashes. Wang Chong looked up at the sky. Dawn was not far away. Letting out a deep sigh, he quickly turned around and leaped toward the Wang family residence. Time slowly passed. In the study, Wang Chong was seated cross-legged, white streams of energy rising from his body. Wang Chong's face was ruddy and his forehead was beaded with sweat. After some time, Wang Chong took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his energy. His complexion instantly improved. "Lord Zhang, many thanks. This Crimson Soul Pill was truly effective." Wang Chong looked at the imperial physician and said, "Milord, there is no need to be so polite. Your martial arts are extremely profound and your talent is extraordinary. As long as you rest for a while, you should be fine." The old imperial physician tidied up his medicine chest as he spoke to Wang Chong. "Lord Zhang, many thanks." Wang Chong nodded, stood up and bowed. The old imperial physician quickly took his medicine chest and left the study. Meanwhile, Wang Chong walked to his desk, unfurled a sheet of xian paper, and began to practice calligraphy. In a few more days, his 2 months of confinement would be over. During this time, Wang Chong did not need to attend court, nor could he interfere with the affairs of the Bureau of Military Personnel. Practicing calligraphy had become a way for him to pass the time and relax his mind. "Lord Zhang, how is my son?" After some time, just as Wang Chong was engrossed in his calligraphy practice, a voice came from the distance. "Mother!" Wang Chong immediately recognized the voice. "Madam, I've already given His Highness the Crimson Soul pill. Following your orders, I haven't told His Highness the truth yet. Although His Highness appears normal on the surface, the knot in his heart is getting heavier and heavier. Compared to last time, His Highness's energy is clearly much more chaotic. This isn't good. If we don't think of a way to resolve His Highness's depression, I'm afraid that his condition will only worsen with each passing day. When the time comes, even this old man won't be able to do anything." A familiar voice drifted into her ears. It was the voice of Imperial Physician Zhang, who had just left. From this voice, it seemed like the two were speaking very far away, apparently to avoid Wang Chong. But someone of Wang Chong's cultivation level had no way of avoiding him. "Che, what do we do?" Wang Chong's mother clearly did not know that he could hear their conversation, and she spoke from a distance, her mind fraught with worry. "Su Shixian, Suki, all of you listen well. No matter what, Chong-er is not allowed to hear any news from the outside. Our Wang clan has already paid enough for the Tang dynasty. We don't owe this empire anything." "Yes, madam." Her voice gradually faded away. Wang Chong's brush paused in the air as he sat there in a daze. At that moment, a complicated look flashed across his eyes. Then, he calmed down and continued to write on the paper. A heart needed medicine to cure it, but who could cure his heart? When a person was being slandered by the entire world, who could cure him? Chapter 1345. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in through the window, ruffling the books in the room and also a blue book on the table, causing it to clatter to the floor. Wang Chong bent down to pick it up, and the moment he touched it, he realized that it was the mysterious invitation that the Duke of Yi residence's guards had delivered that night. Wang Chong had no interest in visiting anyone, but just when he was about to place the letter back on the table, Wang Chong hesitated, patted the dust off the envelope, and took it back. "There's no harm in looking." Wang Chong sighed and slowly opened the invitation. The contents of the invitation were written in neat handwriting in a standard format. "Duke of Yuchi Xiong to His Highness, King of Foreign Lands. The King of Foreign Lands is devoted to his utmost and is a model for the country. Although the people of the world have been deceived by fools, justice exists in the hearts of men, and right and wrong will be clear in the future. In addition, Yuchi has been entrusted by another to invite your highness to a gathering at the Violet Forest Park in a small forest in the south of the city on the 17th day of the 6th month, at the Z period. King of Foreign Lands, please be sure to attend." Entrusted by another? Wang Chong slightly creased his brow, his mind in turmoil. There was not much to this invitation, but the last part surprised Wang Chong. Wang Chong had originally believed that this letter was an invitation from the Duke of Yi, inviting him to the Duke of Yi residence. But it now appeared that this was not the case at all. Among the nobles, there had never been a case of someone writing an invitation on behalf of another. This was rather strange. Just who could have the Duke of Yi write an invitation on their behalf? Moreover, they're all in the capital, so if there's anything, they can just do it themselves. Why would they need to invite someone else to do it? Wang Chong gripped the invitation, his mind in turmoil. The Duke of Yi's invitation was filled with strangeness. The person who had written the letter was not the person who had invited him, and even at the very end, the Duke of Yi had not said who the person was. He had never heard of such a strange invitation. Hee. Wang Chong shook his head and chuckled. He was about to put the invitation card back on the shelf. However, in the next moment, Wang Chong's eyes inadvertently glanced at the end of the invitation and saw an inconspicuous golden mark. His pupils abruptly shrank, as if he had been pricked by a needle, and his heart suddenly surged with great waves. How is this possible? Wang Chong stared at the golden mark on the lower right corner of the invitation, his eyes filled with disbelief. It was a ball of golden flames that looked like a lotus. Within the flames, there were 3 golden axes and a 12-section mace. Boom! Wang Chong's heart tightened, and in that instant, he felt all the blood in his body rush up. His ears were ringing and his mind was blank. How could it be them? At that moment, time seemed to stop. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts surged through his mind. Wang Chong's heart could no longer remain calm. He had never imagined that, after a lifetime, he would once again see this most important mark in his life. In that instant, Wang Chong suddenly understood why the Duke of Yi had sent an invitation on behalf of someone else, and also why he had never revealed the other's identity in the invitation. If it was them in his memories, then given their status, they would naturally be able to mobilize the Duke of Yi and would naturally not reveal their identity. Because in people's memories, they no longer existed in this world. Putting down the invitation card, Wang Chong could no longer maintain his calm. No matter what, he had to go and see them. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 17th day of the 6th month. Deep in the night, the sky was pitch black, with only a few stars hanging high in the sky. At the appointed hour, Wang Chong, dressed in plain clothes, silently climbed over the wall without alerting anyone, all the way to the Violet Forest Park in the southern forest of the city. There, the light was dim. A figure had been waiting there for a long time. It was the guard from the Duke of Yi residence. With him were several other members of the ultimate martial army from the Duke of Yi residence. Your Highness is truly trustworthy. Seeing Wang Chong, the guard from the Duke of Yi residence finally smiled. Follow me. With these words, he immediately turned his head and leapt onto a tree branch, swiftly descending into the depths of the forest. Without another word, Wang Chong rose from the ground and swiftly followed. Amidst the dim starlight, Wang Chong followed behind the group, twisting and turning as they advanced. The entire journey was silent, with no one speaking. The only sound was the chirping of night owls. After an unknown period of time, the group stopped in front of a dark forest. Your Highness is truly extraordinary. It's been so long. Have you not asked where we are going or who we are meeting? The guard from the Duke of Yi residence turned his head and looked at Wang Chong. There's no need. Take me there, Wang Chong calmly said. The guards froze for a moment, and then they began to laugh. That's true. Given your Highness's martial arts, how could you care about such things? With these words, the guards plunged into the dark forest, with Wang Chong quickly following. In the next moment, in the depths of the forest, an abandoned ancient temple appeared in front of them. The eaves of the ancient temple were very high, and the roof tiles were already broken. In the corners there were layers upon layers of spider webs, and in the midst of the spider webs, statues of gods had fallen to the ground, and the ground was covered in dust. This is? Wang Chong was stunned by the sight of this ancient temple. He had been born and raised in the capital, and for 10-some years, he had lived the life of a hedonistic scion, wandering around with ruffians like Ma Zhou. There was nothing in the capital that he did not know, but Wang Chong had no impression of this place. He had no idea that there was such an abandoned temple in this forest. Rumble. As Wang Chong was thinking, the guard from the Duke of Yi residence stepped forward, bent down, and grabbed a metal ring from the ground. With a rumble, a massive tunnel appeared before Wang Chong's eyes. King of foreign lands, before you enter, there are a few things that I hope that you will remember. First, you cannot speak of tonight's events to anyone other than you, me, and the Duke of Yi residence. You cannot tell anyone else. In addition, you are not allowed to speak of this matter in the future. Even if you seek out our Lord Duke, he will never admit to it. Second, this tunnel can only be used once. Once it is used, the mechanism will be activated and the tunnel will immediately collapse. Your Highness will not be able to come here again. When you meet them, Your Highness must remember not to ask about their identities. This is a great taboo. Your Highness, if you agree to these conditions, I will take you down," the Duke of E Residence Guard said. As he spoke, he gestured to the other 2 Ultimate Martial Army soldiers. A moment later, the 2 Ultimate Martial Army soldiers took out 3 torches from somewhere and quickly lit them with flint. Wang Chong said nothing, only firmly nodded. The leading guard heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and took the torch from one of the guards. "The 2 of you stand guard here. Don't let anyone get close. King of Foreign Lands, please follow me." As he spoke, he swiftly entered the tunnel. A few moments later, the Duke of E Residence Guard had vanished. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong moved like a gust of wind, brushing past the 2 Ultimate Martial Army soldiers as he followed them underground. If it were anyone else, Wang Chong would never have followed them so unreservedly. Once the tunnel collapsed, there was a high chance that he would be trapped underground. But this time was different. As long as the invitation card had that symbol, even if he had to climb a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, Wang Chong would follow without hesitation. Wang Chong was confident that the people represented by that golden symbol would not have any intention of harming him. Wang Chong quickly caught up to the Duke of E Residence Guard. Gusts of wind blew at Zhang Xian's face as he descended the stairs. This underground passageway was much wider and cleaner than he had imagined. The tunnel twisted and turned, and gradually, not even Wang Chong could tell which way he was going. After some time, just when the torch in the Duke of E Residence Guard's hand was about to burn out, he finally stopped. "Your Highness, we've arrived. Those people are waiting up ahead. I won't send Your Highness over." The Duke of E Residence Guard suddenly stopped and pointed forward, a look of utmost respect on his face. From a certain perspective, it had already surpassed the realm of respect, reaching the level of reverence and worship. But even so, Wang Chong did not find this strange. If it really was those people he was going to meet, it would not be excessive for them to show even the slightest bit of respect. "Many thanks." Wang Chong nodded and looked in the direction the Duke of E Residence Guard was pointing. In the depths of the tunnel, he could faintly see a flicker of fire. Although Wang Chong did his best to remain calm, Wang Chong couldn't help but grow excited at this point. He could already smell a familiar scent in the air, a scent that he thought he had long since forgotten. Wang Chong brushed past the Duke of E Residence Guard, swiftly making his way toward the source of the fire. Wang Chong's pace was initially hurried, but gradually, when he was 20 to 30 steps away from the fire, Wang Chong's footsteps grew slower and slower. Fear of approaching home. On the outside, Wang Chong's heart had been filled with impatience for this reunion, but now that he was underground and he was getting closer and closer, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel anxious and slow. Wang Chong took a deep breath, forcefully suppressed his emotions, and calmly walked forward. Whoosh. Chapter 1346. The room was very large, but the interior was empty and devoid of any furniture. In the center of the room were 2 sandalwood armchairs. The room was quiet, and on the other side of the armchairs, Wang Chong could see a draped screen. Behind the screen, there was a fire. The light shone through the screen, illuminating a few burly figures. Each of them had a golden saber, and from their figures, it seemed that they were also sitting on the armchairs. Although these people were sitting motionless, they exuded a majestic and mighty aura that exploded out of their bodies like a storm and engulfed the entire room. Wang Chong had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and he had presided over large-scale battles like the War of the Southwest and the Battle of Talas, a formidable existence that could be described as a meat grinder. His body exuded an aura of iron and blood, but compared to the figures behind the screen and the flickering candlelight, he seemed much more immature. Wang Chong's aura was like a sharp sword, so sharp that it could cut through anything that stood in front of it. As for the figures behind the screen, They were like pieces of iron that had been hammered and forged countless times. They had become incomparably hard from the inside out. Not only did they possess the sharpness of swords, but they were also like imposing mountains that could withstand any kind of impact or strike. Wang Chang's aura of iron and blood was like the sun before the bright moon. More importantly, even though he couldn't see anything through the screen, Wang Chong was sure that these figures were the people he respected the most and was most grateful to in his life. Wang Chong couldn't help but feel his eyes moisten. "Haha, kid. I heard that you killed people without batting an eye and even 1,000,000. The outside world says that you're the demon king of slaughter. What? How can a man like you be weeping like a little girl?" At this moment a voice sounded. This voice was coarse and old, but it also carried an unconcealable heroism that caused the entire room to tremble. "Old scoundrel, what are you saying? Aren't you afraid of scaring these juniors?" Almost at the same time, the candlelight behind the screen swayed, and another voice rang out. That voice carried wisdom from having experienced the vicissitudes of life, and it carried a comforting force as well. "It's all right. Seniors are right." It was Wang Chong who lost his composure. Wang Chong rubbed his eyes and quickly calmed his emotions. Although Wang Chong was accused of being a little girl, he didn't care at all. Listening to those familiar voices and the familiar criticism, Wang Chong only felt a burst of warmth in his heart. To be able to meet them again in this life was already Wang Chong's greatest fortune. From the time he died in battle until now, Wang Chong could not remember how long it had been since he listened to their teachings and reprimands. The greatest regret in Wang Chong's life was to let them leave with regret. He did not let them see the hope of the 9 states and let them down. Tears gushed out unconsciously. When they reached his eyes, they were forced back by Wang Chong. "Haha, kid, do you know why this old man is looking for you?" The rough voice at the beginning laughed loudly and said, "I heard that you were wronged in the imperial court, and the common people said that you are a murderous demon. What, you can't stand it?" "No." Wang Chong shook his head. "Haha, that's good. This old man heard that you were wronged in the Tang dynasty, so I specially asked that old scoundrel to invite you here. As a man, what's wrong with being wronged? That's just a minor itch. As for being called a murderous demon by the common people, if this old man heard this kind of praise, he would definitely be happy for 3 days and 3 nights. If it were in this old man's era, killing 1 person is a crime, killing 10,000 is a hero, and killing 1,000,000 is a hero among heroes. The more you kill, the more people will respect you. They say that you are a murderous demon. What are you dissatisfied with?" The rough voice was full of heroism. From his mouth, Wang Chong's situation seemed to be the best praise in the world. "Jija." Hearing that person's voice, the wise voice sounded again, and there was a hint of reproach in it. "It's fine if you are like this, but don't teach the younger generation bad things. In the last years of the Great Sui dynasty, who doesn't know of your reputation as a murderous demon? Kid, don't listen to his nonsense. This old man has also heard of your story. As you said, a real man only needs to have a clear conscience in life. As for whether others slander or praise you, it doesn't matter. A strong heart leads to self-improvement. This old man can see that your martial arts have reached a very high level, so you should also understand this truth. A real man only asks whether his actions are right or wrong. As for other people's opinions, even if you are misunderstood by the world, why should you care? One day, the clouds will be pushed aside, and the sun will shine brightly. People will understand your painstaking efforts." That person's voice was mellow, with a sense of inculcation. It was like the spring wind and rain, silently moisturizing everything. It blew into Wang Chong's heart and soothed the wounds in his heart. "Seniors, you are right. Wang Chong is wrong." Wang Chong's eyes were moist and he lowered his head. At that moment, he felt like he had returned to the Doomsday era, back in that hall, and listened to the familiar teachings. Back then, when he was in dire straits and had lost everything, It was these seniors who brought him to the mountain, taught him martial arts, entrusted him with the world, and promoted him to the position of Grand Marshal. Seniors, Wang Chong muttered to himself. At that moment it was as if he had returned to the past, and all the pain in his heart was soothed. Yes, if that senior was in his situation, no matter how big the misunderstanding and pain, he would not care. No matter how big the misunderstanding and pain, it became insignificant to him. Just like they said, a real man only asks whether his actions are right or wrong. Nothing else matters. It was he who had been bewildered. Child, I called you here to tell you something. At that moment, another old voice rang out. It was completely different from the previous two voices. What you have done is right, but no matter how big the misunderstanding, no matter how big the blame, don't take it to heart. What you want is nothing more than a clear conscience and a clear conscience. Could it be that you want other people's understanding and approval? The last sentence had a hint of interrogative tone. Buzz. Like a bolt of lightning, Wang Chong's heart trembled, and he suddenly felt enlightened. Yes. He had been in this world for a long time, constantly struggling and constantly working hard. In a trance, he had slowly forgotten his original intentions. He had never needed anyone's approval, nor did he need anyone's understanding. He had done all this because he wanted to, and not for anyone's understanding. Even if he was misunderstood by the whole world, even if he was condemned by the whole world, and called a murderous demon king, so what? Since this was not his goal from the start, there was no need to care. Behind the screen, the flames flickered. The three burly figures were as imposing as mountains. Although they did not show themselves, the three of them had been observing Wang Chong's reaction. Seeing that he seemed to have listened, they finally nodded slightly. Kid, it's good that you understand. When a man does things, he should not be ashamed of the heavens and the earth. How can he care so much? There are so many juniors in the Central Plains, but you are the only one I like the most. Those old fellows have lived for more than 100 years and never meet anyone easily. If not for the fact that I heard that you are depressed, I wouldn't even want to meet you. The rough voice sounded in the room again. Thank you, senior. Wang Chong felt a lump in his throat as he said gratefully. Being able to see them again in this life, he had no regret. Child, although Jijia is a rough person, his words are not rough. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility on a person, it must first torture his will and grind his muscles and bones. You were born in a family of generals and ministers after the age of 9. You are talented and have special achievements in the art of war. Although there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood along the way, it was very smooth and you did not encounter any difficulties. A little setback is also a good thing. Only after washing away the lead can one see the real gold. As long as you don't get knocked down, you will become even more outstanding, the wise voice said at the side. Junior understands. Thank you for your teachings, senior. Wang Chong stood up and bowed respectfully. Kid, it's good that you understand. I thought you were a blockhead and would have to spend a lot of effort. It seems that those children were right. You are quite smart. The rough voice laughed out loud. Jijia. The third rational voice suddenly sounded. There was a hint of blame in the voice, but it quickly turned around and looked at Wang Chong outside the screen. Child, in life, one cannot become a hero without going through hardship. As long as the world can be peaceful and prosperous, as long as you feel that what you are doing is right, that's enough. This junior has learned his lesson, Wang Chong replied. Haha, it's fate that we meet. Since you called us senior, we can't just call you that for nothing. We have to give you something. Otherwise, we will be laughed at to death. The rough voice said. Buzz. Before Wang Chong could react, the earth suddenly shook and the sky shook. 3 powerful and boundless spiritual forces suddenly locked onto Wang Chong. Before Wang Chong could react, the 3 powerful spiritual forces suddenly pulled and instantly dragged Wang Chong into a boundless spiritual world. Who? Before Wang Chong could react, a thunderous voice resounded in his ear. You bastards, you bastards, you bastards! Kid, watch carefully. The earth shook and the sky rumbled. Wang Chong looked back and saw that in the center of this world, 3 huge figures stood like mountains, emitting an endless aura of blood and fire. Chapter 1347. Golden Armor of 100 Battles. Right before Wang Chong's eyes, the burly figure spread his legs apart and raised his right hand above his head in an indomitable manner. Boom! As if a bolt of lightning had exploded, the world before Wang Chong's eyes seemed to have collapsed. Kill! In an instant, battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. On the cracked ground, countless soldiers charged out from every piece of land. They wore different armors and held up flags representing different forces. Like lightning, they charged out at an astonishing speed. Their targets were the 3 burly figures in the center of the entire land. Kill! The clouds of battle were fierce, and the flames burned fiercely. The flames soared tens of zhang into the air, and sand and pebbles flew everywhere. Tens of thousands of different iron cavalry roared and roared as they fought against each other. The clanging sounds of swords and armor rang out incessantly. And the 3 burly figures also disappeared in an instant. Looking from afar, Wang Chong could faintly see a few figures with resolute expressions amidst the flames. They wore the armor of generals and held halberds and spears in their hands. Under the frenzied attacks of tens of thousands of iron cavalry, they blocked left and right. In this endless torrent of steel, the 3 figures seemed incomparably lonely, like a small boat in the vast ocean. However, even so, the 3 of them gave off an incomparably powerful feeling. Countless horsemen charged forward, wave after wave, but the figures of the 3 of them were incomparably majestic, as if they were cast from steel and did not waver in the slightest. As the countless iron cavalry charged forward, the wounds on the 3 increased. Even the armor on their bodies began to break, but the figures of the 3 were still incomparably resolute, as if there was nothing in this world that could make them waver. Boom! With a flash of light, the sky split open, and a huge banner descended from the sky, landing in the center of the 3. The banner fluttered, revealing a huge Tang character. Ha ha, come! In that instant, the voices of the 3 were incomparably majestic and heroic. Scarlet blood, loyal heart, forging loyal soul. Just as the battle reached its climax, the loud voice rang out once more. But this time, it was the wise voice. Boom! The sky shook, and endless yellow sand broke apart. A huge iron fist covered in armor and covered in blood suddenly smashed towards Wang Chong. In that instant, the 3 burly black figures appeared once more before vanishing once more. Rumble! The world darkened, and everything he had just seen disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, the tens of thousands of cavalrymen had disappeared. The earth was dark, and the sky was dark. In front of him were tens of thousands of corpses. Countless soldiers had fallen to the ground, and even the blood flowing from their bodies had turned black. Wang Chong looked up and saw that in the center of the earth, the 3 peerless generals had long ago vanished. Only one of them remained, his back to the war banner. As the wind howled, the fluttering golden war flag had long become tattered. The huge war flag was already riddled with holes and had turned into strip. On the ground, the peerless general was covered in wounds. Countless arrows had pierced his body, and a black halberd had pierced through his abdomen and came out of his back. Blood dripped down, and the lacerated wound looked terrifying. However, the peerless general's eyes were firm, and he didn't even frown. He looked forward as if he was waiting for something. Kill! After an unknown period of time, the earth trembled. At the end of the earth, countless black-armored cavalrymen charged over like tigers and wolves. Even though the peerless general knew that he couldn't hold on, and even though he was facing the black-armored cavalrymen that covered the mountains and plains, he still didn't give up. Fight! With an earth-shattering roar, without any hesitation, the peerless general gripped his spear and charged toward the black-armored cavalrymen that covered the mountains and plains with an unstoppable momentum. Undaunted in 100 battles and unbroken heart. At this moment the third old man spoke. Boom! A heavy war boot stomped down. In an instant the earth trembled, and the mountains and rivers turned upside down. The three burly black figures appeared once again. Around them were blazing flames and endless yellow sand. Earth-shattering shouts rang out. Under the lead of a powerful general, 10 times the number of cavalrymen surged over like a surging river. However, this time everything was completely different. Kill! With a loud shout, the sound of galloping hooves came from behind the trio. Nei! In the blink of an eye, a steed galloped out from behind the trio, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. Countless war horses charged forward, passing the trio and clashing with the enemy troops from all sides. Clang! 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 Blade light and sword shadows were as dense as the tide. Countless cavalrymen were fighting and killing in this part of the world. There were people constantly falling, and there were people constantly surging out. They advanced wave after wave, and it was endless. After an unknown period of time, the vast sea of warriors could no longer be seen on the boundless earth. Countless corpses were strewn all over the ground. When the battle ended, dawn broke. A red sun slowly rose from the highest mountain peak. Everything between heaven and earth glowed with exuberant vitality. Green leaves, red flowers, and green grass gushed out from the ground, turning into endless beautiful mountains and rivers. At that moment it was incomparably magnificent and also incomparably magnificent. Wang Chong stared at all of this in a daze. At this moment, he seemed to see the entire process of an era going from destruction to prosperity, from decline to prosperity. Silently looking at the mountains and rivers that were becoming more and more magnificent, Wang Chong seemed to understand something. Brat, do you see this? No matter what kind of grievances you and I suffer, no matter what kind of setbacks we suffer, the world's temporary slander or praise is of no importance. Only the continuation and prosperity of the world is our greatest reward. The mountains and rivers are flourishing. There is no need for words. The sun and moon are bright and the world is clear. If you want to see the flowers bloom and the moon shine, you need to have a heart that has been tempered 1,000 times. Brat, do you remember this? That rumbling sound echoed in his ears, and the illusion in front of him, everything suddenly disappeared. With a flash of light, Wang Chong returned to the underground room. Around him were neatly stacked stone bricks. Behind the screen, the light from the fire penetrated. The three burly figures stood majestically. They did not move at all. Looking closely, compared to before, the three figures showed a hint of exhaustion. Obviously, they had used up a lot of energy in that moment. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Brat, do you understand? The rough voice asked. Understood. Wang Chong answered. Brat, do you understand? The wise and far-sighted voice spoke. Understood. Wang Chong said again. In an instant, the three of them burst into laughter. Brat, you are not born to be a fish in a pond. The Tang dynasty has been in crisis for a long time. Today's cause will be the result in the future. We old men are already old. In the future, the Tang dynasty and the world will depend on you. If you can understand what we mean, our meeting tonight will not be in vain. The wise voice of the old man said, Go. Whether it is martial arts or other things, we have nothing to teach you. Your future achievements will be above us. Remember, a sword is sharpened by sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. The more slander you can bear, the more achievements you will have in the future. The third figure also said, The rise and fall of fate, separation and reunion. Our fate ends here. Remember, after today's events leave here, you are not allowed to tell anyone else. I will never disobey you, Wang Chong said sincerely. You can go now. Puff. Before the voice died away, the candlelight was extinguished, and the space behind the screen was suddenly plunged into darkness. Behind the screen, the mountainous and ocean-like aura of the three old men also receded like the tide, quickly becoming difficult to perceive. Wang Chong knew that the trio was expressing their stand on this matter, indicating for him to leave. I understand your painstaking efforts, seniors. Wang Chong finally stood up from his seat and suddenly knelt in the direction of the screen. A surprised voice suddenly came from behind the screen, but Wang Chong pretended not to hear it and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. In his previous life, he was naughty and mischievous. Most of his time was spent on learning martial arts and adapting to the position of the Grand Marshal of the world. He fought and resisted with them. When he finally understood their painstaking efforts, everything was over. He didn't even kowtow to them. Seniors, in your last life, you worked hard for your entire lives, using your broken bodies to prop up the world's mountains and rivers. In the end, you reached the end of your lives. In this life, let me take over your heavy responsibilities. After kowtowing 3 times, Wang Chong did not linger. He stood up, took one last deep glance behind him, and then swiftly returned in the direction he had come from. "Milord!" At the exit of the ancient temple, the leading Duke of Residence Guard and 2 other ultimate martial army soldiers raised their torches. When they saw Wang Chong emerge, the 3 sighed in relief. "Your Highness, please keep tonight's events a secret. Do not speak of it to anyone." Wang Chong was in a daze, but he still nodded. Even without their repeated warnings, Wang Chong would not speak of it to anyone else. The identities of those 3 seniors could not be revealed no matter what. Whoosh! Wang Chong leaped forward and led the way out. The others quickly followed. Rumble! Just as he started running, the earth suddenly shook and a series of explosions came from the depths of the earth behind him.